are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
The playing hall in Baku is ready moments from now. 128 players in the Fide World Cup and 64 players in the Fide Women World Cup will make their first moves. It is a must-win day for some of the players. Inevitably, for some, today will be their final game of the 2023 World Cup. It is the final classical game of round 2. Welcome to our coverage, and I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, once again joined by the best in the business, the winner of multiple elite events, a former world number 4, the one and only Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Peter, welcome. High-stakes matches today. Are you expecting some samurai sword level chess on the board?
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Definitely. I mean, yesterday it was an incredible warm-up. We have seen huge fights, incredible dramas, and today it's gonna be only increasing, yeah, because it's the decisive second classical game. I might also expect a lot of tie breaks. I mean, there are so many matchups that are so close to call, and I'm all excited to see what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We'd love to see the matches go down to the wire and get that speed chess in to decide who goes through to round 3. It was a day of hits and misses in round 1, fighting chess all along. And one player who made it look easy, who has a lot at stake here at the World Cup, is Gukesh from India. He's 17 years old, the youngest player to have broken the 2750 mark. And he is on the brink of becoming India's #1 player after a total of 37 years. He's going to be the first player, if he does win his game today, to overtake Vishy Anand in the rankings and become India #1. Once again, of course, far from the achievements that Vishy's had, but still a monumental historic moment for Indian chess. He did make it look easy in round 1. And this is the bracket that we have. Lots of storylines and youngsters here, including we see in match 1, in round 1, we had Edis Guril, who took the first win against Velimir Ivic in grand style. But Ivic strikes back with 3 wins, and then he went on to play Francisco Vallejo. Lost to him in the first game. Ivic is in a must-win situation. But Peter, we've been talking about this big game for Gukesh. Winning it, of course, gets him through to round 3 of the World Cup. But there's also a record to be made, history to be made on the line.
Yes, that's true. However, I think Gukesh is probably the one who has to forget about this. This is all very exciting for us, for the chess world, for all the chess fans, for Indian fans. But for Gukesh, he just needs to focus on his game. It's going to be a tough challenge because he has won yesterday, so his opponent will throw everything at him. However, exactly this gives him also the chance that he might simply strike, use his chance and win another game. But for the moment, let's just enjoy his games and the rating will come automatically. That's my professional attitude.
Well, Indian fans are super excited about this matchup. He also broke into the World Top 10 for the first time with his win yesterday. So a big moment. But as you said, Peter, for Gukesh, it matters what's on the board. And that's all that he needs to focus on to make it to round 3. Other things will fall into place. Now, the other matchup that caught our attention yesterday was world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura playing against the reigning Indian champion, Karthik Venkataraman. And Hikaru was a big favorite, playing with the white pieces, gave it his all, played it out till the end. But Karthik, with fantastic defense, was able to hold Hikaru to a draw. And we see there the big bracket with some big names. A huge result there for Karthik yesterday. And the other Indian prodigy on fire was Pragnananda, with perhaps the best game of the day. A brilliant play with the black pieces took the win against French national champion Grandmaster Maxime Lagarde. And Peter, another player who stood out in his performance from your country, Benjamin Gladura against Nodebek. He managed to hold Nodebek to a draw. And though many might not know Benjamin Gladura, he's not a player you can sleep on.
Absolutely, yeah, and this is a very big match because the winner of this match will face Hikaru if Hikaru manages to pass through the second round. Both Yakuboev and Gladura Benjamin are very young players, but already very experienced, also solid, with good repertoires. I believe actually that this match will go down to the wire. I mean, I simply don't see how this match gonna end. It might end in the final blitz game.
Would love to see these two youngsters fight it out. And as we can see, the clocks are ticking in the tournament hall there, down to about 3 minutes to make the first move. And Peter, very often these are the most tensed moments when the players are stepping in. They want to find their rhythm. They don't know what to expect out of the openings. At least as far for me, I can speak for myself. Going into a game, I would always feel maximum tension right at the start. But once things get underway, it's just chess and full focus on the board. Things get easier.
Absolutely, yeah. Then you only have to focus on what happened on the board, yeah, because before you are preparing against hundreds of different scenarios, and those last couple of minutes are always very tense. And you are sitting at the board, the opponent arrives, and you already feel somehow through the telepathy that maybe what he wants to do, but it's so hard to imagine what's really going to happen.
We also see a French number one, the Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, on our screen. He started with a draw with the white pieces as well. And this match very well could go into tie breaks because he's playing the final classical game with black. And there he is on our screen earlier. We also saw Anish Giri. You could see that he's also feeling the tension a little bit as the players one by one come in. And we get a full view of the spectacular tournament hall just moments before first moves are made. And there he is, the man who's been on fire, who seems unstoppable these days, any tournament that he plays. World number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. He's ready to start his game against Karthik Venkataraman. And full focus there by Karthik. Peter, Karthik mentioned that for him, it's a dream to play against Hikaru and how excited he is for this matchup. It's his first time playing in this big stage. What does this game and this tournament situation mean for a youngster like Karthik?
Well, actually, what you mentioned, we have witnessed in game 1. Yeah, he was not afraid. He stood his ground. Hikaru tried everything to get the pressure on. There were many critical moments which Karthik navigated through, and basically, finally, he got a very well-deserved draw because of his brilliant performance, because of his great defense, driving Hikaru almost at the edge of craziness. Yeah, because Hikaru was not willing, he was not happy that this game gonna end in a draw. But there was simply no way breaking Karthik's defense. And now the big question, how do these two players approach their game today? Because there is so much at stake. Karthik might be going for a win with the white pieces, taking immense risk that would also suit Hikaru perfectly, giving him a chance to strike with the black pieces, counter it. On the other hand, or is Hikaru now in the mindset that, you know what, I drew with white, if I'm going to play solid like e4, e5, then my opponent can eventually play solidly, make it through, and then we get to the tiebreak. Lot of thoughts there for both players.
And 10 seconds to the clocks being started and the final classical game of round 2 getting underway there. When there is a lower rated player who plays against a higher seed, if it goes to tie breaks and speed chess, things get more random. But that's not the case when you're playing against Hikaru. So what is going to be Karthik's strategy? And right now, it is also all eyes on world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, as he was getting ready to make his first moves. It's action, it's liftoff, Peter, and I see that we've got the queen pawn opening on the board.
Yes, and this second move was very important because Hikaru, with the move second e6, signals that he wants to be solid. He doesn't want to do any craziness, no King's Indian business, just something classical. And he goes for the Queen's Indian. Okay, this is trying to spice things up. He does not want to give white the chance to go for some Queen's Gambit or for Catalan structures. He wants to force his opponent into Queen's Indian territory.
And the Queen's Indian territory, of course, goes a long way back. It is a solid setup and played for ages and ages. But it's not something that we see very often at the top level anymore, and especially not by Hikaru Nakamura. A very solid approach in the opening. We often see him go for dynamic lines. And this is not your typical Hikaru playing with black. So some mind games here, and that's why he makes the move, leaves the board, and Karthik goes into a think. It's definitely not what he was expecting in today's game.
Exactly. I mean, this is a kind of big surprise and a very clever one by Hikaru. I mean, he just wants to force his opponent into his territory, what he was kind of thinking for this game, and not let him choose between any of the solid lines. Well, Queen's Indian was my big love. I was playing it from the year 2000 till 2014, 15. Yeah, basically for 15 years on the highest level. And I think the reason why it was also the reason why I stopped, that there is nothing wrong with the Queen's Indian, but on the highest level, when the top guys are very deeply prepared with their supercomputers, then it's tiny bit unpleasant. Yeah, it gives white too many chances to fight for some advantage somewhere, and you can never be sure exactly where your opponent gonna target you. But for a game like today, where actually Hikaru is trying to bring a surprise in and to get to playable position, that's Queen's Indian perfectly suitable for.
Amazing insights there by you, Peter. You are one of the biggest opening experts of the game of all times, and we see Hikaru developing the bishop to b7. Very often a player can move one step ahead, and that reaches a very different position if the bishop would have come to a6. Bishop b7 is the classical way to play the Queen's Indian opening and definitely leads to some solid positions. And this is something that I touched upon in our show open, that if this match does go into the tie breaks, where we go into speed chess, 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. Now, usually with shorter time controls, it becomes a bit more random. The underdog, the chances of the underdog goes up simply because mistakes can happen and there's little time on the clock. But against Hikaru, it's so hard to bet against in speed chess as well. If anything, he becomes more of a favorite.
Yes, that's true. On the other hand, okay, for Kartik, it would be also some incredible achievement already, yeah, to reach the tiebreak. This gives energy, and he has nothing to lose. Yeah, that one could argue that yes, Hikaru is in every format the favorite, but there is only one person who has something to lose. That's Hikaru. And when the tension is growing and it's only 1-2 rapid games, the tensions are rising. It's always tricky. So I'm really believing that Hikaru, somewhere deep down inside him, hopes that he gets a chance today. But for the moment, it's a very quiet opening.
Very quiet opening, and let's not forget, Karthik is a dangerous player. Sure, he is excited to play against world number 2 Hikaru, but for him, it's also about getting his chances with the white pieces. The youngsters, the prodigies today are fearless players. So he's going to try to maximize any opportunity that he might get. He starts with white, and if it does go into tie breaks, if he's able to take Hikaru into speed chess as well, it will be a big achievement there for Karthik. But for now, this is going to be a long strategic fight. That's what the opening signals when both players go in for the Queen's Indian defense. Peter, should we do a quick opening tour on some of our other top boards?
Yes, exactly. I mean, please feel free to suggest any of the games.
Well, we've looked at world number 2. So I think automatically, and that calls for taking a quick check on world number 1. Magnus Carlsen playing his second game against Levan Pansalaya. He did win the first one very convincingly. It was a positional battle, but with the black pieces, Magnus made it look quite comfortable. In his post game, he mentioned that he's still finding his rhythm, could feel a bit of rustiness, but on the board, you couldn't really see it.
Yeah, I think it's also one of those situations, yeah, that imagine being Napansulaya. Yeah, you get beaten by Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and after the game, Magnus says, yeah, I was a bit rusty. So what does it mean? Yeah, if Magnus is in perfect shape, we did see that Magnus was playing some computer precision moves in this Queen Knight endgame. Maybe the start was a bit rusty, but I mean, what do you do with black? I mean, you have to first be solid and then slowly outplay your opponent. That's exactly what Magnus did to perfection in my eyes. So The big question for me was that how will these players approach today's game? And we now see that actually Panzulai after c4, c5, knight f3, goes for g6, and after d4 he plays the move bishop g7, which kind of signals that he's willing to take some risk. And Magnus goes for a d5. I mean, he says, okay, you know what? You want to provoke me? Okay, I'm gonna go for it and I'm gonna beat you. That's kind of the message I'm getting from d4, d5 move.
It's really interesting what you say, right? Magnus, at least to our eyes, made it look convincing with black on round one, but then goes on to say that he was feeling rusty. And that's kind of a difficult situation for an opponent to deal with. Not just that, Magnus is known to be his biggest critic. He can win a tournament, play fabulous chess, but he'll find a way to be unhappy with something that he did. And that's a championship mindset. That is the mentality of the world number one. And to be the greatest player, he's constantly looking at ways to improve. We saw that yesterday. Well, today's game, he just needs a draw to go through to round three. But the opening, the way it's gone forward very early right now, but it looks like that we're going to get fireworks in this one. These kind of asymmetrical pawn structures where white does gain space. Black has got this bishop on g7, which is a strong piece in the opening, often leads to complicated middle games. And that's exactly what Levon needs as well. He is in a must-win situation. He needs to create his chances. It's a tough, big ask when you're playing against the world number one.
Exactly. I mean, what do you do? But also, I'm remembering Panzulaya's game and match against Harsha Balatakoti from the first round, and also there, Levon was going for this Fianchetto and some Benoni type structure, so it might be his usual territory. And now the big question is, usually what is going on? I mean, black plays a move like knight f6, white plays the move knight c3, black plays something like d6, white occupies the center with d4, castles, and then white chooses most probably the most natural move bishop e2, and then black breaks the center with e6. The problem with this setup is that actually it does enable white to simply play something like castles, and after e takes d5, not to recapture with the c pawn, because then we get some double-edged Benoni structures, but he can simply take e takes d5 and get a very solid tiny little edge which suits him perfectly with the match situation. So having this in mind, I'm kind of curious to see how Panzulaya will try to create some complication, maybe by not placing the knight on f6, maybe trying to play first d6, in order that if white develops the knight to c3, he might be giving up his bishop by damaging the pawn structure. But Magnus would definitely not do that. He would start with e4, and we get to the same position like before.
A lot of thematic ideas that you're mentioning right now. And of course, the big question will be how Levon manages to create his chances. For me, what is surprising right now is that Magnus makes this move, the pawn push from d4 to d5. It is the response that you're expecting when you play this line with black. And then we see Levon go into a bit of a think, about 3 minutes, but it's still very early stage. While he's reaching out, he plays the move d6, so still keeping it flexible where he develops that king side knight, as we've been mentioning. And at the end of it, it would come down to how it liquidates in the center of the board that will determine, will we have fireworks or will it once again be a positional fight? The line that you were talking about with Magnus recapturing with that e-pawn at the end to keep things symmetrical, Peter, I think if that came up, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus just goes for it and says, I'm ready for a double-edged fight and I'm ready to take this on. So it's going to be interesting to see. There's still time for that to happen. Magnus makes the move e4, as you were pointing out, takes control of the center. The bishop will come out next. Development will be en route. And while we reach that point, let's move on to our other board. Another player who made easy in round one was Fabiano Caruana, world number 3. And this tournament is super important for, of course, each of these players, but especially to fight for that path to the candidates. It's all about finishing in the top 3. And for Fabi, this one matters a lot. So he did make it look easy yesterday, starts with white today. What do you make of the opening?
Well, he also gets something which I think you really want in a game like this. Yeah, everything is under control. You are not getting provoked into any kind of double-edged adventures. It's some anti-Sveshnikov. e5, bishop c4. It used to be the line that I was playing a lot with the black pieces, also with the white pieces. It's a very solid situation. I mean, it's not the usual kind of double A Sicilians, and now White has wide range of possibilities. White has the super solid maneuver with knight d2, and then knight f1, and the knight heading to e3. I think I had tons of games like this with Kasparov in Linares, like 2003, 2004. We had a bunch of these games in this line. And there is also the other setup that White goes for short castles, and against knight f6 tries to go for some very quick aggression with knight g5, castles, and f4. That's another line. That also featured a very important game between me and Kramnik from Linares 2003. Thanks to that draw, I was holding that draw in the very last round. I managed to win the Linares tournament. So that was one of my biggest successes. So this opening actually brings back all those lovely memories.
Wow, that's great news for us because that means we get some very high level insights into this line and the way the game will proceed. You were mentioning the idea of the knight withdrawing to d2. Once again, a concept that we actually did see from Fabi in round one. With the black pieces, he developed a knight only to fall back and then reroute it to the center of the board. Will Fabi do that again, as Peter's pointing out, with knight d2, knight f1, getting it to the center of the board? It's all about the light square weaknesses that we see that black has created with the pawn moves and white trying to get the pieces to control that. Peter, it's amazing for me to hear all these old memories that are so fresh for you about the games that you have with Gary, with Kramnik, and all these openings and the fondness with which you remember it.
Well, those were my best chess years. Yeah, basically this year 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. I was always fighting for first place in Linares. I managed to win in 2003, shared with Kramnik, but I had the better tie breaks. And yeah, I mean, anyway, you know, playing all those games against Kasparov. I mean, Gary, yeah, he had this very frightening, very dangerous, well-established repertoire. He knew everything. And then you needed to find a position where you felt like you can compete against him, yeah? And when the Sveshnikov appeared and I managed to hold my ground in the Sveshnikov against him, I think it was in Vaikanzi 2000. After that, he started to play anti-Sveshnikovs. And I believe that my repertoire back then after knight d2 was bishop g5 and h4. It starts to get messy. Bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2, knight f6. I was trying to play as solid as possible. And then Gary was going for this bishop g5, h6, eliminating this knight, giving up the bishop, but now he gets access to the d5 square. And then some knight d5, queen d8, and knight e3 back. I think this was Gary's, you know, pet line, like he was very happy and he was winning many games. And I managed to come up with this very strong novelty queen f6, and I neutralized him. And I remember that we spent tons of hours during the game for all the nuances. Afterwards, we had a postmortem with Gary, and he was very angry that I was playing so precisely and not giving him any chance. The game ended in a fairly quick draw.
Wow, that's awesome. And as you mentioned, Gary, of course, an expert specialist in the opening, and you managed to neutralize it with this novelty. And this is something that was an over the board inspiration for you, or was it something that you had prepared back home?
Well, not back home, but before the game. We actually had that position with Arshak Petrosan, my father-in-law, and my trainer right before the game. Like I think 2-3 hours before the game, and we felt like Gary might try to play this line. And then when we spotted this idea of queen f6, you know, just not showing any intentions yet, and pass the ball back to Gary, and I'm also staying flexible. I could feel that Gary was really irritated because he always liked to get the upper hand, and then you know he was just unstoppable. But if you were not giving him any chances, that might cause some real frustration for him.
If Fabi in this position does go knight d2, I don't think I'll be able to contain my excitement, because if he does go for that plan, it would be clear that it is inspired, or at least he's had a look at your great games against Gary in this position. So a part of me is hoping for it, but he goes for another idea. He goes with the knight jump, but forward. He goes to the center of the board, knight to d5. And because you're the big expert on this, Peter, what does this move threaten, and how does black handle this jump?
Well, this is actually some kind of a fresh idea. I do recall like this move existed, but it wasn't really a concern. I mean, I believe we were simply thinking that we anyway jump out with the knight to f6. This is the moment when we don't really mind giving up our bishop, yeah, because knight takes c7, queen takes c7 would help black. In fact, then we're gonna follow it up with bishop e6. Played the light square bishop, also getting control of the d5 square, and then eventually we might be able to push d6, d5, and we have lovely construction. So that's certainly not the idea what Fabi has in mind. So after knight d5, knight f6, I'm kind of expecting a trade on f6 or a move like c3. I mean, just to keep the things under control. I believe that the move knight d5, especially having in mind that draw is fine for white, it's kind of a little bit annoying for black, yeah, that you don't like to trade pieces, but at the same time, this is such an opening that you first have to equalize. You have to first neutralize your opponent. You should be forgetting about how I gonna win this game. You just have to take one move at a time.
And that's not going to be easy for Mikhail Mekhtavishvili, the Georgian grandmaster. He had a tough one with the white pieces against Fabi yesterday, and right now out of this opening. Peter, this opening is also the kind where it's not about direct lines and moves, but more about the strategic points in the position and about the pieces that you want to trade as white, the ones that you want to keep. And it's all going to be a battle for the light squares, controlling that center, not allowing black to get a break with either a successful d6 to d5 at some point or an f7 to f5, trying to complicate the middle game to gain control over it. So knight d5 has been the move of choice for Fabi, who needs just a draw to advance to the next game. Very interestingly, Fabi did mention that one of the reasons he feels he hasn't been performing as well as he'd like in the World Cup in the past has been taking uncalculated risks and being tempted to take those risky decisions. But he wants to change that narrative this time and make sure that he plays risk-free chess. So let's see if he tries to just shut down all of black's activity in this one or create chances with white. Knight f6 played. Which pieces will stay on the board? Which will be traded off? We will come back to this, but let's continue our journey because there's one more player who was shining in game one of round two, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Won a fantastic game with the white pieces in round one against sadly Vugar. Needs a draw in this game to go through to round three. But Jan, interestingly, is already in the candidates, finishing runners up in the World Championship. That is not what he's looking for. Peter, what is his big motivation in this tournament?
Well, to win it, I think he's also dreaming of a title, and winning a World Cup would, I think, mean so much to him. Yeah, it's winning the candidates twice, qualifying for the World Championship matches. However, I mean, this one against Dingley should really haunt him. Yeah, he was so close. I mean, it was basically in his own hands to get the title. He was just so close, and then not being able to do that. I'm really feeling that he wants to give everything in this World Cup to get the big title.
For me, I think with my history with the game, I've been playing since I was 6 years old. Peter, I think it was the most dramatic World Championship match that I have witnessed or commentated on. It was so many ups and downs, and just the emotions of the player, the kind of chess that they were producing, the kind of results that we were seeing, the decisive games that we were seeing, the toll that it was taking on both Dingler and Jan Nepomniachtchi is something that I have never witnessed at least in my career in chess, witnessing as not only a commentator but as a chess fan and a chess player. Peter, how is it for you as somebody who's been in the World Championship cycle? You played for the World Championship. You were also part of Jan Nepomniachtchi's team in 2021. You have close relationships with him. How was it watching the match unfold and seeing all that the chess world saw?
Yeah, it was very dramatic. I mean, since I was not personally involved, I was trying to step back a bit, yeah, so not to be emotionally that much involved, but it did not work. I mean, I was trying to calm myself down, but clearly, I mean, working with Jan for such a long time, and I felt before the match the reason why I did not continue anymore because I felt like one more World Championship match with all the nerves, all the tension, all the craziness, my health might not be able to handle it. It will be too much pressure. And I was absolutely right. I mean, if I would have been in the middle of it, I'm not sure if I would have survived myself that match. And yeah, it was just way too dramatic.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the best players in the world, he's done something that very few have, right? Won the candidates twice and then gone on to fight for the world championship crown. And as you say, that this one, getting that feather in or winning the World Cup would be a big feather to add to the many list of achievements for Jan. And Peter, before we deep dive into the position that we have, I want to kind of get a little peek into Jan's personality. And I because you're with us, I can't imagine a better person to ask this question to. What is it about Jan as what is that quality about Jan as a person that makes him this beast on the board who's able to win the candidates twice back to back and just go on to fight for the world championship and to deal with all this nerves and this tension? How does he do it?
That's a very good question. I mean, he's a very nice person, a very good friend, and but over the board, he doesn't know any friendship. I mean, he's really always focused on trying to trick his opponent. I mean, he likes to play quickly. Yeah, he likes to put his opponents under as much pressure as possible right from the start. Also with his openings, yeah, he likes to play very. I mean, he likes to blitz out his moves, show that he knows everything. For example, now we are witnessing this battle of defense here. Yesterday, we have seen the chapter 1, which Jan managed to decide in his favor, showing who is the boss in the Petrov. And now he wants to show that, you know what? Yeah, if I play the Petrov with the black pieces, then I neutralize anyone. And we have seen it against Magnus Carlsen also. He had absolutely zero problems with the Petrov.
So the moral of the story from round 2 of the FIDE World Cup by Jan Nepomniachtchi is don't play against him, don't play the Petrov against him. And when you're playing with white, he plays the Petrov. There's very little chances and very little that you can do. Peter, let's start from the beginning. Let's do a deep dive into this opening position that we have. Jan Nepomniachtchi needs a draw to advance to round 3. He plays the opening that his opponent chose against him in yesterday's game, which Jan won very comfortably. And right now, with the black pieces, it looks like he has things under control, but there is a threat on the board.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this G3 move is tricky, but just very quickly to see how we got here. So this is now the absolute main line. And bishop d3, bishop d6, that's the line which Jan is actually playing. He had tons of games with this bishop d6, castles, castles, c4, c6, rook e1, bishop f5, queen b3, queen d7, and white goes for this very solid line with knight c3. However, in a must-win situation, to me it signals that that he has a lot of respect for Jan. So takes, b takes c3. This is all fairly standard, and I believe also that it featured the game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match. This resembles me of something. CD, CD, queen b5, queen d7 played, rook b1, rook d8, and g3. And the reason for the move g3, it's played because now white is threatening to take queen takes d5, since the bishop takes h2 trick is eliminated thanks to the move g2, g3. And now it's basically black to decide how you're going to deal with this. I mean, are you going to capture on b5? Do you remove the bishop? I mean, there are so many minor details here that that just over the board to decide it's almost impossible. I believe you have to know this position very well.
Perhaps Jan does, because I saw a featured chat there saying that this is the position from Jan versus Fabi in the candidates. So it could be something that, and a big shout out to our chat for keeping us up to date with all of the openings and all of the games that are going on, which are exciting. And indeed, we see main analysts saying it is from the candidates, so something that Jan Nepomniachtchi is familiar with. Now that the bishop h2 check threat isn't there, Jan needs to deal with the idea of queen taking on d5. You always want to trade on your own terms. So black would have wanted white to take the queen on d7 so that the knight would recapture and develop. But instead, if black's the one who recaptures on d5, white brings the rook forward, once again delaying black's development with threats on the d5 pawn. So I don't believe that Jan wants to take the queen on b5 right now. But Peter, if he wants to keep the queens on the board and not trade, how can he fight against queen d5 as a threat?
Yeah, well, then bishop f8 would be the logical move. I mean, just to retreat that bishop right away. So to stay as flexible as possible, If white takes on d7, then black recaptures with the knight, and that's good news. And then the big question, how is white proceeding? Yeah, of course, white has plans like knight e5, forcing or provoking that exchange. Now probably black will be happy to trade. And then the big question, what do we do with this knight on b8? This is the question. Often it might appear like knight a6, knight c7 is a route. Sometimes you want to trade, but at the moment you can't because of the d5 weakness. There could be an argument eventually going f7, f6, kicking this knight away, but then this knight can be rerouted eventually to d3 and then f4 and targeting the d5. So it looks like an innocent position, but it consists quite a lot of venom, and you have to be very precise.
And look at Nepomniachtchi there, completely in the zone, and it is his move right now after g3, having a think whether he trades or continues with the ideas that we were mentioning with the bishop falling back. While Jan makes his decision, let's take a look around at some of our other games that are underway. I've got my eye out on them. And Peter, the Magnus board is heating up. A different approach by Levon Pansalaya with the knight, the kingside knight developing on e7. So an interesting opening here. And what do you make of the moves that we've had? I personally do like white's position. I love the space. I like the idea that white can simply develop the bishop. Gosha Castle can start playing more in the center, eventually with the f-pawn moving forward, or even on the queen side. I just feel these positions are so much more flexible for white.
Yeah, that's true. On the other hand, basically the intentions of Pansulaya are clear. Yeah, he's willing to take enormous risks in order to get a fighting position. Of course, what do you get? It might be a bad position, but fighting. The big question is, will this strategy work against Magnus? But if you are in a must-win situation and you are willing to take that risk and you want to fight, then basically I will have to be giving big credit to Pansulaya for daring to play like this.
Peter, is there anyone in the world who's figured out a strategy that does work against Magnus?
Good question. Well, I mean, don't know exactly. I mean, Magnus is so universal. I mean, usually, in order to get a clear strategy against someone, you have to find his weaknesses, right? And but if the opponent does not have any weakness, then where do you hit? Where do you go? Yeah. So it's more. I think that maybe psychologically you can try to disbalance Magnus by being very tough and not giving him chances for a very long time, and then to see how he reacts. Those kind of scenarios I can imagine, but just like pure chess-wise, any weakness I don't see.
Wow, it is a big ask for Pansalaya to create chances with the black pieces. And he is trying to get into offbeat territory the way the development is going. Magnus also continues to develop. We see the move 8-6 on the board, controlling any bishop jump on g5, which cause pins on the board. White will continue to develop the light squared bishop and Gosha Castle. Peter, you're pointing out a really nice idea. Not only does it take control of the g5 square, but black has the plan to bring his own knight forward into the game with g5, knight g6. And that would mean a very uneven, a double-edged position.
Exactly. I mean, the whole idea of placing this knight to e7, yeah, it's connected with this idea that, you know what, I want to keep some flexibility. Of course, it's a very risky strategy because g6, g5 also weakens black's king side. White will be able eventually to break it with h3, h4. And that's a very typical idea as well. So I feel like Magnus is very happy that he's getting provoked. He's enjoying this. Magnus is not someone who is shying away from a battle if he needs a draw. I mean, he's, I think, more than welcoming it. And it's also good news for us because it's going to be an entertaining game.
That's what we're here for. And the World Cup with this format promises to be entertaining with two classical games before moving down to speed chess in case the match does get to tie breaks. Peter, while the heavyweights, we've had a look around at the opening and it feels like strategic fights. Board number one might blow up soon. given Pansalaya's opening approach. But let's take a look at some of the other big boards with the prodigies who are fighting to make their mark at this World Cup. And it was just in 2021 when names like Nodebek Abdusatrov, Gukesh, Vincent Kaima, they were all players with big potential, but now they're already one of the favorites. Peter, should we get a quick look at the Iskandrov Gukesh matchup? Gukesh playing with the black pieces, and it did start out with a Sicilian Sveshnikov, and maybe we can take it from the top and get your breakdown on this position that we have.
Yeah, anything that is related to Sveshnikov, I'm very happy with all the nice memories. Yes, thanks to the Sveshnikov.
Tell us about that.
Yes, basically thanks to the Sveshnikov, I qualified to the World Championship match. Yeah, because in Dortmund 2002 in the candidates, I won so many crucial games with the black pieces, and usually it's very rarely you are getting a chance to win with black. But I did beat Shirov in a very important Sveshnikov with the black pieces. I beat Topalov in the finals as well with the black pieces in the Sveshnikov. So it really served me immensely. And whenever I see it, my heart is, shining. And the line knight d5. This is a very special line because, this knight d5 was a move that I used 1 month before the candidates in 2002 against Krasenkov in a tournament game. And I won that game with white. And I think it was, at that point, I did not even know that this is such an important moment, because the point was that when I played against Topalov in the finals of the candidates, then I had the white pieces in the very first game, and Topalov decided to play the Sveshnikov, but via a different move order to stop the knight d5 line. And thanks to this, I was able not to reach the Sveshnikov, and I was very happy about that. And that's exactly this little move, knight d5. And this is what we are witnessing today.
And also what makes knight d5 a really interesting opening choice in the Sveshnikov is that this entire opening is around the strategic concept of that d5 square, which both sides want to control to the maximum. If black is able to get a d5 break, black's doing great. White uses all his pieces, all his forces to put maximum force and control on that d5 spot. So knight d5 sometimes would often feel like counterintuitive because you have to recapture with the pawn and you lose control of this big outpost. But it has its own pluses. And Peter, you mentioned that this opening served you so well in Dortmund, leading up to the World Championship match. And it's also in the 2018 World Championship match with Fabi versus Magnus that we saw sort of a revival of the Sveshnikov at the very, very top.
Yes, I mean, basically, I think Sveshnikov has a very good reputation. The problem is that there are too many anti-Sveshnikovs, like the Rossolimo, like the third move knight c3, which we are seeing in Fabi's game. And there is no guarantee at all that you reach to the Sveshnikov. And then when you reach to Sveshnikov, yes, exactly, Fabi was bringing back some new ideas into this line with knight d5. This a4, for example, I think it was also one of Fabi's idea, a4, bishop d2, slightly mysterious, but if you go deep into the position, and we're going to see in the next couple of moves why this is important, because white wants to advance the pawn to a5, and you need the bishop to stay on d2, because this bishop needs to guard the a5 pawn, since black has the possibility of kicking away the knight, and you definitely want to fall back with the knight to a3 in order to fight for the weak b6 square. And if you would not put the bishop on d2, then this pawn would be simply hanging with the queen from d8. So that's the whole purpose of this bishop d2 move. Knight a3, so black has to be alert. White simply has a clear strategical idea to go knight c4 and knight b6, use that weakness. So how does black develop the queen side? Not to have to worry too much about the b6 square. And this is what Gukesh is doing. He develops the bishop first, and now after the move knight c4, he's able to play knight d7. And he got the knight to d7 only after he developed his bishop to f5. And this will also give him the chance of going rook a8 to c8. It's a very interesting double-edged position. Bishop b4 happened, targeting the d6 pawn. Very, very interesting direct approach. And Gukesh says, you know what? I think this is still my preparation. I don't have to worry about that pawn. He goes rook c8, targeting the c2 pawn as well. It's a very double-edged, messy position. white played bishop e2, now black plays bishop g6, and white castles, and we have the current position.
It's very interesting because when you look at the current position, you don't really take in all the subtleties that have happened in the last few moves. As you mentioned, first take out the bishop so that your bishop isn't blocked when the knight comes out to defend that b6 square for the white knight to jump in. And because you've done that, your rook can find itself on the open c line to create pressure against white's c2 pawn. And because the rook is on c8, you can make the last move that Gukesh has just made, jumping with the knight, so that if there is a capture on c5, your rook is the one that can recapture. So sort of just move by move, things falling into place, and the pieces finding its harmony. But very important to be precise and not jumble up the move order by developing the knight first or delaying that bishop move by just one move. Very often in these kind of positions, black at the right moment can think about expanding on the king side as well. The f pawn can start marching down the boards, ideas of f5, trying to get more space. Another plan, Peter, that I've been familiar with in these Sveshnikov setups is a move like rook from c8 to c7. And it's a tiny little move, but it often has these ideas of actually moving the queen from d8 to the c file, and then you can start building up more pressure along the c line. So black's got his own trumps. Meanwhile, for white as well, eyeing that d6 pawn, eyeing the dark squares, we can often see a rook lift on the queen side. The rook from a1 can jump to a3, suddenly find itself on the king side. This is going to be a fun fight in the middle game.
Absolutely. I mean, for example, how important this c7 square is, we see that in case if white jumps on b6, then it's vital for black that he's able to keep the rook on the c file. He can play the move rook c7. The reason why he does not need to worry so much about the knight on b6 at this moment, that at any given moment, he might have the chance of retreating his knight to d7, challenging the knight on b6. So thanks to the active rook on c7, this is not an issue. Just imagine that black would be forced to go back with the rook to b8. That would be very passive, and black would have serious problems. But with the option of going to c7, everything seems to be under control.
It's going to be a big fight, an interesting one. Gukesh needs just a draw to advance to round 3. But if he wins, he not only goes through to round 3, but he does make history by becoming India #1. He's already broken into the top 10 in the live ratings. It has been a big moment for this Indian 17-year-old prodigy. No more a prodigy, one of the very elites in the world. Can he make history today in this game? The round 2 action from match 3 is just starting. Positions are getting hotter and action will heat up further as we continue our coverage. We see there Winston Kamer, Peter Leko's prodigy himself, walking around. And we will come back with all the chess action as the middle game heats up. Fabiano Caruana there. Can he take it? He needs just a draw to go through. We'll be back with all the Fide World Cup action in just a few.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anjushgiri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. f5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
at the first few moves of the opening, the players have settled into this big game two of round two. For some, it is a must-win round, while for others, they need just a draw to go through to round three. And there is so much on the line for these players. Big prize money, the 3 coveted spots into the candidates, and of course, big bragging rights of winning the biggest knockout extravaganza of the chess world, the Fide World Cup. And this is the money, the paycheck the players are fighting for. With every round, it increases incrementally. The players who got knocked out in the first round go back home with $3,000. If you get knocked out today, you go back home with $6,000. And as we can see, the winner of the tournament, that's a big payday with $110,000. Peter, it's a lot of money, but for a lot of these big favorites, it's also about and more about making it to the candidates' top 3 spots up for grabs. And this is the prize pool of the FIDE Women's World Cup, with the top place at a very cool $50,000. How much is money at the back of the mind of these players?
Well, I think that the top players don't really care. I mean, they really focus on trying to achieve their goals. But there are not only top players here. Yeah, so many players are trying to earn as much money as possible in this World Cup, and it's a wonderful opportunity. So, part of having some fantastic run, if you manage to succeed, then you can also earn tons of money which you might not be able to earn otherwise. Yeah, playing in open tournaments with a first prize usually not really more than 4,000 euros. I mean, imagine those players, you know, reaching around 3-4. They're already extremely happy, and they are very motivated to try to get as much as possible out of this big cake.
And the big prize money for the Women World Cup, $50,000 for the first place. And one of the players who's definitely fighting for it is the reigning Women World Champion, the multiple-time Women World Champion, Ju Wenjun. She drew her first game with the white pieces against Eva Repkova. And now the big question is, will she be able to cruise through, or will we need tie breaks? Peter, the entire World Cup is such a spectacle. It's a long tournament, a format like no other. I've played it once, you played it multiple times. And one of the very interesting features about the World Cup is that, which I don't know, maybe Chad is not aware of, or maybe they are, that the players have to pay for their own expense, their own flight tickets, their own bookings, their own hotels. And the money that they make is actually purely on prize money. As you mentioned, that there are a lot of players who are fighting for those top 3 candidate spots, for whom that means the most. But there are also a lot of players who are fighting for that big paycheck. And it's always a big question. What do you do about your return flights? When do you book your return? How many days do you book your hotel in? And I remember the year I played in, it wasn't an easy task to figure all of that out. How was it for you, Peter?
Always a big challenge. And I wasn't really successful in any of these World Cups, so I can't say that I figured it out. Yeah, what the right strategy is. Also, before the World Cup, I talked to a couple of players in Prague, for example, and everybody was asking me, so what do you suggest? I say, don't listen to me. I mean, I'm certainly not the right guy to ask this question. Everybody has to find the inner balance, yeah, the decision that you feel the most comfortable with. Yeah, I do remember that, for example, Halifman, before winning the World Championship, because back then it was the World Championship, the Knockout World Championship 99 in Las Vegas, I think he was giving the interview afterwards that after every single round, he was changing his ticket. So one could argue that, okay, he was a pessimist. He didn't really believe. At the end of the day, he went on to win. So there are all kinds of different scenarios. I think every player has a different route.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But of course, the aim is clear, to try and go as far as you can, to try and get as big of a paycheck as you can. For many, getting knocked out in the first round often just means just covering your expenses to get to Baku in the first place.
Yes, and then there are also such countries, for example, where the federations are supporting the players. Yeah, and I remember that how jealous the other players are when they hear that, you know, for me, the federation was paying and everything was taken care of. I mean, that's of course very rare. Usually federation says that if you have already qualified for the World Cup, why do you need any support? So this is of course rare, but if you hear this kind of stories, then you are of course jealous.
Very interesting stuff. And for one player who's definitely not booked her return anytime soon, it's got to be Ju Wenjun. She is the number 2 player in the world after Hu Yufan. Yufan doesn't play as actively. As much as we'd love to see her on the board, Wenjun has been dominating the chess world for a long time, and she's fresh from her World Championship victory against Lei Tingzhe. She starts her campaign with a draw here, and now this second game with Black. Peter, maybe we can take it from the top and do a quick run through of the opening that we have in this round 2.
Yeah, Ju Wenjun is now facing this problem, yeah, that she didn't make the most out of her white game in game 1. And now we see that Eva Repkova plays a very solid opening. The London, again a London, system E3, C5, Bishop E2, a deviation compared to yesterday's Chadlishvili Fabiano Caruana game that featured Knight B2, I guess, or C3. Bishop E2, Bishop D6, and white captures D takes D5. It's a typical motive that you wait for black to develop the bishop to D6, and at that moment you capture on C5. The idea is that you win a little tempo. So after bishop takes C5, castles, knight C6, C4, you get these symmetrical type of positions, but because of the fact that black has lost the move bishop D6 and then captured on C5, and being from the black side, this slightly gives white a tiny edge, and of course, beautifully suitable for Eva Repkova. I mean, she has everything under control. She has her opponent under check. Yeah, I mean, she has nothing to worry about. And it's first Ju Wenjun who needs to equalize, who first needs to fully equalize the position. Only after that, she can be thinking about more.
And it's one of those classic position where there are more subtleties than meets the eye. As you pointed out, symmetrical pawn structure, and to many of us, it might just seem like an equal position, but white's pieces are just slightly more active. Black still has the problem with the light squared bishop, still needs time to develop. One of the ideas that black often has is to push the b pawn and fan shatter that bishop on b7, but you always have to watch out for tactical tricks along the c line, which is what is highlighted with Repkova's last move, placing up the rook, lining up with the bishop and the knight that would be on pre, that would come under tactical fire if black does push the pawn. So completely agree there, Peter, that this position, Vengeance, still hasn't completely equalized yet. And also, it's we've been talking so much, as you're mentioning, b5 on the board. You come back, and let's just show this line. If you go bishop b7, it could turn out to be a big mistake with the view of a tactical jump, opening up the c line and picking up that bishop on c5. So not so easy for Wenjun to currently complete her development. And also, we've been talking about just the prestige of this event. There's prize money, but there's big bragging rights. Wenjun is the reigning world champion. The candidates in 24 will decide the player who challenges her for the world championship crown. She's playing here. The world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, is playing here. It's not about, you might question that decision, how much it's about to get to the candidates, but it's about winning this title. And previously, talking a little bit about the history of the FIDE Women World Cup, previously it used to be a sort of a standalone world championship on its own when the Women World Championship cycle was different. And that led to a lot of confusion because some of the very top players like Hu Yufan, like Wenjun, had to fight multiple times, sometimes in a year, for their world championship title. But under Mr. Djokovic's leadership, they changed the cycle to match up to the way it is with the men's cycle. Since 2021, the FIDE World Cup decides the top 3 players who go on to play the candidates. The winner of the candidates plays against the world champion. So it sort of replicates the men title. And I think, Peter, that's great for women chess to have this kind of a 2-year world championship cycle.
For sure, yeah, I'm very happy for it. And in general, yeah, this format is very suitable for spectacular, entertaining chess. It's the World Cup, but it's not the World Championship title, yeah, because that should be played in a match situation. It should be the classical way with the candidates tournament and everything together, those very long tournaments. And I think this is a very nice compromise. Yeah, having the World Cup with its own prestige. Yeah, if you are winning it, we have seen in Duda's case, yeah, he became a national hero, a big celebrity in Poland right away. And it's a very important road towards the World Championship title because thanks to this, you can qualify to the candidates tournament. I'm really very happy with this development.
I think the whole of the chess world was, and 2021 was the first time Women World Cup was held in this way, which Alexandra Krasnoik went on to win, and the other finalist along with her was Goryachkina. Now, while this position, Vengeance tries to equalize, let's go on to the second board with Alexandra Goryachkina, who had a fantastic run in the 2021 World Cup. She's playing against Ordaz Valdez, and Peter, we see a position where the pawn structure is not symmetrical, very different, hanging pawns for black. That does create a lot of dynamics in the center. And while it looks like black has space, often these pawns can come under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. I mean, it feels like white should be having a comfortable position because, I mean, it's a fairly standard Queen's Gambit structure, one could argue, but those hanging pawns potentially here might be more vulnerable than strong. Of course, if black gets some very quick development, or let's just imagine that this knight from b8 could jump all the way to e6, it would change the evolution of the position dramatically because then black would have very interesting active dynamic options. But for the moment, this knight usually develops to d7, and it's very long way, very far away from this desired e6 route. Yeah, I mean, this kind of maneuver takes 4 moves. Imagine white just going something like queen c2, rook ed1, or sometimes also the tempo move queen b3 hitting the bishop is a typical idea, gaining 1 tempo. And for the moment, it looks to me that white is in control. Another idea, now that I see that the last move from white was d takes c5, b takes c5, rook e1, she is also, Alexandra is, I think, highlighting some idea like a break in the center with e3, e4 as well. So a lot of ideas here.
And that's a great point that you make, because very often white wants to provoke black to push one of these two pawns so that they're not connected anymore. Any pawn push, imagine the c5 pawn goes forward to c4, it creates a weakness on the d4 square. If the d pawn advances, it creates light square weaknesses. So black has to be super careful with the pawn moves. Now, while these top two boards, the pawn formations will kind of decide the kind of middle game and the approach and the way the game proceeds, there is absolute chaos and madness on the third board. And I want to take a quick look at that because you need to break this down for us. It's the all Indian clash between Priyanka Nuttaki and Koneru Humpy. Humpy has the lead in this match. Priyanka needs to win on demand to force a playoff, but the position is complete chaos. And there we have it. Peter, I can't make head or tail of this. How did we get here? I'm trying to do the math. It looks like it's still equal material. Where did black's G pawn disappear?
Well, this had to be an evens gambit. I mean, the evens gambit is a very tricky gambit. It's one of those gambits that you have to take very seriously. And we see how it happened very quickly. E4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and white goes for b4. For a very long time, I was just refusing to take it. I was just going bishop b6, showing quite a lot of respect for this gambit. But recent theory, I mean, the last 50 years, basically computers have proven that you can actually take on b4 if you know your stuff. But if it comes as a surprise, then it can be very tricky. c3, bishop e7, d4, knight a5. That's exactly the line which has a very good reputation, a very solid one. White does not recapture the pawn because he needs to play for a win. I mean, she needs to play for a win with bishop e2. And now we see this e takes d4, queen takes d4, d6 option that suddenly black is willing to give up the g7 pawn for some quick development. It has to be preparation. I mean, you don't really come up with such ideas over the board. Let me even see how many games. Yeah, some 20 games for this position. d6, queen takes g7 happened. Bishop f6. That's a very big tempo on the queen. The queen has to retreat to g3. Now the knight develops quickly. Bishop g5, knight g6, h4, h6, bishop e3, queen e7, and I believe we reach the current state of affairs.
Absolute chaos on the board. And while a kingside castling for Humpy is unimaginable, there are always ideas that she would have to get the king safe on the queen side, developing that bishop from c8 and going for a longside castle. White, meanwhile, after taking all these risks, its time is of the essence, needs to start creating play soon. Priyanka Natakki undoubtedly is calculating moves like h5 here, trying to go for the most concrete, direct approach. And after that, Black's knight will land in the center of the board, offer some trades. And again, the question will be how this develops. This is fireworks on the board, and it's definitely something that Priyanka Natakki needs in her game, considering the match situation. We'll keep an eye out on this and jump back to this. But let's head back to the FIDE World Cup in the open section. Big games, big positions on the board. And one that you brought out is Gukesh with the black pieces. And we see a lot has happened since we left it last. Black has advanced, expanded on the king side. White has gained space on the queen side. It looks like a race, but I do like the side with the bishop pair.
Well, it's one of those very double-edged positions. Both sides are having their own trumps. I mean, the position we left off was castles knight c5, and we see some very standard ideas here happening. White activates the rook with rook a3. Black goes active with f5, the move that you mentioned. Yeah, black wants to create counterplay, of course, in the center. Knight b6 played rook c7, and in order to make progress on the queen side, actually, White opted for a move which usually you don't really want to do, but simply time is of such an importance here. And White felt like, I have no time, I have no right to retreat the bishop and then try to advance the pawns. That will be simply too slow. And White gave up the bishop, because also understood that after bishop c5, rook c5, b4 is a big tempo, and rook c7, c4 will be played. Now, Black was also not hesitating for too long to push the very thematic e5, e4. Eventually, Black is dreaming of activating the bishop via f6 to e5. That would be a beautiful bishop there, already targeting White's king side. White will try to get the c4, c5 break in at some point. It's a very complicated double-edged position.
I love it. Very complicated. Double edge means that it is a lot of fun for us. And Peter, one board that was a lot of fun was the longest game from yesterday, which was Bogdan Diak's matchup, which he eventually won. And I would love to go to his game right now. But before that, I think there's something that you want to show us, because there was a very special moment that happened at the very end of his game against Pablo. And Peter, it was right here. Break this down for us.
Yes, it was an incredible game. We have witnessed it, I think, around move 40, 45. And we were speculating that this could be a very long grind, because Black had strategical advantages. And this game went all the way till the very end. It lasted 158 moves, I believe. I mean, an incredible epic marathon in a middle game position. I'm not sure if it ever happened. No, 153, pardon me. 153 moves. Did this ever happen in the history of chess? I'm not sure at all. I'm very interested if someone can help us out. In any case, here at the move 144, we see a stunner. I mean, just an incredible stunner. Move 144, not number 44, 144. And the move queen g6 to d3, a queen sacrifice, probably with seconds on the clock. Imagine White's heart rate after this. I mean, White should be falling from the chair. And at the same time, I think Deak was so happy and relieved that, yes, now I'm finally breaking through.
And what a great idea this is. And let's just show the line and how this ends. And what you're saying, Peter, 153 moves with heavy pieces on the board. I'm trying to race my memory. I can't remember where I've seen this. We've seen the endgame grinds go down to. And I would love to know, what is the record for the longest chess game played? Because it doesn't come to my mind, but it was definitely one without the queens and the rooks on the board. And this last move that was played, a decisive move, hanging the queen, giving up the queen, saying, please take my queen. You take the queen, Black jumps in with the rook. That's deflection. Rook f1. Now that White's rook isn't defending, the only move for the king, forward, and that ends in checkmate. Give up the queen, win the king. And that's how Diak got his first win in. Peter, queen d3, a brilliancy. But it's not the first time that we're seeing queen d3 be a brilliancy in the chess world.
Yes. Again, some more very nice memories. Yeah, queen d3, that was truly special against Kramnik in the World Championship match. And then seeing this queen d3 here, I kind of had a deja vu feeling, yeah, because it was both times decisive.
I think I have to tell chat about this. This was, and correct me, Peter, it was round 8 of your World Championship match in 2004?
Yes, it was round 8.
It was round 8 against the Marshall, where playing against Vladimir Kramnik, one of the best prepared players in that opening, and Peter found this a brilliant idea out of the opening, queen to d3, and there also, in a way, you let Kramnik have a queen on the board. It was the a pawn that was marching down, a crazy position, but queen d3 was a brilliant idea that won you that game, giving you the lead in that World Championship match. Eventually, Vladimir Kramnik managed to equalize the match, but back in the days, there was no tiebreaker, there was no playoff, and an equal score meant that the reigning world champion kept the title. Peter, with this move, Queen D3, I have to ask you, was that over the board inspiration? Did you find it over the board, or was that part of your great prep against the Big Vlad?
No, it was not part of any preparation. I mean, at the moment when I played the move Queen D3, I think I had 20 minutes left for the rest of the game, and Vladimir was still blitzing everything. Yeah, he was like, we played the classical time control with 2 hours each without any increment. That time, the increment was only coming from move 61. And basically, I have foreseen this move Queen D3, but I did not believe that I will get a chance to play it, yeah, because I was like waiting for it like 45 minutes before it happened on the board. And then it did happen. I was so relieved, and Kramnik got into a terrible shock, and he couldn't recover from it.
Chad, if you haven't checked out that game, you're missing out on a big classic gem of chess history. Round 8 of the World Championship match, Queen D3. Look out for that move in that one. And a nice feature, interesting feature, chat there, that you managed to refute Big Vlad's engine with that move. And with that move, Diak Bogdan also took the lead in his round 2 match. Peter, he needs just a draw. He plays with the white pieces, and so far it looks like everything is under control.
Yeah, whenever we get a classic Maroczy structure, then usually white can relax. Yeah, this is a very safe structure. That's exactly what you are dreaming of after the marathon, like this yesterday's game. On the other hand, I mean, imagine the black player Pablo. Yeah, he played such a long game yesterday. He was defending. It was a very unpleasant position. He was hoping all the time that he might hold in a draw. And then after losing that, he's in a must-win situation. So it's kind of understandable that he's trying to mix something up, but it will be very difficult in this structure.
All right, so it looks like Bogdan Diak has got the ideal scenario out of the opening. Peter, we'll leave Acosta Pablo to figure out how he creates his chances. Not an easy ask, but let's take a look around at some of the other games. And the one board that stands out to me is Daniel Dubov against Adiban. Now, Adiban in that one is in a must-win situation. Daniel Dubov has taken the lead with quite a nice victory in round 1. And when these two players are playing, we can expect a lot of fun on the chessboard.
That's for sure. And, after losing the white pieces, I felt like, okay, it will be very difficult or nearly impossible for Adiban to fight back against Dubov. But now seeing the opening and looking at the clock situation, I mean, Daniel Dubov is known to be a very good theoretician with brilliant preparation. However, it looks like Adiban is the one who managed to get the upper hand. I mean, at least upper hand in the sense that he got a very nice complicated position. There is no safety at all in White's position. It will be a real big fight, and with some time advantage, it's anybody's game.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what you need when you're trailing the match. Now, in these positions, in my understanding, Peter, Black always wants to get the c5 break in. That's the dream situation when you can strike in the center. And it feels as if with the rook on c8, the bishop on b7, ready to open up, preempting that break. We could see this arrive any moment. It needs to be timed well. Right now, queen f6 is the move that's on the board. White's move, White is still to castle currently. And my question to you is that does Dubov have the time to go short castle in this position? And will Adiban strike with c5?
Yeah, well, usually in this type of positions, I feel like, yes, if black will be able to break with c6, c5, it's all fantastic. For the moment, we should also highlight that black is lacking a bit of development. I mean, let's just imagine that black king would already be castled. We were talking about almost decisive advantage for black, yeah, because a king safe on g8, c6, c5 break would almost demolish white's position. But white is one move closer castling. And the big question for me is actually the move e4, e5. I really feel that in order to fight against the dark squares, and white have given up his dark square bishop. Okay, Daniel Dubov has just castled, but just to illustrate what I was thinking, because it was this moment, bishop e2, h6 happened, and Daniel gave up his bishop for the knight. I mean, this is not something that you really do. And after queen f6, I personally was thinking that he wants to continue with e5, for example, force this queen back to d8, and then maybe try to activate the queen to e4, hindering black going c6, c5 because of the pin against the bishop on b7, and then maybe try to create some kingside attack with queen g4, knight e4, castles, and so on, very much Dubov style. But Daniel opted for the move short castle, which somehow kind of surprises me, but maybe it's a very sensible move.
Well, it does finish development, so it's hard to find a fault with it. E5, a very direct approach, as you were pointing out. It's always in the air. And though the dream break would be c5, black lacks in development to make it happen right now. So perhaps a good time for Adiban to just think about moving that bishop, getting the king to safety, and then thinking about c5. That said, it's not that easy to find a good square for the bishop. The natural looking bishop e7 would run into e5, and suddenly the black queen starts feeling a bit of lack of space to jump to. So bishop e7 should be a move that you avoid. Bishop d6 also walks into a fork, which is why that you're pointing out the square on b4 might be the move of choice for Adiban. And he's having a think. He's played it actually. Bishop to b4 has happened. So looking at getting his king to safety. We'll check in with this one as this definitely does heat up. Peter, I'm going to throw the ball back to you. Is there a board that you would like to go to, something that catches your attention?
Yes, before I do that, I want to highlight that, yeah, the reason why bishop b4 is so important, that now whenever white plays e4, e5, and basically in this position he will have to push e4, e5, now suddenly black can fall back with his queen very nicely, comfortably to e7. So black is by no means anymore obliged to go back all the way to d8, and it makes a much more harmonious situation. Also the queen eventually guarding the bishop, so all kinds of these queen e4 plans that I mentioned before might not be so effective anymore. Uh, I feel like this short castle move, it might look like a natural move, but in my eyes, it was a slight inaccuracy, and in this type of position, a slight inaccuracy can be a very important mistake. I think Adiban is back in business, and he will have all the chances to fight in this game.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on this one and see if Adiban can make it happen and take this match into tie breaks. But let's go back to our heavy hitters, the top guns who are playing on the top boards, and do a quick roundup of the action that we're seeing, starting from world number one, Magnus Carlsen, who needs just a draw in his match against Levan Pansulaya. And I've got the board in front of me. Peter, the kings are still uncastled. It still looks like a position where anything can happen, especially because for black, you can't go short castle. Notice how the bishop and the queen, white has lined up, targeting that 8-6 weakness. But black also has trumps in the position. His own queen and bishop combining to put pressure on the c3 knight. Magnus lacking behind in development. Is this the best that Pansalaya could have hoped for given the match situation?
Well, I don't know exactly, because the big question is if white will be able to place that knight from c6 to d5. That will be a monster knight with this pawn structure, c4 and e4 pawns protecting the d5 square. So I think it's very important for black not to let this happen, but in order to do that, then you have to eventually give up your wonderful bishop from g7 capturing on c3. It's also not something you want to do. I would like to propose that we just step back 2-3 moves, because this was the moment we have left the action after h6, and Magnus just feeling that yes, my opponent wants to unbalance the position with g6, g5, knight g6, and okay, not that Magnus is really worried of this, but he thinks like, why should I let this happen? Suddenly there is a chance for me to change the structure of the position, and I can go for d takes e6, bishop takes e6, bishop f4. Usually this is not a good strategy because black is very active, but now the knight is still on b8 and the pawn on d6 is falling. Yeah, that was the justification. So after the move knight bc6, which was pretty forced to sacrifice the d6 pawn, queen takes d6, the pawn was taken, and after queen a5, the typical queen retreat to d2, basically solving the pin issue. I wanted to highlight the pin, and now getting ready to play knight c3 to d5. Do you see a good way for black to keep the compensation going?
I'm going to be completely honest. It's only now that I realize that actually Magnus has an extra pawn in the position. He is lacking behind in development, but for now it looks like a healthy pawn. And if that white knight does find itself on d5, it will be a very healthy pawn. So Peter, it might not even be that black has to give up the dark squared bishop eventually. He might have to do it now at this moment to stop that idea. Because after knight d5, it just looks like everything is under control. And maybe we can show a couple of lines and a couple of ideas that can happen. For example, if black was to go shut castle here, you don't want to rush with a move like bishop h6, because then black has ideas of creating play against white's king. I'm not sure what is the follow-up to bishop h6, but it does feel like it's a bit loose with the king in the center. You start with bringing in the rook, and the queen is overloaded, having to defend c3 and the bishop on h6. But the point I wanted to make was that after shot castle, I think white just has a simple choice to actually go knight d5 and not even care about the trades or the b2 hanging pawn, because white eventually will be able to bring the rook to b1 and capture the b7 pawn. And we see complete center control with the knight on d5. And let's say you take on b2, not to mention the h6 will be hanging, but you start with rook b1, capture the b7 pawn, and you're doing great. So it might be time now for Pansalaya to actually take the very critical decision to trade that bishop for the knight on c3. And what's the outcome? My first question would be, do you take with the queen? I would be super tempted to actually not trade the queens, keep them on the board, and take it with the pawn.
Well, my big question is that if I feel that I will have to take on c3, then the question that is kind of in me, that maybe I can include the move g6, g5 first, just to ask you one little question, that where do you put your bishop? Yeah, for example, after g6, g5, where would you go with your bishop here?
Not an easy question to answer. I'll tell you where I won't go with the bishop, and that's to d6, because that would invite a pin on d8. So bishop d6 is out of the question. The move that comes naturally to me would actually be to fall back with the bishop to e3.
Yes, but if you fall back to e3, then I might have this f7, f5 move, a very energetic fighting for the d5 square. Yeah, I'm trying to break. I'm also threatening to play f5, f4, trapping that bishop. And if you were to take on f5, that would give me so many interesting options, like, I don't know, capturing with the knight or with the bishop, but I immediately feel that I would get a lot of dynamics.
Wow, this would really heat up if Pansalaya does decide to go g5 on the board. And he's having a think against the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, who's won everything that there is to be won in the chess world multiple times. He's got 15 combined world championship titles. He's won the Tata Steel 8 times, Norway Chess, I don't know how many times, Peter. I think about 5 times. He's won so many of these elite events that it's hard to remember or keep account. But the one tournament that eludes him is the World Cup. And it's the reason he keeps coming back. He keeps coming back to fight, to add that feather to his cap, to win this. He's determined to get this one added this year. It's not about making it to the candidates for Magnus Carlsen. It's about winning the whole thing. And while we wait for Magnus to come back to his chair, check this out. Take a look at this.
Magnus Carlsen has already won almost every tournament imaginable, most of them several times. Norway Chess, 5 times. Tata Steel Chess, 8 times. The World Rapid and Blitz, a combined 10 times. And of course, the World Championship, 5 times.
Wait a second, we have history. Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time world chess champion.
Most players are at the World Cup because it is part of the World Championship system. Magnus is not here for that. So why is he here? this one event has eluded his otherwise ironclad grip on the chess scene. Despite the hits he's taken in this tournament, it's a format he enjoys.
Personally, for me, the World Cup is such a prestigious and interesting event, so I'm very happy to take part.
So he keeps coming back. 2023 will be Carlsen's 5th shot at the World Cup since 2005. To this point, he's only gotten as far as the semi-finals. To be fair to Magnus, his first try came when he was 13 years old and seeded 97th. The prodigy announced his arrival with a 10th place finish. By 2007, he was a semi-finalist. After that, other events took over as Magnus worked his way to the World Championship. He skipped the World Cup for a decade. In 2017, Magnus surprised everyone. He decided he wanted another chance at the Cup. Unfortunately, it ended up as his most disappointing try to date. Fu Zhengzhu beat him in the 3rd round. 2023 now marks the 2nd time, in first in 16 years, that Magnus has played back-to-back World Cups. In 2021, it appeared he might finally break through and win it all, but the young Jan Krzysztof Duda stopped him in the semi-finals. You can't win them all, they say, but once Magnus takes down the World Cup, he will have won them all. Is this the year he breaks through and checks one last thing off his to-do list?
It's a long way to go, but he is a man on a mission in Baku, the 5-time FIDE World Champion with multiple World Championship titles. The World Cup still eludes him. It's one that he hasn't won yet. And the one thing we know about Magnus is that he loves to have these challenges for himself. He loves to set up a goal and try and achieve something that hasn't happened before, whether it was the absolutely crazy getting to 2,900 or along the way doing so many things, which he has ended up achieving. Peter, this motivation of adding this feather to his cap, how much does this mean to Magnus?
Well, definitely tremendous. I mean, he's here, he's fighting for it. And as he said, yeah, he just feels that this is such a prestigious tournament that he wants to be part of it. And well, he's super motivated. I also believe that maybe giving up the title, and not playing as a official world champion in the tournament might actually ease somewhat the pressure. It's very interesting. I mean, in all these top events, we have been seeing Hikaru Nakamura. After he mentioned that now he feels much less stressed, his results suddenly escalated. I mean, he was anyway a brilliant player, but he was streaming a lot. Already nobody was expecting that, wow, he will be back to being number 2. And there he is with some incredible play that we haven't really seen from him before. So all these psychological things are very important, and I really feel like looking at Magnus, he's ready for this tournament.
And his best comes out with his back against the wall when he's under pressure. That's the thing about the best players in the world. They thrive in those high pressure moments. You mentioned about easing of pressure, not being the world champion. I actually thought you were going to say it the other way around, that now that he's not the world champion, he's still world number 1. He is extra motivated to assert his domination in these classical formats, in the World Cup, a format that he's spoken so highly of, a format that he personally enjoys so much. Also, this is a topic that we touched on with his previous performances this year in classical OTB. It's something that has that extra meaning for him to try and go the distance. The furthest he's gotten in this event has been the semifinals. It was in 2013 and then in 2021, where Jan Krzysztof Duda, in a very dramatic semifinals, knocked out Magnus Carlsen. Peter, he has only one goal in this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see if he does make it to the top 3. Will he play the candidates? If he doesn't make it to the candidates and he wins it, will he play the World Championship? We don't have answers to any of that. But one thing's for certain, that the only goal that he has here is not finishing in top 3. It is to win the whole thing. But speaking of that, what's your take on it? Peter, do you think we will see Magnus fight in the World Championship?
Well, I think everybody will love to see that. I mean, everybody was very disappointed that Magnus has given up on his title. Yeah, it's nobody questions that he's the best player in the world. And then not being able to call Magnus Carlsen the world champion, it's kind of confusing. I mean, I'm also not feeling comfortable with this. I have to get used to, but you never know. Yeah, as you said, yeah, Magnus always like challenges. He might suddenly feel like, you know what? Yes, I have given up on my title, but it would be so stylish to get it back. Or he might just think like, you know, I had it for such a long time. I won 5 world championship matches. I mean, leave me alone. That's not my main motivation. We just don't know. There are all kinds of scenarios. This is his big question. I mean, no one else can decide it for him.
Absolutely. And in the Fide World Cup, there are 8 total rounds to be played. This is round 2, so it's a long way to go. And definitely there's one man who'll have something to say about Magnus's path to winning the whole thing, and that is world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. We will come back to this position. It's one that promises to heat up. We do see Levon's reaction. He's decided to not go for the move G5, the most direct approach. He's decided to not recapture, but also playing quite a dangerous looking move, jumping in with that knight to b4. The ideas are clear. He wants to next go with the rook to the d file, start targeting that queen on d2, and it's a little uncomfortable for Magnus right now with the king in the center, the knight jumping around. And I see the eval bar says that white is better here. But Peter, if we didn't have the eval bar, my first instinctive feeling would be that white needs to be very precise in this position.
Absolutely. I mean, the first question is, let's please find the move, right? Because this knight c6 to b4 is a very tricky move. The whole point is that if white would make the move we were claiming that it would be so nice to go knight d5, it runs into knight c2 check. Suddenly, due to this pin on the king on e1, black has access to this c2 square for his knight. That's the big trick. And the big question is, how do we stop it? Yeah, because as you mentioned, the move rook d8 is a threat, forcing white's knight to jump to d5, and again, we would have knight c2. So it brings me the question that maybe the rook from a1 has to move, but do we put it on c1? Do we dare to put it on d1? Lot of questions here.
Not an easy position for Magnus. And once again, it's the kind where you just take the eval bar, chuck it out of the window, because it does start looking very tricky for white. We will come back to this, but let's get a quick update on Hikaru's board against Karthik. I've got the position in front of me, and Peter, I don't think it's too early to call out that this match might be headed into tie breaks.
Yes, I think it's quite a safe bet. We have seen yesterday that some queen knight endgames can be very tricky, like Magnus won against Panzulaya, but it was a very special position because suddenly everything was hanging and white couldn't stabilize himself. Now with this monster knight on e5, the queen on b2, and this structure, it seems like maybe black is the one who still for 1-2 moves has to be precise, but basically you give a check on b7, white will play a move like f3, and then I don't know, you create some window with h6. I think something like h6, queen d4, and then putting the queen on c7 would be a very solid way to play it. And as you mentioned, the draw is the likeliest result. In fact, we have also seen in the past in similar situations players agreeing to a draw because they just know that it's completely equal.
But there is a 30-move rule in place, so the players can't really agree to a draw until 30 moves unless they find a repetition. So they still have to make those moves, but given the symmetry that we have here, the symmetrical pawn structure, queen and knights, if anything, Hikaru probably just needs to be slightly careful of any back rank ideas. So expecting him to go with that H pawn one move ahead just to create a lift for his king. And wow, that would be quite an achievement for Karthik Venkataraman in his debut at the World Cup to take Hikaru Nakamura to the tiebreaks.
Well, we have been talking about this, that yeah, after yesterday's draw with the black pieces, it basically looked like there is a very good chance. Yeah, it was the big question, and that's why we started with this game to see if how Hikaru will react. Basically, after the move, second move c4, Hikaru played with e6. He kind of signaled that I'm kind of ready for the tiebreak. I don't want to go crazy. I understood that my opponent was very strong yesterday. There is no reason that I should go crazy, and I want to be solid and let pass the ball to my opponent to see if he is willing to take big risk or not. Karthik played his chess. He wanted to do something, but Hikaru actually managed to neutralize him quite easily, comfortably, and now we are heading towards this position, which is very, very drawish, and the game can end any moment.
And game one definitely also gave Hikaru the insight that he might not know Karthik very well, but he's a name to watch out for. And he might be an underdog on the paper, but finding all those accurate defenses, all those accurate moves, just shows that he is a very strong player. And you can't just imagine to bulldoze or take extra risk, uncalculated risk. It could very well backfire. And in these long tournament formats where you've got the match play, where one mistake can be so costly that you're just knocked out of the whole event, you have to be very pragmatic. So Hikaru doing that, keeping things pragmatic, not taking that extra risk despite having a more than 200-point advantage on rating makes a lot of sense. His opponent, Karthik, playing excellent chess so far. And it looks like this one with that last move feels essentially like a draw offer. To offer a knight trade, if Karthik was to take it, this game would soon end in a draw, which means that we are at least guaranteed one speed chess tiebreak between Hikaru and Karthik tomorrow. Still, moves are to be played. We see the players on the screen. In the background, you got Nepomniachtchi deep in thought about his position. And as the games heat up, we will go into a quick short break. Chat, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with all the action from Baku.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
109 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muziciuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
And all the best players in the world are in Baku right now, fighting for the Fide World Cup. Action is on. This is the final classical game of round 2 before, if needed in some of the matches, we do get tie breaks and playoffs, and that's going to be a fun one. One match that is headed there is between Hikaru Nakamura and Karthik Venkataraman, but other big favorites are still fighting it out to try to cruise through to round 3. And we know one man we haven't spoken enough about, no one can speak enough about him, is Anish Giri. He's playing against Nesterov. He started his campaign with a draw yesterday in round 1. He's got the white pieces, and I think this might be the second match that's headed into playoffs for tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, Anish not getting much out of the opening. Basically, at this moment, it's completely equal. There are little tricks in the position just to show me, just to show that basically the last move, rook e1 to e3, sets up a trap, which unfortunately does not work, because the point would be that if black plays the move rook e8, it would be so nice if white could play the move queen d3 to f5, because now the black queen would not be able to capture the queen due to rook takes e8 checkmate. But the problem is that after queen f5...
Peter, I think we have to ask chat, because this is such a great trick that you pointed out. And it took me 30 seconds to realize. Chat, queen f5 would be so strong for white, but it's Peter's puzzle time. Black to play. How does black refute this? And we will keep an eye out on chat and see if we can get some correct answers in. But quite a nice spot there, Peter.
I mean, knowing our chat, I'm pretty sure that the players are, our viewers are just shouting out that, of course, you can't play like this.
I'm going to check. I'm going to check if we've got the answers already coming in on our chat for the move. And of course, you're right, Peter. Chat is flooded with the tactic that you were pointing it out. Well done. Break this down for us, Peter.
Yes, black simply can sacrifice the queen by capturing the rook on e3, because after queen takes d7, it is black who delivers checkmate on the back rank. So that's the problem. And basically, of course, this is kindergarten kind of tactic on this level. So after rook e8, black has already played the move rook e8, and Anish has played g3, which very much feels like kind of this game can also, just like the Hikaru's game, end any moment with a draw. This last couple of moves had been blitzed out. Now black will trade on e3. We get a symmetrical, that's it. The rooks are traded. It's basically reaching move 30 rather than hoping for anything and then getting ready for the tie breaks.
Let's remind everyone that is the minimum number of moves the players have to play before they can agree for a draw. This one is headed into tie breaks, which means Anish Guri will be playing some speed chess tomorrow. Peter, one game that's got my attention is Can Emre from Turkey, the Turkish Grandmaster against Wesley So, who was also the one. It was Emre who was pushing in game one as well. And the position that I see right now, super complicated stuff. Look at that center, the pawn face off that we are seeing at the center of the board, the four pawns facing each other, asking who's going to blink first. And it's tough for me to evaluate this position, but I do like White's pieces. Just if you start comparing the queen and rooks on the open file, the bishop and c5 looks nice. Is Can Emre better here?
Well, maybe it's tiny bit better for white. Of course, black is very solid. I'm a little bit puzzled seeing that the computer evaluates the last white move, and let's just move back one move. So it was this moment that after the move rook ac8, which computer also disliked, white opted for b using the momentum, but after a takes b3, clearly computer indicated that you should have captured with the knight on b3, getting that tempo in on the black queen. You know, this is the most thematic move, knight takes b3. So clearly, Wesley and also Emre had been looking at this move. For some reason, they felt that this is nothing serious, nothing special. A bit puzzling, especially knowing already the computer lines. It's a very natural move, but white captured with the pawn on b3, with the clear intention of eventually going b4 and then knight b3, or also maybe targeting this queen. Hang on. There are ideas like rook a1, also trying to trap that queen kind of with bishop f1 and so on. So a lot of hidden nuances in this position.
Wesley's queen, she can't be feeling too safe right now. With such few squares on the board and the position opening up, there's still some practical questions to be answered here for black. Peter, we're almost sure that we've got two big dogs in the playoffs, Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura. What are the chances of Wesley So also playing some speed chess tomorrow?
Well, I think that he's hoping for it, because right now everything what he can hope for in this game is to survive and to escape. Maybe the position is not so bad, but it's one-sided. Yeah, that's kind of the most unpleasant thing for black, that he needs to defend. He won't have any chances himself to call the shots, and he needs to survive first and hope for that tiebreak, because we also know Wesley, incredible good rapid blitz player. So I don't think that he has any problems going for the tiebreak. It's much more that he needs to defend this position first.
Well, one game that's definitely gone into tiebreak. We saw there the final moments and the results between Karthik Venkataraman against Hikaru Nakamura. It ends in a draw. Very interestingly, at the very end, Peter, I was watching our camera. The kings were placed at the center of the board. Hikaru got up and left, while Karthik, he just stays there, puts his own pieces back at their position, and also puts Hikaru's pieces back on the position. It's always so different for each player how they react at the end of the game. And I think for Hikaru, this round two has been slightly frustrating.
Yes, definitely. It's not so pleasant, yeah, when you don't really get a chance. Yeah, he never really got a chance. He equalized comfortably. So, for example, compared to Wesley, who is really running some risk here, compared to that, Hikaru's situation is quite good. He's already in the tiebreak, and he will have the white pieces as well. And okay, all to look forward to. There was a game between Valentin Dragnev and Maxim Vachilagraf, and I wanted to go that to see how Maxim is handling the situation, that he needs to, I mean, not like he needs to win, but the first game was drawn with the white pieces, and that game ended in a draw already. So we have another heavyweight, Maxim Vachilagraf, also in the tiebreaks tomorrow.
Wow. And Maxim, another top gun in the tournament here, going into that playoff in round two. It's going to be a big day of chess as this one ends in a draw. But I look at this position, absolute madness here. If you just put this up, it's hard to imagine that a draw was agreed, and I'm guessing it was a repetition that happened at this point.
Exactly. After bishop b6, rook d6, white had this option of going bishop c5, hitting the rook. And I mean, putting the rook anywhere else than d8 would be just way too risky. So Maxim decided that, okay, that's it. What can I do? Draw is a draw, and we take it from there.
All right, so it's going to be more fun from Maxime Vacher-Lagrave tomorrow. And the other Frenchman who's caught my attention, Peter Jules Moussad, he's playing against local talent, big grandmaster from Azerbaijan, Vasif Durarbeli. Jules took the lead in their match yesterday, winning quite a dramatic game. And this position catches my attention because you see the double question mark being awarded to Black's last most natural looking move. Look at the crazy situation. White's king in the center, Black's king on b8, but it appears that Black's the one who's in trouble. What's going on? Are there tactics on the board?
Well, definitely there are tactics. I mean, for example, rook takes c6 and then the bishop of b4 is hanging. It's kind of the very first question. However, let's not forget that White's king is also in some danger, yeah, being on d1. But what I'm most puzzled of from this position is that this is only move 14. I mean, what happened here? And it was some Alapin c3 Sicilian, which escalated completely. Just to make sense, to see the last couple of moves. So bishop b4 check happened. King d1. I mean, already, how do you reach this position? That's another art.
Peter, I think we can just go really quickly from the top and not spend too much time, but let's just get to this position because this is one of the craziest positions I've ever seen.
Especially coming from the Alapin, yeah? This has a solid reputation, and what we see is one of the biggest madnesses we have ever seen. Knight f3, bishop f5. Also, we know that Black is in a must-win situation, yeah? So playing solidly, normally equalizing against the Alapin is not an option. So Black is kind of provoking some very complicated, sharp battle, but probably objectively it's not good. And takes, bishop takes b1. This is how we are reaching this position. Queen takes a7. Wow. So not capturing back the knight, but going immediately after Black's king with queen takes a7. The bishop can't really retreat because then White will give a rook c1, devastating rook c1 check. So Black goes for activity with e5, opening up the bishop as quickly as possible. Rook takes b1, bishop b4 check. King d1, knight e7. So the knight is trying to cover the c file and also putting some more pressure on the d4 pawn. Rook c1 check, knight c6 played, queen a4. Apparently queen a4 was also a mistake, but okay, we don't want to be too critical. It's just a very big fight. Another move, king b8, does look like a big mistake. Computer mentions the stunning move bishop c5, which could have been a very nice move because, okay, you put pressure on the d4 pawn, you avoid any kind of tactics with rook takes c6, but for some reason, Black opted for king b8 and now rook takes c6 is an option.
And I think that has to be on Jules' radar. He is a very aggressive attacking player. He's calculating this line. And I think the point is, Peter, if you just show a couple of moves, you win 2 pieces for your rook. Mathematically, that's a great trade-off. And the point is that if Black tries to open up the D line, taking on D4 with that pawn on D4 will actually be White's best friend. You don't want to recapture, opening up the D line, getting your king under fire, but instead, the move that you're pointing out, give a check, sidestep it. Black's pawn is guarding White's king right now, and wherever the king goes, White's other bishop also comes into the game with b5, with another tempo, and we can see all the pieces coming into attack, and Black's king's the one that's going to end up getting checkmated. Jules Moussad, if he finds rook c6, which I think shouldn't be hard for him, he might be on the way to wrap up this match to 0. Peter, we will keep an eye out on this one and see how it goes, but there is hot action on the other boards as well. I'm getting an update that Chepa's board, Ivan Chaparinov against the German Grandmaster Swain Frederick, is absolute madness on the board. And look at that position. We're on move number 17. Black's king is in the center. White has got the pawn all the way down on the board on d6. It looks like a crushing advantage for White here.
Well, I mean, according to the computer, yes. But as you said, it's a very complex position. Black is, after all, 2 pawns up. Yes, the king is still in the center. This is the big problem. Pardon me. The rook on e1 is targeting, eyeing that king. So, for example, Black is unable to play the move rook c5 to d5 due to queen takes d5 tactics using the pin. But for the moment, Black is trying to target that knight on g5 with his rook on c5 because this knight is posing so much headache to Black on f7, h7. So for example, if black instead of, yeah, because the last couple of moves were like white was going knight g5, inviting black to castle, please castle, and run into the checkmating idea after queen h5. Because now white is threatening queen takes h7 checkmate, and after h6, white simply uses the typical tactics with knight takes f7, and after rook f7, queen takes g6 is basically game over. Black king will be checkmated. So the move rook c5 had to be played, but it's a very risky position for black.
Fascinating middle games all around. So many tactical ideas, and the players really going for it, trying to cruise through to victory to make it without tie breaks. And there in the camera, I do spot Nihal Sareen walking around, the bullet genius from India who did win his first game of round two. We'll also keep an eye out on that one. And Peter, one player who had a heartbreaking moment yesterday was Sam Shanklin. In a position, in a game that he was trying to push for the most part, at least should have managed to hold it at the end. He walked into a sort of a self checkmate in a rook pawn endgame, which means he has to win his second game today. And this is the position on the board with the black pieces. Can Assam have some hope in this one?
Yeah, well, it's always very tough to come back after a loss with the white pieces. Yeah, your opponent already knows that he does not have to play for an advantage. Yeah, he can just play very solid chess, very sensible chess with the white pieces. And this is kind of a very solid position for white as well. I'm expecting the move queen takes e3 to be played, making sure that everything is protected. Eventually, white will push the pawn from f2 to f3, blocking and locking out that bishop from b7. I mean, because the only weak spot is really the g2 square, where black is trying to checkmate white eventually, but with a timely f2, f3, and also play against the d7 pawn, it does feel that black is perfectly fine, because the bishop will move to c6, the bishop will guard the d7 pawn, but really creating chances. I mean, we do hope for Sam. I mean, he's an incredible fighter. We want to see him in action. But his opponent, Shitko, is the player from Moldova who had a sensational Olympiad last year, yeah, when Moldova took the 4th place. Everybody was shocked, yeah. I mean, shared 4th place, I think 4th to 6th or something like this. And he was the board number 1, so he's a very strong player.
It's not going to be easy for Sam. As you mentioned, Sam is a fighter, probably one of the most hardworking chess players that I know. And it would be unfortunate to see him at the end of the road in this World Cup. We will check back in with him. So far, it looks like white has done everything right to take this round two. Peter, I've got my eye out on some of the other games, and the one game that I want to draw your attention to is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Tin Jingyao. You were full of praise for Jingyao, the Singaporean Grandmaster, who had some great results in open tournaments last year. This is what we have on the board. And my first instinct when I look at the position is that Shak has got the kind of positions that he likes to play, that he enjoys to play. Chaos on the board, a mess on the board, but it looks like black needs to be careful with the queen and bishop lined up. There is a direct threat on that 8-7 pawn. But of course, white also needs to watch out with his own king in the center. One thing's for sure, Shak is enjoying this position a lot.
Yes, it looks very interesting, and like something white is dreaming of in the Carlsbad structures. But as you mentioned, there is this factor that white has not yet castled, and the rook is already on c1, which means that white will be unable to castle long. And of course, if white gets time to castle short, everything is fine. I'm wondering if there is any chance that black can try to target this e3 pawn, but if not, then he's too passive. I mean, his knights are too passive. Usually whenever white has this pawn formation, then black would have to fight against the e4 weakness or against the e3 weakness. But with these passive knights, I don't really see that happening.
Right now, black needs to answer the first question. White has got a clear threat. Shak just wants to pick up the 8-7 pawn. So For Tin Jingyao, it is about taking a decision. You don't want to push that H pawn one step ahead. It feels like that would create too many hooks in the position, too many light square weaknesses. H6 is a move that I would be super scared to make with potential H4, G5 coming in and Black's king falling super weak. I would expect the choices between pushing the G pawn, G6 to block the battery. That's actually the first move and the only move that comes to my mind in this position.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, I wanted to include something like Queen e6, but it does not really bring me any benefit. And one strategical detail we should mention that if Black plays the move f6, f5, I think the problem is that White will simply lock the position with g4, g5, and there is this eternal hole on e5 for White's knight. White will also be able to advance his pawn like h4, h5, and from every angle it looks like Black will be cramped, and it's just a matter of time how long you can hold on in this type of positions. So your move g6 does feel like the best option, but it's also not a dream come true for Black.
Not at all. Tin Jiangyao in big pressure against Mamadaro Shakryar. A big hope for the Azerbaijan favorites over here playing, including, of course, there is Temur Rajabov in the race as well. And Peter, we haven't had a look at his matchup against the very experienced Grandmaster Erdos Victor. And it is quite a complex position. Before we move back to our top boards, the top 4 boards, let's take a look at what's going on here. Not a single pawn has been traded off so far. All the pieces on the board, just one pair of minor pieces off, but a big clock advantage for Raja.
Yes, actually it's not an easy match because Victor is a very solid player with a high class. I mean, if you look at his rating, you don't get the real picture. I mean, he's a 2650 player by strength. Simply that he's lacking opportunities playing in good tournaments, and he's coaching, and then when he's playing open tournaments which does not motivate him at all, so he's unable to show his real strengths. And when I saw this pairing, I felt like, wow, it's gonna be tough. It won't be easy for Rajabov to break Victor, but we know, of course, Rajabov is being a superstar, and he should get a lot of energy playing at home in his home crowd in Baku. So it's and we also see that he's somewhat better, but this is a typical Zaitsev position from the Spanish, which is very complex. And if White gets all the ideas in, then it's great news. It's wonderful. But if Black is able to coordinate his forces, then it reaches to some really dynamic double-ish position.
Absolutely, Peter. And I think right now the big question for Raja is to decide how he wants to handle the tension with the pawns that we're seeing being offered for trading. For Black, the dream is to open up that light squared bishop on b7. You would love that White trades on c6 so that the bishop from b7 can suddenly come into the game. If Raja can manage in this position to not let that happen, then I think White has got really some chances to fight for a win here. And the one move that comes to my mind, which I think Rajabov is definitely thinking about, is capturing the b5 pawn, the other trade. You don't want to take on c6, but instead, if you go a takes b5, Black doesn't really have the time to recapture with the a pawn, because notice how that rook on a1 suddenly, and I see the eval bar creep up. If you take a takes b5, the rook from a1, I think, jumps onto a7, and it's just a very unpleasant attack on the bishop. Rook b8 can be met by d takes c6 now. After bishop recaptures, the f7 pawn suddenly falls in Black's camp. So this would be disaster. And if after a takes b5, the initial exchange, Erdos is forced to recapture with the c pawn, that would just mean that a central pawn moves to the side of the board, and Black's bishop on b7 is pretty much dead for the rest of the game.
Exactly. I mean, after a b5, cb5, and this is what I mentioned, that in this type of position, it's all about what happens exactly concretely. If Black would have been in time to break the construction, it should have been fine. But if you get these a b5, cb5 structures, then it's absolutely clear that White is better. I mean, the only question that White has so many different plans, it's clear that you want to eventually play the move c3, c4. I don't know if you can do it maybe immediately or not, but you can also just prepare it. You have all the time in the world. Go bishop d2. Eventually this knight can be rerouted from g3. It has done its job already. Knight gets to e3, then you break with c3, c4, and Black is just doomed to passivity. All his pieces are just too passive. I feel like Rajavo has clearly won the opening battle and tricked Victor with some fine maneuvering.
Typical Raja style, and we'll see how this one develops with everything under control for Temur in this one. And chat, we hear you. Peter hears you. I hear you. We've got a big demand, Peter. Everyone wants to see what Chucky's up to. Vasil Ivanchuk in his game. And let's quickly bring up the board to take a look. He plays with the white pieces. And this is what we've got going here. Peter, what do we make of this? What are the chances of this one heading into a tiebreak? Feels like still too early to call.
Yes, it's too early because white definitely has a nice edge. Simply the fact that he can double along the d file. Black has some artificial pieces, yeah? Normally, one would consider in this type of structures that black has played the move c65. He will be able to trade on d4, then probably trade the light square bishops off and should be fairly comfortable. Yes, usually that's the case, but then usually the black queen is on c7 instead of e8. The knight is already beautifully placed on f6, and you're going to go queen b7, a6, rook fd8, and you stabilize everything. I don't see that happening at this moment in time, and basically if black is unable to stabilize, then it will be long suffering.
Wow, and they've already drawn their first game. So if we have a decisive result in this, whoever wins advances to round 3. A draw would mean that we see the players back in speed chess. And this one is a slow strategic battle. As Peter, you've been pointing out, it's going to be a long grind, a big fight. And we will keep an eye out on it and jump in just as the situation gets exciting. But I think this is a good moment to go back to some of our top boards. Magnus Carlsen against Pansalaya really heating up now. And let's remind everyone of the match situation that Levant has to win on demand to force a playoff. But it looks like he's doing everything to create that chaos that he needs on the board, the mess that he needs on the board. And this is what we have. We left it when the Black Knight jumped to b4. White attacked it, but kind of semi-attacked it with the move a3, because notice how the rook on a1 is hanging, so you still can't capture the knight. Black uses the tempo to hit White's bishop on f4. White falls back with the bishop. Levant continues to bring his pieces with tempo, now attacking the queen. The queen falls back to c1, and now the knight on b4 is also under attack. So black needs to take a decision. Do you fall back with the knight, or is there a way to keep the pressure going? And he jumps in.
Yeah, knight d3 takes, so rook takes. Ah, no, it's actually not clear at all. If rook takes d3 or bishop takes d3, no, but he goes for rook takes d3 first. And now let's see, will Magnus blitz out short castle, or will he put something on e5? Yeah, because both knight e5 and bishop e5 are possible moves.
Well, c3 is hanging, so you mentioned the move short castle to just sidestep the check. But I would be very tempted to not give up the c3 pawn and try and fight it with knight e5 or bishop e5. It's also a tough decision to make and a pretty complicated game so far. How would you evaluate it? I see our eval bar saying that white is doing fine. But once again, to me, it's far from clear. With the c4 pawn hanging, black having these monstrous bishops on the board, the rook looking super active on d3, it looks like a mess.
It is a mess. I mean, the reason why I want to play short castle is that because my nerves are not that good, you know. I just want to, you know, get my king to safety as quickly as possible. I'm pawn up, or white is a pawn up. Magnus is a pawn up at the moment, so I don't really current the material. I'm ready to and willing to give some material back in order to get a safe position. A part of that, of course, a move like bishop e5 or knight e5 is tempting, but the problem is that if I go bishop e5, or if white goes bishop e5, then black has this tempo move f6. It does closes the bishop, but at the same time wins a very crucial tempo, and I just don't know what to think of it. The other move, knight e5, has a different purpose. We don't really close that bishop, but we hit the rook with a tempo, and then after rook d4 we can go for a short castle. This is a very sensible, solid way of playing the position. Probably it suits Magnus's tournament situation best, So I wouldn't be surprised if he prefers to include the moves knight e5 before castling.
Very interesting moment on the top board of the FIDE World Cup. And an update, Jan Nepomniachtchi has drawn his game without any trouble in the Petrov against Vugar Asadli. So Jan Nepomniachtchi moves on to round 3. It is the end of the road for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster Vugar. The other action that ended was Hikaru versus Karthik, also in a draw. Anish will also be fighting it out in the tie breaks. Fabiano Caruana, meanwhile, who does have the lead in his match. It looks like things are under control. Let's get a quick check-in on that one. And Peter, it's hard to imagine Fabi having any trouble to cruise through to round 3 in this position.
Yeah, well, let's just go back to moves. So rook c5, rook c8, rook d5, rook d6, and Fabi captured the knight on d4. Computer says question mark. Well, the computer does not know that all what Fabi needs is a draw and that's it. And the move knight takes d4 basically forces a draw. There is absolutely no risk white is taking, which means that Fabi will advance to the to the third round.
So just ignore that question mark. Practically, that one deserves an exclamation mark, going into a good practical choice of just trading off pieces, getting that required draw. And this one looks like the match will go in Fabi's favor. Peter, where do you want to jump to next?
Yes, I just finished already showing this line that takes, and then the last nuance that we create some luft, and that's it, finish. There is just no way white can ever lose, even if he wants. So Fabi in total control. Well, we haven't been seeing youngsters yet. For example, Abdusatulov. Where is Nodirbek? Let me pull his game up. Against Sanal Vahab.
Yes, a very talented Turkish grandmaster. Sanal here and Nodirbek with the white pieces. I'm trying to do the math here, and it looks like black has an extra pawn.
Black has an extra pawn. On the other hand, white has this beautiful monster bishop on g6, making sure that black will never be able to fight for the e-file. Yeah, and cemented with the pawn on f5, and the potential weakness on f6 gives me the feeling that actually, if anyone, then only white can be better despite being pawn down. The big question is, how big is the compensation? Is it really something that white can hope for advantage, or it's just a really good compensation?
And really interestingly pointed out that bishop on g6 itself doesn't have too many targets, but it takes away a very key square that stops black's activity, which is what makes it such a monster. And all the pawn weaknesses that black has, definitely compensation to fight for, but will it be enough to get that win in or not? Not sure, Peter. It's still an extra pawn. As you're pointing out, the queen can penetrate. Black's king can fall back to the 8th rank, getting out of that pin. And also, white needs to keep his own pawns defended. The d4 pawn, the a3 pawn. So there are targets that Sanal Vahab has in this position to play for. We will check in with this one. I want to draw your attention to Dominguez's game, because, again, it's a position that I think has come up in chat as well to take a look at. And really interesting stuff. Lenia Dominguez with the white pieces against Yannick Igor of Poland. And we see that black's king is still stuck in the center and it's not going to run away anytime soon. But the good news for black is that you've got this really solid knight on the e5 and a very active queen at the center of the board, stopping any f4 ideas.
Exactly. And I think here the situation is quite crazy, because Lenny has won with the black pieces. So actually all what he needs is a draw. And it is exactly Igor who is trying to bounce back and create mess on the board. And we do see these active pieces. We also see that eventually the rook can be activated to a2. And it's now black to move. It's a complex position. I don't know exactly what to think of. It's certainly not those type of, ultra solid things where the opponent would not have any chances.
Very complicated fight, this one. And it can be anyone's game right now. But Dominguez needs only a draw to advance through. Peter, the matches are all heating up, the games are all heating up, and once again, there are so many fascinating fights and battles across the board. I'm trying to keep an eye out on all of them. But if there's something that catches your attention that you would like to jump to or chat, if there's one game that you really want to watch, send that to us and we'll bring it up. And I love what you pulled up. It is the matchup of our very own David Howell playing with the white pieces. And I see he is thinking about his good friend, Simon Williams. Harry the H-pawn is in play.
Yes, it has just been played h2, h4. It's a Ragozin. I mean, from the structure, we already immediately see that it's a Ragozin. Brikic, a very experienced, solid player with a good repertoire. David Howell, a brilliant strategist. I mean, I'm just loving the way how David plays. I mean, I think the whole world knows how fantastically he commentates, but I mean, I also very much tremendously enjoy when I see him play, and he's in action right now.
I think this position needs a proper deep dive into it because White has just made the move h4 with the king in the center. White's queen is a little far away from any potential attacks. And I think h4 has less idea of going for Black's king, but more about trying to find a way to activate that rook on h1 without having to go short castle. You're also making sure that your bishop on g3 has got enough squares to hide if required. Black never wants to trade on h4, destroying the pawn structure on the king side. Peter, so many dynamics, and I see a level evaluation bar. If you were seeing this position without having the knowledge or of seeing the evaluation bar in front of us, how would you perceive all the action that we're seeing?
Yeah, well, like a very double-edged position, because this is a Ragozin structure, and Ragozin was also one of my favorites in the last couple of years when I was playing. And I know that it's such an unbalanced position. Black has this lovely bishop on f5, very nice grip on the light squares. He controls the e4 square. The knight on g6 also doing excellent job covering the e5 square. Thanks to this, the bishop on g3 is unable to land on e5, which would be really devastating. And Black also has these typical ideas of going b7, b5, making sure that everything on the queen side is locked. There is no way for White eventually to play c3, c4. There are also some tactical motives White has to watch out for. Eventually, Black jumping with his knight to f4, using the pin along the e file now that the White king is still in the center. A very double-edged position. I'm a little bit worried for White, but it's also such position that if you are able to regroup your pieces, it might turn out to be a very nice position.
I'm just loving the color complex that you've created on the board. Clearly, orange is the color that you're going for, Peter, today. I can see with all the markings of white and black there. Really nicely done. And then the highlights with the red for all of Black's ideas. A really nice tactical spot of always watching out for this knight jump on f4. It's going to be a big fight. And as you pointed out, David, he's quite the strategist. He's quite the positional player. So interesting to see how he navigates through all these tactical possibilities and complications.
Yes, and we also see that it might end up in a incredible, crazy time scramble. Look at this. Black is having only 18 minutes after move 16. Wow. And also David, 28 minutes. And David is also known for spending a lot of time because he's such a perfectionist. He wants to always find the best possible moves. I mean, this will be dramatic. That's for sure.
He's really famous for those time scrambles, but right now he's ahead on the clock. And I think, if I'm not wrong, David's longest game has lasted beyond 200 moves, or at least very close to 200 moves. And no surprises there because there are always these long fought battles that go on forever. So going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. But he's one of those players who's, even when he's down on seconds, the quality of his chess is just super high. So you can't really start playing against the clock when you're playing against a player like David Howell. But for Brkic, it's going to be an important factor because the position is just heating up. It's the kind of position where tactics are going to arise at the right moment, and then those extra seconds will come into play.
Yeah, ultra sharp battle. I mean, I feel like this game only deserves a exclusive commentator who would just, devote himself for the next 2 hours to this position. Unfortunately, we don't have this luxury. there is so much action. But yeah, the fingers are crossed for this for both players, because this will be razor sharp.
Well, you said it. We will keep jumping back to this one because it's only going to get more exciting from this moment. Right now, a big decision for Burkic. How does he really want to react to this last move by David H4? Will he target the white queen, or will he try and jump in with that knight to the central e4 square? We will keep an eye out on this one. Peter, what do you say? Should we head back to some of the other games as the players are reaching the first time control? And also, let's remind everyone of the time control. It is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. You have to reach 40 moves in the first 90 minutes. And after that, you get an additional 30 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game. And from move one, every time you press the clock, you get an additional 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to check what's going on in this dramatic epic battle between Itulizaga and Anton Korobov. We have been seeing yesterday, keeping an eye on that dramatic finish, which Korobov managed to win, and Itulizaga in a must-win situation. It's slightly better for white because you have this monster bishop on d4. The bishop on f1 is also very nice. The structure gives white some nice stability. The only problem is that black has the c file, and breaking through gonna be very tough. I mean, black might be aiming for some queen trade with queen c2, so it's a very delicate position. We see Itulizaga burning a lot of time because he understands that he has to be super precise in order to create chances for himself. It's not the most dramatic position, so we can move on, but it was important that we check it out.
100%, especially because of the storyline that we saw yesterday with Itulizaga going to not repeat a position, but trying to create something from his chances, which eventually backfired. Eventually, he lost that game to Anton Korobov, but we would have been singing praises of that decision had the result gone another way. And it was one of those defining moments in the game. But now he has to win on demand, and this position is not going to be easy with black full control of the open C line and a potential trade on the boards. And as the players edge towards the first time control, things are heating up in the Baku playing hall. And of course, we've got our eyes out on all the big boards, and we see there on the screen some players walking back to their table. And I see Safarli, Altaj Safarli there on our screen, as well as Anton Korobov walking around. It's always nice to see in classical chess, players have the luxury to be able to step out from their board, take a little bit of a breather. Shak attack, Mamadaro Shakrar in front of our screens there. And as the players rush towards their time scrambles and meeting that 40 move mark, we will be back with more Board 1, World Number 1 action in just a few moments, right after this short break.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
Fausti
Wow.
beats the two pieces with the rook.
Aaron made a huge investment, giving up his queen for two rooks.
Black pawns are still quite fast. I literally have no idea what's going on. Oh no, he's about to lose on time.
Will you resign now? Oh, Patrick still doesn't resign. Patrick, please.
The action continues at the Fide World Cup. This is our coverage. Welcome back, everyone. The games are indeed heating up and hot action in the Fide Women World Cup. I've got my eyes out on the board. Big players fighting all along, including Grandmaster Nakamura playing against a countrymate, Nepomniachtchi. Humpy has already taken the lead in this match. She won game one. The position that we have on the board, it is absolute chaos. Peter, we look at Humpy on the camera. The one thing that I've always admired about her, and I've played alongside her, I've been part of the Indian team with Humpy playing on the top board. We've been for training camps. She has this immense control over her nerves. She is rock solid regardless of the madness on the board.
Absolutely, and also I feel like in this game she is showing some incredible class. Yeah, we talked about that the events gambit. White is in a must-win situation, tries to create a lot of mess, and what I'm seeing that actually Black is gradually taking over, and in fact it is White's king on G1, which is in a lot of trouble. I mean, just imagine if Black will be able to double on the G file. That's basically almost checkmate. Yeah, there is almost no way of really defending this pawn on G2. The only defense, Bishop F3, can be often traded with Bishop G4, Bishop H3, increasing the pressure on the G2 pawn. Right now I'm feeling that Humpy might just crush this game.
It actually feels like Humpy's just outclassed her opponent in this match, starting from yesterday, the game that we saw, and this one as well with the black pieces. And the key point here, as you mentioned, just compare the two kings on the board. White's king under so much fire, while it's hard to even imagine a potential attack that White can create. White needs something like 10 moves to even probably get a real threat going against that black king on C8. And all Humpy wants is 2 moves to double up on the G line.
Knight on a5, that would be a terrible mistake, because knight takes b3, a b3 would be exactly what White wants, kicking away the knight, opening up the rook. The point of the trouble, why White is really in trouble, is the pawn structure. This pawn on c3, pawn on a2 gives this lovely square for Black. The c4 square, the control of the c4 square basically gives stability all around, and the semi-open g file. Combine these two ideas. Basically, it feels to me that white shouldn't be able to survive this.
A lot of pleasant choices here for Humpy. One of the natural ones that you're pointing out. Just a rook lift, not trading anything, not changing the dynamics on the queen side, but just focusing on the king side. A rook lift followed up by doubling up on the G line. Humpy, one of the big favorites to win the World Cup. She's yet to win the event, but that's definitely her aim in this one, including getting into that top three position to get that candidate spots that the players are fighting for. And another player who's fighting for that spot is the 2021 World Cup winner, Alexandra Kostanuik. And Peter, she won her first game yesterday, but I've got my eye out on this one, and it looks like she's in a little bit of a trouble against her Chinese opponent, Yan Tianqi. And we see a decision by Humpy. So just before we've changed the board, but on the camera, we do see that Humpy did go in with the knight jump and leaves the board. We'll check in with that. But Peter, there is a lot going on here, and Alexandra Kostanuik looks like she's in some trouble. That feels like a lot of extra pawns for white.
Yes and no at the same time, because it's very important that who's move. It's white to move. Yeah, this is of course very important moment, because I believe that it happened from some martial gambit. Yes, and I'm checking the opening. Yeah, it was a martial gambit, and this is a very tricky opening with a lot of dynamics. And let's not forget that these pawns are actually quite vulnerable. The c5 and c3 pawns. Black has a lot of activity. The pieces are wonderful. And if black is able to collect one of those pawns, I think maybe the compensation might even be enough. It's more that it's maybe a move per move position. Yeah, that white has, for example, a chance to bring the rook with rook e1 into the game with a tempo, hitting that rook on e8, fighting for the e file. And now if, of course, black shouldn't trade, if black has to move the rook, for example, to d8, then one could argue that white won a very, very big tempo.
Very natural looking move that you're talking about with rook e1 taking advantage of that back rank issue that black is dealing with. And at first it felt to me 2 extra pawns should be a big advantage for white, but as you're pointing out, yes, it's 2 extra pawns, but it's 2 extra extremely weak pawns on the c line, and both are under fire. So it's still a very difficult call to make. And once again, the kind of positions that you can't rely too much on the eval bar. Practically, it could end in a very different result. The chess queen, Alexandra Kostanuik, needs just a draw to advance through to round 3. Yan Tianqi, her task is clear. She needs to win this one. Peter, we will jump back to this, but I want to take a look at some of the other critical women boards that we've got going on. And I think the one match which very likely is headed into a speed chess playoffs is the top seed, Zhu Wenjun against Eva Repkova. And that's an endgame. Pawns on the same side, rook and knights on the board. And I think for the top seed of the tournament, she'd have to try to go through round 3 by taking it in the playoffs.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the good news for Zhu Wenjun that she equalized without any problems. Yeah, that wasn't so obvious at that point when we last checked it. However, we know that she's a fantastic strategist, but I feel that there is way too little material to really hope for anything in this position. What was the last move? Yeah, white opted for h5, g4. If white will still get king g2 in, bring the knight back to d4, and eventually also kicking that knight away with f3 or king f3, I don't see any way for black to continue. This should end in a draw.
I agree. Hard to imagine either of the players fighting for more on this one. So let's move on to the second board with Alexandra Goryachkina. She is the finalist from 2021 Women World Cup, playing against Ordaz Valdez. And white does have an extra pawn, but black has a lot of piece activity. But Peter, if anyone's going to push in this one, and I think they will, it's going to be Goryachkina. It's going to be a long grind. Whether it'll be enough or not, I'm not sure. But clearly, white's the one who's going to try and win this and wrap up the match in game 2.
Yes, it's a very important match situation. Yeah, because the first game ended in a draw. Yes, it's a clear pawn up. On the other hand, thanks to this bishop against the knight, I'm expecting black to create a luft. I don't know exactly if g6 or h6. It's always a question, because you would love to play g6, but at the same time, you are also very happy that this bishop on f6 is kind of protected by the pawn on g7. So there are also arguments to go h6. It's not an easy spot. And then, thanks to the activity of the queen side, You have the rook on c8 and the queen on e8. Eventually, black can always try to target this pawn. But pawn is a pawn. It will be black who has to prove that she will be able to hold this position. It won't be easy. I mean, Alexandra will be trying everything in her power to win this.
Absolutely. I think that the clearest board that we have right now in the FIDE Women World Cup amongst the top players is Humpy's board. Dominating with the black pieces there, and we saw that knight jump that happened in the end. And just before we switch back, Peter, and go and head back to the open section, maybe we can just look at that position one more time and see what the idea was. Because we were looking at a rook lift and doubling up, but this new move by Humpy with that knight to b2. Big troubles for white still continue. You've got a clear threat. You're attacking the queen. But what happens if white just simply sidesteps with the queen to f3? Because you were pointing out on the knight to a5, and in fact, queen f3 has been played right now. Now black needs to take a decision of what to do with that knight on a5.
Well, it's kind of probably the idea is just to bring the other knight to c4. Knight a5 to c4. I mean, right now, just to highlight that a move like bishop g4 is possible. I mean, basically, black can win the queen. I'm not sure that we want. But maybe it's Humpy's idea. I mean, it should be winning. It looks good. But, I mean, the knight on e5 is hanging as well. So I wasn't really sure that we need this mess. The computer apparently confirms that this is very good for black, but I don't see any chances Humpy going for it. What I envision is much more that after queen f3, she will just play the move knight a5 to c4, stabilize her advantage. The move bishop g4 is not running away, and you just enjoy your position. White to go for any craziness. That's when you have a clear advantage. I think it's never a good idea to go for a mess unless you know exactly that your opponent has to design. Otherwise, always take the safer route.
Very interesting. As you're pointing out, this winning the queen, and despite that, if the eval bar, black ends up losing 2 minor pieces and a rook for a queen, which mathematically usually gives a lot of advantage to the side with the pieces against the queen. But we saw the eval bar say that black is doing fine. That just shows the power in Humpy's position right now. But I would be surprised as well. It just feels unnecessary to go in for these complications. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But Peter, let's head back to the action in the FIDE World Cup. I've got my eye out on all the games, and we still have world number 1 who is playing. We've got world number 3 who's still playing. Meanwhile, world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura has drawn and taken his match into the playoffs. This is the current position. Madness continues in Magnus's game. 95 was the last move. It's been awarded by the question mark. But I have to say, it looks like a very natural move. Had a big threat on the board. Why is this an inaccuracy by Magnus?
Well, first of all, just very quickly to go back to this position, because we were wondering what will be Magnus's choice, how to deal with this issue on c3. And Magnus says that, you know what, I mean, the activity of the pieces is so much more important than keeping the pawns. And he not only sacrificed one, he sacrificed 2 pawns. He opted for castles, bishop takes e4, and knight d5. I think a very classy idea, just making sure that the light squared bishop will be eliminated from the position. After bishop takes d5, e takes d5, the pawn has to be captured, and we see a new dynamic that suddenly white's rook appears on the e file, black's king has not yet castled, it's stuck in the center, black is forced to go back with the queen to d8, covering the knight, trying to castle. Now Magnus goes queen c1 to c4, making sure that black is unable to castle due to the cute little tactic, rook takes e7, queen takes e7, queen takes d5, winning a piece. And this basically forced black to play the move king f8, after which you feel like you have eternal compensation. Yeah, it's just a wonderful initiative. The reason why computer, I think, gave knight e5 a question mark, because maybe computer believed that you could be even more precise or more energetic, but I believe Magnus is just very happy with his position.
Another dynamic that has shifted in this game, Magnus was the one who had the extra pawn, but now it's Levan Pantelaya who has got the extra pawn in the position. But Magnus coming in with the initiative. And we see that last move, knight to c6, trying to get rid of a very strong knight at the center of the board, which also really clamps down on that black rook on d5, can't move. f7 would be a checkmate on the spot. So Pantelaya trying to get rid of that knight there. And Peter, looking at the tactics and the geometry in the position, the move that I really want to look out for Magnus We've been talking about a mate on f7. Would love to get this rook out of the way. And I'm just wondering if white actually has the time to ignore the threat on e5 and set up his own tactics with a move like getting the last toy into the party with rook d1.
Yes, rook a1, very interesting move, very tempting move. The big question is, what is the defense for black? Luckily, black has the move knight d4. Otherwise, yeah, rook takes d1, queen takes f7, checkmate would end the game instantly. And also, black has no time capturing on e5 because then we simply take the d5 rook with the rook or with the queen, it does not matter. So yes, rook a d1. Luckily for black, he can still block the position with knight d4. And now is the question, do we have a force win? Because if we don't have, then actually black does have this very annoying b7, b5 move, kicking that queen away from this lovely spot.
I would say when I spotted rook d1, I was expecting the eval bar to shoot right up and say that black is in big trouble. But as you pointed out, knight d4, the only resource. By the way, rook d1 has been played by Magnus. It's on the board. And Pansalaya doesn't even blink. Immediately blitzes out the resource that you've been talking about. The knight jumps to the center of the board. Rook d1, a double exclamation mark. And then knight d4 played. So everything's still under control and still a mess.
Yeah, how to destroy this construction? I mean, one of the moves, I mean, one has to look at breaking moves like b4, but it's answered by b5. I'm not exactly sure where does this lead. Maybe it's good for white, but I'm not so sure. I'm also tempted to look at tactical lines like rook takes d4. I mean, you have to look at force moves. Now the rook can't take on d4 due to the mate, so of course black takes with the pawn. Then white suddenly has this queen b4 check, which forces black to go with the king to g8, and now I can capture on b7. That was the move that caught my attention, hitting on f7, and black is a bit overloaded. Yeah, that it's not so easy. Of course, black can capture on e5, but then white will not run any risk, and black is the one who fights for the draw, which for the match situation doesn't mean anything, which means that black should probably run with his king further to h7 when we take on f7, and we are threatening some queen g6 checks. So what do you think about this idea?
I love it. And it looks like a sacrifice that is quite committal, especially when you just need a draw. But this line that you're pointing out, and I just want to show one more subtlety, that after queen to b4 check, there's a key detail that black doesn't have the option to actually block that check with his own queen. Queen e7 would fall prey to knight discovery from g6, and you actually end up winning the queen. So the line that you pointed out is absolutely forced. And for Magnus, it comes down to how does he evaluate not giving up the exchange, allowing black a free hand on the queen side? Or does he feel that this is his best chance to maintain that dynamic balance? When you need only a draw, Peter, how difficult is it to go for such a sacrifice?
Well, it all depends on move per move calculation, because after takes, so if, for example, we can conclude that after bishop takes e5, black has to give up some material, then, I mean, the rook on h8 is hanging, and we are happy with the draw. It's possible. On the other hand, maybe Magnus wants to win this game at all cost. Then he might not be happy that black can somehow stabilize the position with queen d7, and maybe the maximum that he can get is some drawish rook endgame. This is the question. And yeah, Magnus, no, it was Fabi who played the move.
Magnus is still thinking. Chad, what do you think? Are we going to see this sack on the board? Will Magnus play with fire, giving up his exchange for the initiative, also picking up a pawn along the way? Or will he try to keep things under control? Will he take a safer approach? I say a safer approach, but it's actually not easy to find an alternative move as well.
Yeah, well, it's a big question. What happens if we just break? Yeah, for example, let's make the move b4. I was worried of the move b5, but the big question is that if we find a good square for this queen, and probably there is a good square, queen d3, I was a little bit too hesitant to look at this direction. Now computer confirms actually that this is very nice for white, because there is no way black can make use of the pin along the d file. There are so many things happening, but everything is covered, so no discover check is really working. And if black is forced to push c4, then we somehow move the queen somewhere on the e file, and now the knight on d4 is destabilized. And it could be very dangerous for black in long term, this position. So there are also arguments for b4, just keeping the game going, but definitely it's a big question for Magnus.
He's taking his time right now. It's move 22. The players are trying to reach time control, but we can expect a bit of a time scramble here with just 17 minutes on the clock for Pansalaya. A very critical moment. Will Magnus give up his exchange and go for this line with the queen check and grabbing the pawn, or will he keep the material balance and go b4? Peter, as Magnus is having a think, we'll check in with it in just a bit. I feel like he's about to reach out and make his move, and he does, and it's neither of the two moves. He simply sidesteps with the king to h1.
Well, this was actually, honestly, the top choice of the engine. And that was the reason why I did not want to mention, because it's a slightly mysterious move. And okay, they have all these direct approaches with rook takes d4 and b4. But actually this king h1, first of all, sidesteps any kind of checks, yeah, so no more tricks. And Magnus simply believes that he has wonderful long-term compensation. And actually, it's a good question. What is Black's next move? The move that I advocated was the move b5. And if White can always retreat the queen to d3, now we also see why this king h1 was so nice. Yeah, moving this king away. Again, no more checks. And White is rerouting his pieces. Eventually, also at some point, we have to be looking at some f4 ideas, also opening up the f file as an additional attacking idea for Magnus.
It's amazing that you say king h1 was the computer top choice, because for me, if you said, Tanya, what would be your top 3 candidate moves in this position, king h1 would not be anywhere 100 miles on my radar. It would just not be a move that would come to my mind with all these crazy things happening in the center of the board. Magnus Carlsen doing Magnus Carlsen things, finding the best move in the position. And sometimes it's just hard for mere mortals like myself to understand king h1, but it's on the board. b5 has happened. The players are blitzing out their moves. Queen d3. Peter, we will take a break from this game. We will come back to this as it's sure to heat up as it meets time scrambles and meeting that 40 move mark. But I'm getting a big update that Jordan Van Foreest, the big hope from Netherlands, is doing extremely well in his game. They drew their first game, and now with the black pieces against Egypt's Ahmed Adli, it looks like Jordan is pushing for this big win.
Yes, it looked like, and the last move was a sacrifice. I mean, it's a mini sacrifice. Bishop takes d4, using the fact that the bishop on h3 is hanging, and that means White is in a lot of trouble. Look at this monster knight on d5. I mean, thanks to this monster knight on d5, Black already had the upper hand. And then with a tactic with bishop takes d4, yeah, White has to sacrifice his bishop as well to at least destroy Black's pawn formation. But Black is so active that it does not really make a difference. E takes f5, rook d4, and then just activating the forces like rook g4. Looks like it should be elemental win.
Really nice stuff there with the harmony between the pieces. The beautiful knight on d5, the bishop sacrificing itself so that the rooks can come into play. It looks like Jordan is on his way to grab this win. And meanwhile, it looks like Gukesh is on his way to grab that India #1 spot. Peter, let's quickly jump in to get an update on that one. Gukesh to go through round 3 needs only a draw. But I've got the position up in front of me. And he's up in exchange. This is a big moment for him. If he wins this once again, he surpasses Vishwanathan Anand in the ratings. He's already made history by entering World Top 10, the youngest player to ever become 2750. And Peter, what are the chances of him taking this one?
Well, there are serious chances. However, okay, White should also not be underestimated. White will be going for some c4, c5 break. I believe that the real problem for White is that Black might be stuttering some g5, g4, and if this comes, it has a devastating effect. The queen on h4 is a beautiful piece, eyeing the e1 rook. Yeah, the e1 rook is attacked by the queen, and the queen also supports this g5, g4 attack. It's a multi-purpose move, and that was the last move in the position. It does seem that, yeah, Gukesh has everything under control.
And for the Indian fans watching, this is truly a historical moment. Anand himself has said that it's sort of like interesting because Gukesh is a student. He comes from the Baku Academy, which is Anand's Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. So of course, he's Anand's prodigy, but also for Anand to wake up one day not being India number one would be a strange feeling, is what he said.
I can understand that. Absolutely. I mean, okay, Vichy is an institute. Yeah. I mean, what Vichy has achieved is just incredible. And I feel like, everything that happened in the Indian chess world happened because of Vichy. Yeah. So he's like the godfather
100%.
of all the developments, and he's putting all his heart into it. It's just a joy to witness this.
Indian chess owes itself to one man, and that is the legend of Viswanathan Anand. And right now, we are seeing his prodigy, Gukesh, on the brink of perhaps overtaking Anand in that rating list for the first time in 4 decades. And we're also getting some facts here from our production team that it was in 2016 for just a little bit, a small moment where Hari in the live standings managed to do that. Hari Krishna was India number 2 for a long time, but it was for a very brief period, and it was only in the live rating list and not in the published rating list. And that would be the case in this case as well. If Gukesh manages to win today, he does surpass Anand, but it's just not been about the ratings as well, Peter. He's just been such a tremendous player these last couple of months. His performance has been impeccable since the Olympiad in 22, which was in many ways the breakout moment for Gukesh. And at just 17, he's already in the world top 10, making his mark. Absolutely fantastic play there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, playing beautiful chess. I mean, the chess that I'm loving. Yeah, is strategically very sound, very alert, tactically alert. He basically, I already don't really feel any weaknesses. Maybe his openings are still not yet on the level of the absolute top players because this simply requires time. Yeah, but already now I don't really recall when did he ever get a bad position out of the opening, which also means that he has a very good team behind him who supports him and has excellent preparation.
100%. And we've also seen so many of the top players. There are so many talents that come out of India, and they're all friends who compete against each other. They're also rivals, and I feel like that's played a big role in Indian chess. That you've got players like Prag, Arjun, Nehal, Gukesh, all similar in age and trying to become the world's best together while having this great relationship amongst each other as well. So it's rivalry, but also friendship. And many times, the top players in the world, when they've been questioned about Indian prodigies and Indian youngsters, they've said that Gukesh has that slight edge. They've always felt that Gukesh is the one who will break through. Peter, what about you? What is your take? Because you yourself work with one of the biggest prodigies in the world, Vincent Keimer. What do you think about Gukesh and what separates him from the rest?
Well, I think the reason why everybody felt like he's even more special than anyone else, that he was even younger. That of course, I mean, all these names that you mentioned, they are just absolutely brilliant, and I actually believe that many of these players like Pragnanda, Erigaishi, Nihal, all the names you mentioned, will profit from this breakthrough of Gukesh because they will be super motivated. They will think like, wow, if Gukesh can do it, then why can't I? Yeah. So this is a very interesting and dangerous development for the rest of the world because these youngsters might be all pretty soon entering the top 10 scene or top 15, top 20. I'm pretty sure of that. And I also know that Vincent is super motivated seeing all these results of the Indian kids, and it always helps him improve and work even harder.
Absolutely agree, Peter, that having this competition around and seeing your own colleagues at this young age go out and perform, no matter how good friends you are, it motivates you to also do the same. And over the chessboard, no one's anyone's friends. India hasn't had a player in the candidates except Vishy Anand. He's been the only player to have made it to the candidates, and of course also be 5 times world champion, and his achievements surpass far more than being at the candidates. But it would be a big moment for India if we can get a player into that top 3. Long way off, but Gukesh definitely a favorite right now to win this game and hopefully make it to the top 3. We will keep an eye out on this one. Peter, I've got my eye out on the other games as well. And once again, it's Magnus's game. Vansilaya, can he make that comeback in this match? Because it's really heating up. And I also want to want to quickly just let you know that Fabiano Caruana is dominating his position against Mikhail Mektashvili, the Georgian Grandmaster. And Fabi needs only a draw. And I was just thinking that maybe we'll check in with that game really quickly before we come back to this, because this one needs a deep dive. Meanwhile, Fabi has just made it look easy against his Georgian opponent.
Yeah, I think that the problem was, yeah, let me update. After knight takes d4, that black did not want to go for this very drawish line. Yeah, that was his problem. Yes, after knight takes d4, e takes d4. I mean, rook takes d5, e takes d5, e takes d4, bishop takes d4. He did not capture on d5, which would have led to a draw. But instead of this, he opted for the move b6. I mean, just voluntarily playing the position with pawn down, it's a little bit puzzling, which means that probably after queen takes d5, he felt that maybe white can capture on a7. Maybe that was the problem. So black goes like this, and okay, Fabi is a healthy pawn up, everything protected. You know, these are the positions you are dreaming
Sorry,
of.
I was just wondering if after queen d5 there were also some potential ideas of queen g4, but it doesn't matter because the position was not. They decided to not. But I see it doesn't work because I was trying to be tricky, queen d5, queen g4, but I of course forget that there's Peter Lecco here. He's not going to miss tactics like queen g4 where I'm trying to win the rook and the bishop on f6. Black's the one who ends up winning material with the rook jumping in. Yes, Peter, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, this was. I mean, after queen takes d5, yeah, bishop f6 was the draw. Bishop takes a7 is the ambitious way of just taking the pawn. In any case, Fabi is risking absolutely nothing. So basically, understandable from Mikhail's side that he wants something else. He wants to keep the pieces, but I mean, okay, now it's just a hopeless situation. It's pawn down, plus even the c6 square is weak, so white's rook can simply enter to c6. There might be some pin along the 6th rank. It looks pretty hopeless to me.
It really does. And again, it's one of those matchups where we've seen Fabi outclass his opponent. In round one with the black pieces, he made it look easy. And also in this game with white, if anyone's pushing here, it is Fabi. Peter, is this the moment that we turn? Actually, another game that I want to draw your attention to is Wesley So. Peter, it appears that Can Emre is the one, at least according to the eval bar, is the one who's pushing in the position. I need you to do a deep dive in this for us because this is super critical. First game ended in a draw. If it's a decisive game, if Can Emre converts this position, that would mean Wesley So would be knocked out.
Exactly. This is a very critical moment. I mean, I don't know exactly how bad it is. Maybe it's not so bad, but it's the one-sided affair. That's the real problem. And black's construction is not stable. Yeah, there is this dynamic. White has just played the move queen c2 to c4, disbalancing this queen on b5, asking questions, and if black has to give up his bishop, yeah, because this queen actually now attacks the bishop on g4. Oops. Attacks the bishop on g4. And also attacks indirectly the knight on d5, yeah, because after the queen trade on b5, the knight on d5 is loose. If black has to capture on c4, then we take back with the rook, again hitting.
Very dangerous for Wesley, and it's more than what meets the eye because white's idea is clear. You want to win the bishop pair. The position is open. The bishop pair would be super powerful even without the queens on the board. Black's weakness on c6 will be a sore point in the position, and that would mean a big advantage for white if white can win that trade off the knight for the bishop. And I want to point out that after the queen trade that you're saying, queen takes c4, rook picks up the queen, hits the bishop. If black tries to hang on to the bishop pair with a move like h5, because let's not forget the knight on f3 is pinned and saying that you can't pick up the bishop just yet, white simply makes a move like h3, a little move, again putting pressure, forcing black to part ways with one of the bishops. And once again, it's not over, it's far from over, but having the bishop pair in this open position, a c6 weakness, it's going to be a tough task for Wesley to defend this one. It's going to be a game for two results for white, a win or a draw.
Yeah, and it's very nerve-wracking, yeah, because it's the last game, it's the second game, so you know exactly if you lose, you are eliminated. And also when you have such a position against a superstar like Wesley So, then you know exactly that you are risking absolutely nothing. Yeah, and you can play for a win. You can try to play for a win without the slightest danger of things going wrong. And for Wesley, just one mistake can already cost the game. In fact, I would go as far that it's not even really in the hands of Wesley. I believe that if White plays a perfect game from here on, then it should be very difficult for Black to defend, if possible at all.
Is it fair to say that if it was Magnus or Hikaru playing the white side right now, even against a player like Wesley, we would be as daring as to almost give a result at this position?
Well, certain. I mean, it feels like it's much easier to win it from the white side than to draw it from black. Yeah, and this is always a bad sign. I mean, I'm a very big, very huge Wesley So fan, so I'm really rooting for him that he will survive this somehow. But also, we have to give credit to his opponent, Emre Khan. Yesterday, drew with the black pieces without any problems, and today he's able to put Wesley under pressure.
Wow, a huge moment here for Khan Emre, and it's a big one as well because he needs to maximize his chances when he's playing against a player like Wesley. You can't really hope to gain more than what you've got in this position. He has to fight this out till the very end, not bail out at any moment. We'll see if he manages to convert this or it goes into tie breaks, which right now is Wesley's dream here. Peter, meanwhile, a big update on the Magnus board. If we can just quickly jump over to the top board, which has been absolutely chaotic. It has been a big fight between Magnus and Pansalaya. And the reason I called your attention is because take a look at that. The last move by Black, a huge blunder. I'm struggling to understand what is the problem here, but it appears that there's a blowout in this position.
Well, I think the biggest problem is that the Queen G6 move is trying to target the knight on f5, but due to the double pin, it's not only the queen pinning the rook, but also the rook. In fact, the knight on f5 is not hanging, which gives White an extra move. And having this position plus the extra move might give us some possibilities. I don't know exactly what. Many tempting options, even Queen e4 is a move. Even Queen e4 is tempting, but there might be even something more devastating.
And I think there's a lot of geometry involved in this position. Queen g6 played. Now, I would love to play bishop to d6 check if I can, because if black goes with the king to g8, knight e7 would be a fork. But either the rook on d8 will capture that bishop on d6, so it doesn't work. Bishop c7 is the move that I want to realize that black has got the square on d7, and after bishop c7, rook d7, the game would still continue.
Well, but then you have, I don't know, something, I mean, Queen e4, for example. Do we have Queen e4?
Wow. And the Evalbar says that bishop c7 could be the winning move. Peter, I also want to point out if the rook moves anywhere, just to show the idea that we were looking at earlier, why black has to go rook d7. Let's say you make a move like rook c8. Now the point is that white suddenly has this check on d6, forcing the black king to g8, walking into a fork with the knight jumping into e7.
Exactly. Winning the game.
So rook d7 is the only move after bishop c7. And as you're pointing out, every move has its own set of consequences. It vacates the back rank, and you simply want to double up on the e line, and you're threatening all kinds of checkmates. There's a checkmate on e8. There's a checkmate on a8 after queen e4.
Exactly. Yeah, it's basically, it feels like black has to start running with the king, but then we at least take the rook and we sacrifice the knight. We will win an exchange and we will have probably winning position.
Oh my god. You're never going to believe the update that I'm getting. And we're being informed that queen e4, very strong as the Evalbar approves. But Peter, apparently there is a stronger killer blow in this position. By the way, Magnus is still having a think. He hasn't made the move bishop to c7. But rook d7, and you're never going to believe the move that wins on the spot for white.
I have seen it right from the start, but because it was computer's move, I did not want to highlight it immediately. So let's treasure it.
I'm still figuring out the follow-up. By the way, he reaches out. He has played bishop c7. We might be seeing this line. Peter, I see the move that's been mentioned by our producer, but my problem here is that I'm still to find how does it finish the game. You've got to show this line to us.
Yes, so the absolutely stunning move is rook e1 to a check. Of course, it's a little bit unnecessary, but it's so beautiful that Magnus might go for it. Queen e4 check.
Oof.
And if you go king f8, then queen e8 is checkmate. So the real question is, what happens if black pulls the knight back to e6? And there comes the shocker. Queen a8 check. You again have to fall back with the knight to d8. And finally, we finish it off with queen sacrifice, queen takes d8, rook d8, rook d8.
And we saw Pansalaya there shaking his head. I think he realizes this. Peter, what a line. And I have to admit that rook e8, a stunning move. It was hard to... When you said queen e4, I feel like that's such a human approach. Rook d7, queen e4, and that's game over. But if we see rook e8 on the board, that would be quite a stunning finish if that happens. I'm amazed at these tactics. It's sort of like one of those romantic era games which we used to see with all the sacrifices on d7 and eventually a checkmate on d8.
Yeah, and this is what happens in a human game. Yeah, that there are always, we have been seeing Computer was critical of Magnus's knight e5 move, but it had a soul. Magnus was following his flow. He believed that he has some incredible compensation long terms, and look at this, what he got. He might be ending it with an incredible stunner.
Oh my god. We have to stay on this to see if it finishes like that, because it would be stunning. Of course, Magnus would have many choices, and perhaps Pansalaya might even decide to throw in the towel. Because bishop c7... No. Oh, he goes for it. Rook d7 on the board.
Of course. Now all eyes on Magnus.
Chat, are we going to see queen e4, which is equally strong? Or will Magnus play for the calories and go in with rook e8 check? Peter, what do you think?
Well, he has 19 minutes, and look at this. He's making... he's looking at like, yes, I'm going to finish it. Should I finish it in style? Yes, please. We want to see that.
I think if rook e8 happens, that's an applause break. Peter, I think he's going to do it.
Yes, he's double, triple checking because, okay, if...
Oof. It's on the board! Magnus Carlsen with the fantastic rook e8. And is that a checkmate in 3 by force?
Well, I mean, basically that's it. Yeah, because even if you want to sacrifice your queen with queen e6, Fide can actually ignore knight take g7, just go queen a8 check. Wow.
Wow. And that's why he is the world #1. We see a brilliancy there, 2 exclamation marks. And that's it. Resignations. And Pansalaya as well, appreciating that last beauty that we saw with rook e8. The players analyzing, but it was a Magnus Carlsen show. What a game. What a finish. Fabiano Caruana there also having a peek at that last moment of the game. A fantastic end to a fantastic round 2 for the world champion.
Absolutely, yeah. It was so nice that we had the cameras, and there was this moment when Pansalaya designed and he looked at Magnus like, well done, bravo. I mean, that was really fantastic. Not just the final finish, but the whole picture, how Magnus handled the situation. He was pawn up, and then he sacrificed the pawn back to get the initiative, and everything went to perfection.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. I just called him the world champion. When you play a move like rook e8, it's kind of hard to believe that Magnus Carlsen is no more the world champion. He is the world #1, but it is Dingler, and of course, a player that we are missing in the World Cup. Peter, of course, the World Cup is a fight for many of them to make it to the candidates, to fight for a spot to play against Dingler in. What do you think? Ding must be watching all these games and all this action. It would have been awesome to have him play here and fight this one out as well.
Yeah, definitely. On the other hand, we know exactly how much energy a World Championship match takes, and after winning the title, that's also probably extremely emotional moment for Ding. I think it was the right choice. I mean, let him rest a bit. Yeah, he knows that many big things are ahead of him. Yeah, there will be some big challenge against his title. The new candidate is coming up, and he wants to recharge and be ready for big battles.
And I think it's so easy to forget that the World Championship is not just about the 14 classical games that are played or the 3 weeks that the players are there for. It's the months before that, and the toll that it takes on the players is just unimaginable. We saw it in the match itself with Yan and Ding, and the kind of emotions that we saw from both of them. So fully agree with that. That we would all love to see Ding back in action, but a very well-deserved break. And what a performance it was by him in the World Champs and this tournament, the World Cup, the 3 coveted spots in the candidates to try to get that spot to challenge Ding in the next World Championship match. But for now, what a finish we've had by the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. A game to remember. This one's going to go down in the tactics books for quite a while. But Peter, action is on the other boards. It looks like Fabi is also close to wrapping up his match. He keeps that extra pawn, keeps everything under control. So once again, I want to draw your attention to Wesley So's board. All right, first let's look at this, and then we move on to the Wesley board.
Yeah, I mean, okay, just a very quick update that, yeah, everything is under control. It's not spectacular like Magnus, but very effective. And it's just a matter of time till Fabio also moves into the third round. So let's go to Wesley because, yeah, we are really worried of Wesley's situation.
That would be dramatic. That would be, if Wesley is knocked out, that would be the biggest upset, the biggest shocker of the tournament so far. But Peter, I've got the board in front of me, and so far, White hasn't managed to win that bishop pair. That would be critical in getting that advantage.
Yes, I mean, whenever Black is forced to give up his bishop pair, and we do see that after queen c4, queen takes c4. Okay, so there was some computer error, but yeah, rook takes c4 happened, and then f5. Wow, what on earth? Because on my screen something really weird happened, that it's written like, okay, it's clear that these moves are not being played. So f5, rook c4, but the rook was on c4, so I'm not sure that we are actually having the current position, because here it should be white to move.
And I can see on our live board that h3 has been played, and exactly this position has to be white to play, because on our live board, h3, bishop h5 is on the board.
Yes, but it's probably white to move at this moment.
Yes.
Yes.
And on the
this is the point.
We will come and fix this board. We will check in with this one. But Peter, let's move around, because once again, action is heating up across all the boards, and now the players are about to meet time control, so we can expect some big hits and misses in those scrambles. Should we get a quick look at the Nordebek board?
Let me pull it up. There we go. Wow. So the fire on board continues. It's a very double-edged position.
Oof.
I mean,
and we've got to remind everyone, Peter, that the first game against these two did end in a draw, so a decisive result would mean that one player will be knocked out.
yes, and apparently, according to the computer, I have access to the engine, and the computer evaluates it as clearly better for black. I mean, to my human eye, it doesn't look so clear at all. I mean, this bishop on g6 is a monster steal. The pawn on e6 is a very dangerous passer. Of course, the problem for white is that black also has a passer here on c3. Let me use the orange. I really believe in this orange color here, because it highlights better, yeah, that it's so critical. This. And why is it so good for black? Why is it so good for black? I mean,
orange is a great color, I would agree with that, but this great eval that we're getting from our bar, I just don't understand it either. Without it, you would just feel like this is a 3-result game. That pawn advanced all the way to e6, 2 steps away from queening, assisted with the queen and the bishop and the rook on e1. And I think, Peter, as you're pointing out, with that orange color, it's the c3 pawn. That's going to be a big distraction. And let's also point out that black's queen can jump onto a3 and start assisting his own pawn towards the queening square. The last move, queen to d6, it makes sure that white can't advance the e6 pawn just yet. The queen on f6 is pinned, and it also eyes both the a3 square and a potential jump with the queen all the way to g3.
Yeah, and also stabilizes all the dark squares, yeah, so somehow this queen e5 check followed by e7 is eliminated. It's a very nice little move stabilizing move. Eventually, black is also getting ready to sidestep with the rook to c8, supporting the c pawn. I mean, the more I look at it, the more I feel like Nodiabek is in a big trouble, and this is very bad news. I mean, he needs to survive this game.
He needs to survive this game. He is facing elimination if he loses this one. And wow, Sanal Wahab, the Turkish Grandmaster, on the brink of scoring a big upset. Peter, you're saying the more you deep dive into this, the troubles become apparent. I still feel like it's a game for 3 results. The good news for the players is that it's just 3 moves to time control. So at least they've got enough time on the clock to navigate through the complications.
Yeah, but the problem why I started to be more and more skeptical of White's position, of course, first of all, because I'm influenced by the computer's evolution, but I also get the point. The point is that we simply can't push the pawn to e7. The queen on f6 is such a wonderful piece that I don't want to touch it. I mean, there is also no good place to retreat this queen. But if I don't retreat the queen, I'm never stepping e7, and black simply has rook c8, followed by c2, eventually even maybe just rook c7 and set up a blockade. I mean, once you move the rook first on the dark squares. And where is White's play? It's really all about the e6 pawn, but if we cannot make good use of it, then where is our play?
The only way that I see that you can make good use of the e-pawn is by stepping away from the pin. Black has a clear idea of rook c8 and c2. White doesn't have so much time. And it might be the moment for White to actually try to move the queen away so that I can go e7 next move and try and create threats. And Peter, I'm just hoping you don't ask me where I want to move the queen.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask because I also want to move it, but I feel like, because we have the light squared bishops, we should be moving on the dark squares. But that's it. Abdusatov keeps the queen on f6, he goes rook c1, but I mean, okay, so hang on, rook c8, rook takes c3 is not working. Okay, let's just show this. This is very important to highlight, yeah, that after rook c8, the big question is, can White eliminate this dangerous pawn on c3 with a tactic? But probably not. Rook takes c3, queen takes h8, check. I also felt like rook c8 should be good enough.
But you've got queen e5 in the end.
Yes, but
also,
yes, I mean, this goes like this. Rook c8, queen e5, you just trade, and then play rook c7, and you set up this blockade. And you still have, but okay, White is also pushing his pawns. The bishop is good on g6, so this is not devastating. The problem is that apparently after queen takes h8 check, black just goes out with his king on b7 and says, you know what? The king on h1 is the king which is in a big danger.
Wow, amazing complication. And I think also good to point out that after rook c8, not queen e5, but perhaps you have to still find a way to defend against rook c1 and the queen, and maybe you just pick up the h6 pawn. And that's the point, that you defend the c1 square with the queen. King b7 would be also a crushing move. A very critical moment here. Rook c1 has been played. Rook c8 is the line that we're looking at. It seems to be working out after all this sequence of tactical moves that you're pointing out. But Peter, if
well,
not
okay,
rook
exactly, yeah. White is not obliged to take on c3. Then
it's
what else
c3.
you would like? Yeah, what would you like to do?
It's not an easy question because queen e5 doesn't really help the cause. Black can always trade and once again put that rook on the 7th rank, stopping White's e-pawn from advancing. Wow, Nodiabek Abdusatov in huge trouble here.
Yes, huge trouble. I mean, this queen on d6, this is the soul of Black's position. Yeah, it stops everything. We don't have access to the e5 square. It pins the queen, it guards the e7 square very nicely. Such a stabilizing move, and if we put the bishop on f7, then it goes far away from the c pawn. That's why I'm also not liking that.
How critical is it for Sanal to find the move rook c8? And is it the only move that keeps the pressure and the advantage going?
Well, I guess that probably at this moment Black has different options, but this one is the straightforward move. Yeah, I don't really want to include any rook f8s because then bishop f7 might help White. I don't really need this move, rook f8. So it's very important to calculate everything precisely, that after rook c8, if you don't have to worry about rook takes c3, then definitely you're gonna play rook c8.
And Peter, Nordebek Abdusatrov is not the only higher seed, one of the favorites of the tournament, who is in big trouble. We are getting news that there have been huge turnarounds in the Shakhriyar Mamedyarov board as well against Singapore Grandmaster Tin Jingyao. And once more, let's remind everyone that their first game did end in a draw, so a decisive result would mean that the winner goes through. The loser will be out of the tournament. When we left it last, we felt that Shak was doing well, and now it just looks like Black's the one who's dominating. I'm trying to understand what's going on. Is the White King the one who's feeling the fire now?
Exactly, yeah. Suddenly things opened up. This construction with pawn on d4, queen on c5, knight on g5. Black is able to activate the bishop to c6 or queen to d5. This king on h1 is feeling so unsecure. What was the last move? So the last moves had been rook takes f6, which computer criticized. Grabbing that pawn was apparently a mistake, but it's so natural to take that pawn. Black advanced the pawn d5, d4, hitting the rook, and then there was nothing better than to put the rook on b6, try to at least trade the b8 rook, which would also give access for white to the f8 square, would give us some counter chances.
Peter, I never thought we would actually see this situation where just in round two, so many of the top grandmasters would be in big trouble against their underdog opponents. And we're seeing that narrative in the Nordebek board and now the Shak board. Maybe even Wesley needs to still find a way to draw. But this one looking extremely dangerous for Shak's king. And the one thing that we know about Shakhriyar, he loves to be on the attack. He loves to be on the aggressive. He's the one who's always playing for the initiative. This is his nightmare. He hates to be the one who's defending his own king.
Yes, and actually also I see the computer move, the main move, that there is this move rook b8 to c8, a small little move using the fact that the bishop on c2 is hanging, and it's been played. Yeah, rook c8, a very strong move, because we still keep all the options with bishop c6 check and so on. But first we ask this very annoying and nasty question. Excuse me, sir, where are you gonna put this bishop?
Just incredible stuff. And Peter, you're asking this annoying question of, excuse me, bishop, where do you want to go? But what's the problem if white just makes a move? Like I fall back with the bishop to b1.
Yeah, well, then I want a tempo, yeah, because before the move rook b3 asked me to do something, yeah, and I did not want to trade, so it looked like I should waste a move. But if after rook c8 you have to move the bishop to b1, then thank you very much, it's my move again, and I don't have to worry about rook takes b8, I don't have to answer any questions, do I trade the rooks or not? I have all the options of going for an attack.
And Peter says, thank you very much in the game. It's time to just resign, as Simon Williams would say. But things are definitely getting out of control here for Shak. And Peter, our live board, rook c8 on the board. Bishop is still on c2. Needs to take a decision whether to place it on b1 or d3. Not a happy decision. The reason I didn't want to put it on d3 is because the rook on b3, I felt at some point needs to play a part in defending the king side. So it's a very difficult choice. And it's sort of trying to choose the lesser of the two evils, with Black having clear plans of lining up a battery with the bishop and the queen, threatening checkmates on Shak's king.
Yeah, and we also have to take into account the nerve situation. Yeah, Shakhriyar is playing at home in Baku. He has so much expectations, and then there is the chance that he will be knocked out in the second round from a position which looked very, very promising at first, and then things somehow escalated. You of course don't have another time or luxury to go back and analyze it. We just witnessed that there is a big turnaround.
Just amazing stuff. And of course, we will again keep our eye out on this. But another game which is about to reach its conclusion is Armin Tabatabai with the white pieces against Salinas Herrera Pablo from Chile. And Peter, it looks like Armin Tabatabai is about to deliver checkmate or win big material. Look at that last brilliancy that he just played.
Yeah, those are the very nice moves. I mean, the moves when you calculate and you calculate till the very end. I mean, okay, now we have to, because it's not trivial, that what really happens if Black takes this knight, then
I'm
how
gonna be
do
honest,
we finish?
At first, I thought queen g5 check, that's game over. Your rook on e7 is hanging, but black still survives because you've got the king coming on to f8.
Exactly, king to f8, and now there are many different options. I mean, there is some quiet move like queen f6, there is some queen takes h5, but do we go for this? I mean, for example, let's just see queen f6 is a typical kind of motive, yeah, that rook takes d7. We are giving more and more material, but we give a check. King e7, we give one more check. And after king d6, we take rook takes e8, and we are threatening the queen, and we are setting queen e5 checkmate.
Oof.
That looks quite efficient.
That looks quite efficient, could be the understatement of the year. That looks absolutely brutal. That would be game over, Peter. Wow, so knight f5, some great tactics there by the Iranian Grandmaster, Armin Tabatabai, at the brink of victory, and a very crucial one because they did draw their first game. So if Armin wraps this up, he advances to round 3. We're also getting a big update that one of the fan favorites, Boris the Great, has been knocked out in round 2. Meanwhile, Vidit and Anish are both in tiebreak. So for the Indian fans, Vidit Gujarati will be playing Speechas tomorrow to try and continue his campaign at the World Cup, along with his good friend, Anish Giri. By the way, the lines that we were looking at on the board.
Yes, another big question is that white actually has the chance to take queen takes h5 with the very same idea, even collecting the h5 pawn. I just wanted to illustrate the idea that, yeah, this queen f6, queen h8 check, followed by rook e1, rook takes e8, leads to this beautiful construction. And we can reach that position also by eliminating this pawn on h5. Because we are settling checkmate.
So black has to kind of come back with the king, and now you can always give that check again, and then go back to f6, having the extra pawn.
Yes. And one could argue that compared to the other line that I first showed, here that when black sacrifices the queen, and then jumps, for example, with knight c4, it would be so nice not to have this pawn on h5, then we just push our h-pawn and did queens. So queen takes h5 is even more precise.
Wow. Armin Tabatabai, knight f5, one brilliancy. Will he continue his precision? It looks like he's on his way to wrap this one up. Peter, do you think it's a good moment? Do you think you want to stay here in this game, or knowing that this is going Tabatabai's way, maybe a good opportunity to jump to some of the other critical moments that we've got going on?
Exactly, because if we would have camera feed, it would be very interesting to see the body language and everything, but like this, we don't have access to. Where you want to move?
I fully agree with you. The board I want to go back to is Nodebek sport, because that would be a huge shocker. If Nodebek is out in round 2, it would be a big disappointment for many fans. And we're also getting another big update that Iturizaga, in fact, is striking back in his match. We'll try and pull that up, but first let's get a quick take on this position that we have. A lot has happened since we left it.
Yeah, but exactly everything went along the way we discussed. So after rook c1, rook c8, black played the move rook c8, white opted for rook takes c3. I mean, Nodebek simply feels that he needs to eliminate this pawn at all cost. But Sanaa Wahab went for king b7, the most precise move we have been talking about. This computer approves it. It's the strongest. Now checkmate is threatened, so probably white will have to capture on h6, protecting back on c1, but this gives the chance for black to eliminate the monster pawn on e6. And after the smoke cleared itself, it looks like there are simply no practical chances for white to survive this.
Just incredible stuff. Sanaa Wahab on the brink of knocking out 17-year-old Nodebek Abdusatro, one of the favorites in this tournament to go at least quite far. Peter, we will keep an eye out on this one, but really exciting stuff also on the Iturizaga board. I think we're reaching the last few moves of that game. And for me, the most fascinating point is that it is so similar to what happened in their round 1 of this match 2. A very similar concept with the heavy pieces playing against each other's king. And it was Anton Korobov who got the win in that one. But it looks like Iturizaga has turned the table around. And with that same narrative, will take this point home to take it to tie breaks.
Exactly. I mean, it's real payback time. It's really exactly the same scenario. There also, Black King was trying to hide somewhere, but there is nowhere to hide. In fact, it looks much more simpler than the one that Korobov had to convert. Yeah, there were all these pinning issues, everything. And by the way, White's King is exactly in the same spot on h3. Yes, where the game ended. Okay, it was Rook f2 check when White would have played King h3 and Black would have resigned, but he resigned with Rook f2 check together.
To me, it looks like such a mirror image of what we saw between these two players just yesterday, with colors reversed and players reversed. And now we see this incredible position where the king is at the same spot. Black's king is also in the similar D line under a mating net. But I agree with you, Peter, that it's so much simpler now because White's idea is clear. You want to line up the rook and the queen on the 8th rank. Rook 8 is coming in with devastating threats along the 8th rank to deliver checkmate. Meanwhile, Black is just not in time to create any threats, even a check on the White king. If the queen from b7 jumps into b1, trying to eye the h1 square, White will be the one to deliver checkmate with either the queen check on g7 or the rook check on a7. Everything seems to be working out, and this would be game over. King h3 is the last move by Utterizaga, and I think it might be the last move of the game.
Yes, I think this is the moment where you can quality design. You know exactly that there are no chances. And Utterizaga bounces back after that mega dramatic game yesterday. I mean, it just shows that what a fighter, what an incredible player he is. By the way, Korobov the same. I mean, they really got, they got a match at each other because both are tremendous fighters.
Just incredible stuff. And Utterizaga has so many fans after his run at the Champions Chess Tour Division 1 in the previous event. We saw him fight back, play amazing chess, and take down some of the big guns in speed chess. And he manages to come back. We see him there walking around on the camera. He's won chess games, and even some would say more importantly, he's won a lot of hearts in the recent month. The game is still on. Actually, I see him sitting back, but the last final moments of this one, and Anton Korobov gets up. It looks like he's got enough for now, but he will be back for the tie breaks as Utterizaga manages to equalize this match, and he should be heading towards that in just a couple of moves. Peter, also a huge update that we are getting, and a big moment for Indian chess fans watching across the world. Congratulations to Gukesh as he wins his game 2 of round 2. He goes through round 3 with a 2-0 score, a dominating performance. But it's not just that. The Indian 17-year-old has broken into the World Top 10 and has, in the first time in 4 decades, surpassed the great, the legendary Vishyana in the live ratings and becomes India #1. What a performance that is by Gukesh, and definitely a moment that he would cherish. As the games are heating up, action is still on. We will be back with more from Baku and the World Cup. Stay with us, chat. We'll see you in just a few.
So now Magnus and myself are going to be taking on the Air Things Challenge. We're going to play chess, but with a twist. All of the pieces are Air Things devices. We might be able to rely on pattern recognition in the first few moves, but we will definitely lose our way somewhere along the lines. We also have a big crowd here, so I'm feeling the pressure. Let's go. Okay, I'll start me. Okay. Oh no, he's too calm, I don't like it. Oh dear. Did not expect that one.
It's not a very good move.
Ah. It's the mind games. He's teasing me already.
Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem.
I've studied this before, Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't back down in this game. So.
That's brave. Okay, that was a check. So I'm hiding in the corner. He's coming. Another check. Oh my god, I need like 2 hours for this position.
Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be.
We're so sorry. Ah. Oh my. Oh. What is my. Oh, I'm losing. Damn it.
Ooh. No, that's fine.
Ah. This is a new queen.
If you say so.
Too slow.
Okay.
Well played, man.
Thank you. I think what helped, some pieces were exchanged early. The position was very open. I think that helped a lot. Like if we'd played a closer game, it would have been a lot harder.
Absolutely crazy, unexpected day of chess we've got that has been going on with historic moments by youngsters and some big upsets that are about to happen as the games are about to reach time control and the big names are in big trouble, including Wesley So, including Nodebek, and including Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Peter, that's the game that I've got my eye on as we take a look at the Baku playing hall. It's getting emptier, it's getting in there, but some of the players are feeling the loneliness more than the others.
Well, actually, things are completely out of control. Black, I think, went for a direct attack. However, I'm not seeing how this is a checkmate. And if it's not a checkmate, then everything is hanging. Yeah, Black captures on c8. Still, 3 moves still the time control. But the big question is, what on earth is happening here in this position?
And it does look like Shakhriyar has survived a huge scare. Last time we checked, it looked like another couple of moves and Shak's king will be tumbling down the board, but not anymore. And has there been another big blunder by Shak now?
Well, knight g3 was the most natural move. I mean, white is trying to stabilize the forces. But yes, according to computer, this is some big mistake. Of course, the position is so complicated, and if it would be easy, Shakira would have never missed the winning move.
And I'm trying to understand, why is this a blunder? Rook g3 cannot be the reason. It doesn't work. White simply captures the rook. And Ten Jiangyao moves that bishop away to d5. The eval bar approves of it. The rook on b3 is hanging.
And there is the devastating rook h4 move that's coming. It's not a check, so it's very easy to forget about it. But after that, the knight will jump with a discovered check. I mean, this is the reason. So after knight g3, bishop d5, Shakti in a big, big trouble.
Wow. Incredible stuff. Bishop d5. Shakriya touching the 2-move mark. Still has got to make the moves to reach time control. It's move 38. He's got 2 more moves to make. And as chat said, that Shak comes back, but at least according to Evalbar, it is lost again. But this is human chess. Anything can still happen. Peter, you're pointing out rook h4. White might have the resource to go rook h6 at some point, still trying to challenge that rook and keep the game going for just a little bit. And right now, it's all about that, making it to time control. A minute and a half. But the first big question, where do you move the rook on b3?
Exactly, that's the big question, because if you move it away from the third rank, let's put it, for example, back to b1, then there are these tactics, yeah? Like rook b1, rook h4, rook h6, knight g5 check, rook takes h4, knight f3 check, because the rook left the third rank, and it's game over. So there are all kinds of crazy ideas that Shakriya needs to, with little time on the clock, to figure out, and I don't see a defense.
But maybe even if he had a lot of time on the clock, it's a position that's difficult to figure out. Right now, white has a rook for 2 pieces. You're losing the rook on b3, and there are all these ideas of rook coming to h4. You could also start with the knight from h3, jumping onto g5, and then the rook and the bishop combining to give a checkmate to white's king. And once again, if Shak loses this, he's out of the World Cup.
Yes, that would be an incredible sad moment for Baku. But okay, it's still time travel. There are 2 more moves to be played before the time control. Black is down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Rook h4 blitzed out.
He played queen to e2, eyeing that knight on e7. So black didn't have time to pick up the rook on b3. But Peter's idea on the board, threatening a devastating discover check with the knight. Knight f4 in the air.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, there is basically no way to defend. So the big question is, how do we get checkmated if we take on e7?
I think you just give knight check, and then queen c1 coming in. Knight f4 would stop the rook from defending f1. Queen e7, knight f4, king g1.
Exactly.
If that's not mate with queen c1, then nothing's mate.
Yes. King g1, queen c1. And after king f2, rook h2 is a checkmate, actually.
Oof.
Wow. Wow. Crazy, crazy. So, I mean, Shakya, how can he set up a trap at all? Yeah, because the last move before the time control, he needs to set up a trap. Is there a chance to trap the opponent, or there is no escape?
The only way that you can try to prolong the game is by challenging this rook on h4. But now that the queen has sidestepped, rook h6 is not even a possibility, because the h6 square isn't defended. So no matter what you do, there is a discover check coming. And notice how the bishop on d5 controls all the light squares that are the runaway escape squares for the white king. The knight on h2 takes the g1 square.
And Shak is down to a couple of seconds, and he plays the move. Yeah, queen e5 is played, but okay, now he's getting checkmated anyway. I mean, the same motive like after queen takes e7 works here as well. So Peter, black can choose.
I think the trick is that you probably have to go knight f4 and block this rook from f6, because Shak has set up a discover check. Let's say black gives a check from knight on g5 instead. Then once the king moves back, maybe we can have some draw arrows here. King g1, queen c1, and then suddenly white will be the one winning after rook f1 being a check.
Yes, this is the last trap that we talked about, but I mean, simply the knight f4 checkmating motive is the same.
It's the same, and it looks like it's going to be super strong, and it's on the board. Shakrar Mamedyarov about to get eliminated from the World Cup.
Yes, I mean, there is just no way, no miracles possible because time control has ended. So now Black will have all the time in the world to figure out, but he does not need it. He just sees that it's checkmate, it's coming, and that's it. The road ends for Shakryar, and he resigns. Wow, what a shocker!
The biggest upset of the World Cup so far is local favorite Shakryar Mamedyarov, an absolute beast in the chess world, is knocked out in round 2 of the 2023 World Cup. And this just shows how brutal a format this is. And huge congratulations to Tin Zhengyao for doing that. He's almost 200 points rated below Shakryar Mamedyarov. He draws the first round and an attacking masterpiece takes down Shakryar in Shak's style himself. And Peter, maybe you can just quickly show the checkmate that would have happened with the king coming to g1, queen c1 would have followed. The white knight can't block because of rook to h1, and if king f2, as you're pointing out, rook h2 is game over.
Yes, it's basically completely hopeless. That's
And
it.
meanwhile,
I mean, sensational stuff. Yeah, incredible. I mean, checkmating Shakryar Mamedyarov like this, it really shows the incredible potential of this Singaporean player.
Just amazing turnarounds and amazing games all around. We're seeing definitely a difficult, heartbreaking moment for the Azeri fans here. But the action continues on the other ones. One big favorite who's cruised to round 3 is Fabiano Caruana, getting his second win in his matchup. Peter, let's quickly get an update on the Wesley board. Because last time we checked, Wesley was the other top gun, the heavy favorite, who was in big trouble and facing elimination.
But we still have this technical issue or not? Let me refresh. Yeah, yes, okay, everything is fine, good. I was really worried. We got the position, yes, we got the position. Now it was white to move. h3, bishop h5, g4. And as we spoke, yeah, that if white ever gets the 2 bishops, then it will be very difficult for Wesley to survive. This is what we are witnessing. Is he trying? I mean, is he gonna survive this? I doubt it. This
So
puzzle, look at this.
Yeah,
Yes,
white's
go
plan
on.
is clear. You just want to try to push the pawn, and the 2 bishops will assist in queening. Eventually, you're going to win one of the minor pieces, and then that's a technical win. And Wesley does get control of the b line. Right now, you can't go b7 because the rook controls it, but perhaps white can just fall back with his own rook, get the bishop from g2 into the game, go b7 next.
Exactly. I mean, this is such a nice little move. It's a tempo move, hitting the bishop, getting ready to push b6, b7. And the bishop on g2 forever guards that pawn. And it should be only a matter of time till we break the construction. Very bad news for Wesley. Also, time control has finished. I mean, he needs a miracle. But in endgames, without counterplay, it's so difficult to imagine real miracles happening.
Just
wow.
Peter, big updates coming from all around. And of course, this we could be in for the second most shocking result of the day after Shak being knocked out. Wesley facing defeat here. Nodibek Abdusatrov also in huge trouble. The troubles in that game continue as well. Should we get an update on that board and take a look? What a day of chess this has been.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the line we discussed, yeah, white had to collect the pawn on h6, covering the c1 square, the checkmate. Black collects the a3 pawn. I mean, first the e6 pawn, white goes queen g5, then black captures on a3. And white pushes h4. This is the only asset in white's possession. White wants to keep on pushing that pawn. But unfortunately, black again has this queen d6 move. A very nice stabilizer, again eyeing the king on h1. The move rook a3 to a1 check is a checkmating threat. And how do we defend against this? I don't really see it.
So it's not just the material on the board, but the attack against white's king that is decisive in this one. Peter, I'm still reeling from all that we're just seeing right now. In just moments, some of the biggest names in the chess world being knocked out so early on out of the World Cup.
Yeah, okay, this is the World Cup. 2 games matches. The competition is getting tougher and tougher, no easy matches. And you remember you mentioned Fabiano, that he said that his strategy is not to take unnecessary risks. And for example, in Abdusattorov case, to me, when we joined in, it looked like he has burnt all the bridges. He wanted to deliver a knockout to his opponent, but his opponent basically reacted just fantastically, and there was no way back.
Absolutely. And these two mini match formats are so deceptive. Just one mistake and one risk taken, and you could be just out of the whole tournament. Peter, more good news coming in for the Indian fans. I'm looking at the games. Nihal Serene with a fantastic win takes his match in 2 games. Another Indian prodigy with the black pieces, and you're going to love the final position on the board. And I think if we just have a moment, maybe we can bring that up, because who doesn't love to see a knight checkmate?
Yes, very nice. But maybe, hang on, let me pull up the where was the sacrifice, because wow, okay, so here we should be looking at, yeah, that black sacrificed the rook on a5 because white can't take the rook on a5 due to queen f1 checkmate. So that's already one checkmate that white has to keep an eye on. But if black is able to eliminate the a5 pawn and get access to the a file, then of course it's terrible news for white. So white was trying to hang on with rook b1, queen f3 check, rook g2, knight f2 check, king g1. So just repeating to get some time. And the stunner, look at this. You're gonna love this. What did Nihal do here? Rook a5 to a1. What a pleasure to play this move. Unbelievable. Yeah, so knight takes a1. And he, even being very professional, he also repeats first. The youngsters are super professional, just like Magnus yesterday. He repeats, it's nothing is spoiled, and then rook a2, delivering this terrible checkmating idea with queen takes g2 on the second rank. And after white hanging on to that g2 square, suddenly that's a suffocating checkmate with knight f2. Amazing performance.
The smothered mate on the board. What a finish. And Peter, it was back in on move 30 that he actually sacrificed that first bishop. So Nihal sacrificing a bishop for the attack, continues building on the attack, then goes on to sacrifice. It was right here, the move that you're pointing at. Look at this. He goes for the move e4. And I saw the cross being awarded, but from a human perspective, this move just feels like a genius at play. Your bishop's hanging, you put your pawn in a spot where 3 pieces can take it to open up the queen to come to h2. He sacrifices that bishop, goes on to sacrifice the rook for all the checkmating ideas that you were pointing out on the back rank, and eventually delivers the mate with a knight, a smothered mate on the board. Nihal Serene will be back for round 3 with a dominating 2-point victory in round 2. Peter, action on other live boards. Where do you want to jump to?
Well, if you have any inside info, then I'm ready to join in. By the way, we haven't mentioned that Pragnanda has made a draw which guaranteed him also the qualification for the 3rd round. Very well done.
So while Nodebek, one youngster is in big trouble, Gukesh, Nihal, and Prag all make it through to round 3. And speaking of Nodebek, Peter, is that the game that we should head to?
Yeah, let's go back to that game. But no, that's it. It's already finished, because after queen c1, yeah, this was the moment when we left. After queen c1, black played the merciless queen g3. And there was nothing else than to resign, because everything falls apart. Black is threatening the pawn, but not just the pawn. White could be pushing that pawn. However, then black plays the move rook a3 to e3, and there is no defense against rook e1.
That's a fantastic finish. Queen G3, a multi-purpose move there, ending the game on the spot and ending Nordebek Abdusatrov's run in the World Cup on the spot as well. What a big shocker this has been. Huge congratulations to Sanal Wahab scoring this big upset. He moves on to round 3. And Peter, we're getting some intel that the Salim Saleh game is also super exciting. Let's get a quick update on that one. Salim with the white pieces. And it's absolute chaos. It's an opposite color bishop, but whose king is under fire? It looks like white has managed to create a lot of threats against the black king.
Yes, it looks very promising for white because the bishop on f6 is a monster, creating threat against the g7 pawn along the g file. The computer criticizes the move rook h5 because maybe there was something stronger. Let's just go back one move. So this is the moment when the players reach the time control, and according to the computer, white is just much better if he does nothing. In fact, the computer suggests just bring back that rook to g2. I mean, the reason is not clear at all, but a very deep point, typical computer point. Suddenly, after you remove the rook from g5, the bishop, which is such a monster in attack, actually supports the advance of the h-pawn, so it protects the pawn, and then white just marshes h5, h6, and we know that computers are just brutal, and apparently it just wins. But spotting this idea is very difficult. So after king g8, Salem goes rook h5, he wants to trade that defender on h7. Now the good news for black is that black has no other move than to capture on h5. So rook h5, queen h5, and then take it from there. It's still very dangerous, and probably Salem just wants to continue then slowly with h4, and humanly very difficult to believe that black can survive.
Despite this inaccuracy, I completely agree with this kind of pressure on the board against the king. And we know Salim, he's so good at converting these kind of positions. He needs... the match is tied right now. They drew their first game. So if he wins, he does take it through to round 3. An exciting moment. There is a mate threatened, so we are expecting trades to happen and then eventually white to grind this one out. Peter, let's take this moment to jump back to Wesley So's position. I've got it up in front of me. The troubles continue. And it appears that Can Emre has found the move that we were talking about. Rook comes back, not only attacking the bishop on g4, but allowing white's bishop to defend and assist the b pawn in its advance and march down the board.
Yes, I mean, this is the real problem. Yeah, that, okay, white will just push b7. And if the pawn on f2 would not be there, then maybe we could be hoping that white will have too little material left to convert. But basically with this pawn on f2 on the board, then anytime we will be piece up when we promote the b pawn. For example, I'm talking about something like, okay, black moves the bishop back, we push the pawn to b7, eventually we're going to play rook d4, and we have this option of sacrificing the rook on d7 and going to push b8 queen. Then black will have to give the, okay, I will even make some moves to make it easier to follow. Okay, black makes some passing move, we play rook d4, king e7, rook takes d7. First of all, it's white to decide. Maybe I can even try to activate. I even don't need to. Maybe I can just play bishop c6. But just because this is a standard procedure, we can talk about this. Takes, queens, takes and takes. Without the f2 pawn, it would be a draw. With the pawn on f2, this should be a technical win. So I'm not really seeing any practical chances for Wesley to survive this.
Really nicely pointed out that it all comes down to this inconspicuous pawn on f2 that we haven't spoken about. That actually might be the pawn that gets white the win. Well, not might. It is going to be a key pawn that gets white the win. Because without that pawn, even having an extra bishop in the endgame against black's one bishop will not be enough. Peter, I'm thinking about how at the start of the show we were talking about players coming into the World Cup. You know, they don't know how long they're going to be there for, booking tickets, booking hotels, and how those dynamics play in. The kind of names that we're seeing being knocked out today, I think these are not the names that we thought would be booking their flights back from Baku so soon.
Not at all. And here comes this point that we talked about yesterday. I mentioned that it's a very tricky moment that there are players like, for example, Sanal Wahab. He had a tremendous fight against Kojul. They played tie breaks. They were bouncing wins. And finally, Sanal Wahab survived that match, knocked Kojul out, the Croatian legend. And after that, he goes on to knock out Abdusattorov. And what I mean is that he actually got into this fighting mood. He's super alert already. While being seeded into the second round, like Magnus said, you are a bit rusty. There's also the jet lag, the time difference, whatever. I mean, usually you want to settle into the tournament, but here you don't have time to settle. The tournament started and it ended basically for many of the top stars.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a day not of upsets, but big shocking results. And we've been talking about Indian fans celebrating with Gukesh now with a live rating of 2756. I think that's 2 points more than Anand on the live rating list. He's just 17 years old. Incredible stuff. With Prag going through, with Nehal making it through to round three. But then on the other hand, you also have a prodigy like Nodibek Abdusattorov, who has been eliminated. And it's not just the Indian fans who've got reasons to celebrate, but the Turkish fans as well. We've been talking about Sanal Wahab, who has taken down a great of the chess world, and now Can Emre also looking at taking down Wesley. So it's a big day for Turkey and for India.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I don't really see any hopes. Okay, how do you set up any chances, any traps? Is a direction like bishop e2, bishop a6 a way? But I just don't believe in it. Yeah, just to show that bishop e2. The problem is that after rook f4 check, we can't move with the king to the e file. Yeah, because then we will even be running into some rook e4 checks as well. But we can't run anywhere else, so we have to, I don't know, put the king on. I'm just randomly putting it somewhere, and then okay, just to see what happens. b7, bishop a6. This was my idea, that can I somehow target this pawn on b7? At least it gets complicated because white has to play something like rook e4, king moves away, rook d4, and anything which is a bit complicated, that's already would be good news for Wesley. But the problem is that isn't the same motive, just taking on d7 and queening works here as well. And if it works, then that's it.
A really nice motive there. You first check the king, deflect it from defending that key defender, the knight on d7, and then you attack the knight on d7 to queen. And there on the camera, we've got the man of the moment, Can Emre. Can he win this game and take down Wesley So? What a moment it is for the Turkish Grandmaster. Just moves away from finding this line that you're talking about. Well, I see a move has been played, and it's not the idea with the bishop to e2. Wesley goes with the king side pawn advance with h5, defending that bishop. And now Can Emre can continue rolling down the b pawn with b7 and eventually targeting that defender, the knight on d7 with rook d4. Peter, he's got to be feeling the nerves right now. He knows he's so close in these moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the big question is, we talked about the f2 pawn, the importance of the f2 pawn. And then there is a question that, for example, after b7, does black have the time to capture on f2 or not? Because if that would be an issue, white also has the luxury of giving eventually first rook f4 check, and after the king moves, then to go b7. And the idea anyway remains the same, that you first give a check or you move it to d4, and then you're going to take on d7 and queen. I still don't see how much h5 is changing on the evaluation.
I'm loving the super GM precision that you're bringing out. You know, b7 feels like a move like a hand move that you make, but realizing the importance of that f2 pawn and putting in that check before you go in, start getting greedy with that b7 pawn could be the critical moment that takes away any chances that Wesley might have to hold on to this one. And it is a big moment for the Turkish fans here. Sanal Wahab has done it in his match. Can Emre do it as well? He's thinking it's a good time for him, Peter, to not rush with b7 and to actually try to find this idea of keeping the f2 pawn alive. So very professionally and rightly done by Can.
Yes, it's correct that he's taking his time, but looking at his clock situation, he has already spent like 16 minutes after the time control, which means that those 40 minutes are his last 14 minutes, of course, with a 30 seconds increment. So if he gets a tactical winning position like you had piece up what we have been just talking about, then the 30 seconds are more than enough. So he just has to make sure that he knows the winning method, and if he really finds it, then it will be almost impossible to survive. I mean, basically, it's impossible to survive it.
Peter, look at the playing hall. Once again, it starts to feel like a ghost town there. You know, when we start the day, we always have the chairs being filled in. There's so much media. The players are walking in. It's buzzing with tension and excitement. And now with just a handful, not even a handful, a few players left, and some of them, it could be their last moments of the World Cup, including Wesley So right now.
Yes.
He's still in a think.
Very, very critical moment, because yeah, if white gives the rook f4 check, then there is basically no hope. If you can eliminate the f2 pawn, then you might be praying. It feels like white should be able to give that pawn as well, but why? You shouldn't be. And rook f4 on the board, it's precise, it's the correct move. Not to give any chances and any hope for your opponent. That's very, very important.
Especially when you're playing against an opponent like Wesley, one of the hardest players to beat, and you give him one chance and he's right back. Emre there with super precision, finds the check before rushing in with the b pawn to make sure that that key f2 pawn is alive in a position when you're playing against two bishops versus one bishop.
Exactly. So it's very bad news for Wesley, because he was definitely hoping that his opponent might rush with the b pawn, yeah, because it's so tempting to be pushing that b pawn, and then you eliminate the f2 pawn, and if you don't lose by force immediately, then actually you know that you have chances to survive. But after rook f4, I find it very hard to imagine. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if there is any construction like in this, that because Wesley pushed the pawn to h5. So for example, let's just illustrate what I'm thinking about, that for example, something like this happens. Now it's not important if it's the most precise or not. I just want to understand that this position, for example, now that black was able to push these pawns a little bit forward and then trying to push maybe the pawn to h4, locking out the king.
H3?
Yes, now I can go bishop h3. So let me illustrate it differently. So first the move king e6, and then try to hope that because I advance my pawns, I might be able to trade them. I don't see how, but I'm just hoping for some miracle.
And I think it's also so useful for white that the pawn is on f2 and not f3. Because if this pawn is further down the board, it becomes that much more vulnerable to a trade. And let's remind everyone that the point that we're making is that white needs to have at least one pawn in this position to convert this into a win. And as long as the f2 pawn stays alive, Wesley So in huge trouble. This is not the live board. We do see the live board where a check has been given. And currently Wesley is not at his board. But it's not going to be good news for him when he comes back.
Yes, yeah, because the computer also confirms that it completely lost. Even indicates that the move bishop h3 is possible, trading the bishops, so not only relying on the pair of bishops, but even the trade thanks to this pawn on f2, as you highlighted. Yeah, very, very nicely explained that the pawn on f2 is so safe and it should be a technical win. And having analyzed all this, the reason why I was discussing it, because if this is winning, then actually white has nothing to worry about. Yeah, if you know exactly that the most simple moves without any sophisticated stuff is winning, that gives a lot of confidence. I mean, on the way you might find something even more precise, and then you will be tempted to even more precise. But knowing the fact that this position is a win already almost guarantees you that your nerves are perfectly fine.
Now we see Wesley there. He's returned to the board. And a very tough task ahead of him. He needs a miracle to save this one. But in chess, it's not over till it's over. Can Emre at the brink of victory, at the brink of knocking out Wesley. Peter, I'm looking at other results that we've had. We were talking about Jules Moussad, and the Frenchman has taken down another Azerbaijani hope, Durar Beli Vasif. So it's been a tough day in Baku for the local favorites. Shak is out, Vasif is out.
Yeah, Gukesh has knocked out Iskandarov, also a young promising Azeri player. Vugar Asadli was beaten by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, knocked out today's game, ended in a draw. So, hang on. There is Paco Vallejo against Velimir Ivic is still in progress. We know that Ivic was the comeback kid in the first round against Gurel. Let's take a look. Does he have a chance? Wow, it looks very bad.
And he needs to continue that comeback kid story because he has to win on demand to force a playoff. He lost the round one. And even just visually looking at the position, I think you don't even need to go into deep into analysis in this one to know that it's White who's dominating.
Exactly. I mean, the question is, how does White win the position, which is already very bad news for Black because, okay, Black is the one who should try to win this position. I mean, something like just a4, a5 looks straightforward enough. So yeah, we will be moving. Paco in a very comfortable situation.
Well, the one good news for Azerbaijan is that one big favorite, Temur Rajabov, he won his game against Erdos, so he advances through to round 3. And also, meanwhile, action on the other boards as well. Peter, your prodigy, Vincent against Darda, the clash of the youngsters on that board, if you want to take a quick look at that.
Yes, definitely. Let's take a look. The battle is still on. The battle is still on. And a very complex position.
Very complex. I was just going to say extra pawn for White, but Black's pieces are just so well placed right now. A big threat on the board. The knight on e3 guards that g2 square. That last move by Vincent with the rook now threatens the sacrifice. Rook takes e3. I call it a sacrifice, but it's far from that. If White allows it, rook e3, bishop e3, queen g2 will be checkmate.
Yes, this is the point, and this basically forces a hang on. So what were the last couple of moves? So there was a trade on d1. It's always important to understand what happened. This is exactly move 40. So the time control was reached. White activated the knight to e3, also protecting g2. The rook moved to b1. White played rook a1. Yeah, the first rank was a problem. Black moved back with the rook to b3, and he's threatening the knight on e3. And why it's very important that if White plays the move rook a2, then rook b1 is kind of a repetition already, which isn't acceptable for Daniel. But then otherwise, is queen f5? Yeah, but queen f5, we might be also able to capture on f5. This is another point, that we can simply maybe just take, and if knight takes, then we collect the pawn. And yes, it's a complex endgame, but looks to be fine. And if he takes f5, then we have knight d4 attacking the pawn on b5 should also be fine. So not easy situation for Daniel to find a good continuation here.
And Vincent won the first game, so he needs a draw to make it through. Peter, I want to ask you, are you in touch with him during the World Cup? Is there some advice that you give him before the rounds? And of course, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Yeah, no, of course, it's no secret that definitely I'm in contact with him. But, okay, he's there in Baku and I'm commentating here from home. I think it's anyway, all comes down to nerves. Yeah, and you have to be in your best. You have to give your best. He has played in Biel, so he's in a good shape. Yeah, he's in a good practical shape. And I did not feel like going to Baku, I can really help him so much. Yeah, because it's not a tournament where you need tremendous amount of preparation. You have to ready to fight and be fresh for the game. So I always give him advice, go for a walk as much as you can. That's the best thing that you can do.
Some great advice there in general to just be as fresh for the game as possible. And it looks like Vincent has managed to do that A great round 2 so far for him, and we're seeing a repetition on the board right now. Rook comes back to b1 with a big threat. Now the white-black knight is threatening to capture the h3 pawn using the pin on g1. So tactical ideas everywhere. Knight h3, g takes h3 would end up in a mate on g1. So once again, white trying to hang by a thread, and he needs to find a way to win this game. It looks like it's not going to be possible.
Well, there is a question that what happens if white just gets out of this pin, yeah, with king h2. I feel like, again, there are all these tactics with knight takes h3. I mean, it's of course now much more complex. We have to analyze and look into it, but I feel like that still gh3 is impossible, and if king takes h3, then I don't know, I can even play knight g5 check, or I can take on g1, because even knight g5 check is possible. And after,
so tempting.
Yes, king h2, we sacrifice another knight with knight f3, and okay, g takes f3, queen g1. There is no way that this is not working for black.
What a fantastic line this is. Even if it's not checkmate on the spot, you at least pick up the e3 knight and you're anyway completely winning in this game. So it's super hard for white to fight against the threat of the black knight in the on the live board jumping onto h3. Combine saving that with the other threat of black rook shifting onto the third rank and then suddenly creating threats on the g2 pawn. So even though Vincent Keimer is down a pawn, he's the one with all the initiative. He needs a draw in this match to go through. Peter, we will keep an eye out on Vincent. I know that game is just a little extra special for you, but there have been a lot of moves on the Wesley board. Lines, ideas that we were looking at have appeared, and we are heading towards the game with white having that one extra pawn on f2. Rook d7 has happened. White gives up a rook temporarily to queen his own pawn, and this will be a matter of technique now.
Yes, well, I mean, of course, you remember I mentioned that I'm maybe not making the most precise moves, and now we do see that Wesley actually, instead of moving with his king, he got the bishop back to e6. This is important for the fact that after bishop takes d7, b8 queen, rook takes b8, bishop takes b8, the move that I wanted to play with h4, which was not possible with the king on d7 and bishop g4 because of bishop h3, is not possible. And then I'm somehow hoping or dreaming of some g4, g3 check and eliminating this pawn on f2. I know that it's more of dreaming, but there at least is some hope.
Absolutely. And black is managing to, as long as black manages to create hope, that's the most that you can ask for in this position. But Peter, I want to ask you, if black was to play h4, and we've been talking about that it's so important for white to have the pawn on f2, will it be a decision to be made for white, let's say in this kind of position, black goes h4, to actually put that pawn on f3, so that when black moves forward with his own g-pawn, white can start advancing and avoid the trade? Or do you still want to keep that pawn on f2?
Yeah, because after f3, g4, this gets messy. I don't know if immediately. Maybe I can just keep, but in general, I mean, this g4, f4 kind of stuff, when black has the chance of pushing some g3 check, at least it's unclear. Of course, you have the pawn and everything is fine. It should be winning. But I somehow would feel like I want to keep this pawn on f2 and maybe move the bishop first, g4 sidestep with the king. And if g3 happens, then I'm going to play f3. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that I don't want to touch this pawn yet. First, at least I want to activate my bishop from g2. That would be my kind of feeling.
And we have this on the board. h4 has been played by Wesley. The dream for black here is to trade off that last remaining pawn that white has. Emre has to find a way to make sure that doesn't happen. So the idea you're mentioning, just sidestep with the king so that there's no check when the g-pawn advances to g3. And once black gets there, you can push your own pawn.
But anyway, then okay, black gets these g3, h3 pawns. Yeah, at least humanly those are very tricky positions. It's not trivial at all. I mean, that's why this was such a key moment for black, yeah, that he was able to capture back with the bishop and get his pawn to h4, g5. It was my only concern of the position, that, yeah, maybe this poses some technical difficulties.
And we've been talking about it being A great day for the Indian chess fans, a great day for the Turkish chess fans. More news coming in as the Norwegians can start celebrating as well. It's not only Magnus Carlsen who's made it to round 3, but also Aryan Tari has won his round 2, going into the next round, eliminating his opponent. And the chess world will have a lot of fun when it's going to be an all Norwegian clash in round 3. It will be Magnus Carlsen taking on his countrymate, his teammate, his good friend, Arantari, just like he did in 2021 in round 3, which Magnus won. It's going to be a fun matchup.
Yes, definitely, because I think that Aryan is getting more and more experience playing Magnus in the Stavanger Norway chess tournaments. Yeah, and it's always, of course, probably they played hundreds of blitz games or maybe thousands of blitz games already between each other. But in a classical game, if those games, for example, went more or less normal for Tari, then he can get confidence out of them. Of course, Magnus is the clear favorite, but always playing against your countryman with all the expectations. You know that at home now everybody is following this match, everybody is kind of intrigued. So, Magnus, will you beat Aryan? And Aryan has nothing to lose. I mean, it's not going to be such an easy match for Magnus.
The one thing about playing Magnus is that it really just takes the pressure off you because the expectations are not there. And if you score big, then you really do score big. And we did see in Norway chess as well, I think it was the Blitz game that Aryan Tari actually beat Magnus Carlsen. And we've seen him have those results against Magnus. So can he do it in a mini match? It's a big ask, but it's going to be an exciting fight as these two country mates meet each other in big round 3. But before that, of course, the big question right now is Wesley So, the other big favorite. Can he survive this game to try to take it to round 3 in the playoffs? And right now, his chances are looking bleak. Emre taking his time. And Peter, I think that's a good decision because you really want to be sure when you start pushing the F2 pawn. It's the difference that can cost you that very critical half a point.
Absolutely, and I'm not even sure that practically it's gonna be easy to convert. I mean, I feel that Wesley has all the hopes. Before it looked like it's gonna be hopeless because if he would have not been in time to get his pawns to h4, and then we have to come back to this moment when after rook c4, you remember we speculated that where should Black put this bishop, and then anyway we will be reaching that position, and Wesley had foreseen that yes, I mean I'm in a terrible situation. But I have to find my best chance. And he did spot it that pushing, advancing this pawn is very important because now also he's still keeping an eye on the f2 pawn. So white is losing some time with this check. And g5 comes with a tempo. And finally, he is able to set up this, this defensive resource. And white will not have an elementary win. And this is the most important. If White has to make decisions and start thinking about, you know, for example, computer gives some line like king g1 and suggest that Black should play bishop b5. But let's just be humans and push the pawn to g4. And then computer says, you know, that you play bishop f1. I mean, these moves are not natural at all. It does not change anything about the position. I would be continuing bringing my king. Computer plays like bishop c7. Okay, I'm gonna play king g5, trying to protect, and then computer says, okay, check, king h5 and bishop e2. I somehow tied your king to the defense of the h4 pawn. We never really want to advance the pawn to h3 because then white will get grip on the dark squares, and finally the king will be freed, and it should be elementary win. So Black has to keep his pawns like this, and now white can start the journey with his king because there are no more threats with g4, g3. But this is a very subtle, very difficult, delicate way of playing. And besides, Black can also put up probably better defense, like computer was indicating that bishop b5 is kind of a clever move here.
Very conceptual points there because it's all about timing the pawn advance. As you mentioned, for white, you want to restrict Black's king to defend his own pawns or try and provoke the h-pawn from moving. Any dark squared weaknesses that are created right now work in white's favor. So Black needs to be careful for that and only then try and transfer the king all the way to the queen side and up to the center of the board. And that's why we call this kind of a position, it's all about technique. But for Emre Can, I think Peter, I believe that he should be able to pull this off. It's an extra piece. It's going to take work. It's going to take time, and Wesley So will not make it easy. But at the end of it, it is a winning position. And as long as Emre is able to just restrict black spawns and avoid that pawn trade, he will always have the winning chances. We will come back to this. I've got my eye out on the other board that we have been mentioning on and off, Vallejo pawns against Ivic Velimir. It's been quite a run for Velimir, who lost the first round in the Fide World Cup and then bounced back with 3 back-to-back wins, going into round 2, facing Vallejo, who he played in the 2021 World Cup and actually defeated. But it looks like Vallejo is about to get his revenge in today.
Yes, okay, there is a very picturesque moment here that black, look at this, I mean, shows a lot of creativity, that this was the position that we saw after queen d2, black goes king h7, a4, black goes queen h8, so he finds the only way to get some chances in the position. At least he sets up this very powerful battery along the long diagonal. Unfortunately, it does not really help, but it's still beautiful. a5 takes, e5 played, d takes e5, f takes e5, locking out that bishop, but there had been some change of structure. So bishop g7, queen takes a5. You usually do that if you are completely sure of yourself that your opponent has absolutely no way of getting to that e5 pawn.
And I think the point is that the black knight needs to get out of the way for black to get to the e5 pawn, but the knight on e6 also needs to guard the c7 pawn. If black was to jump in with a move like knight to c5, it's white who gets to the c7 pawn first. So because of that, you just have no time to create pressure on e5. While for white, it's easy to try and target that key knight defender on e6, bishop d5 coming in. You're already looking at moves that start picking up the c7 pawn. Peter, this looks like a dominating position for white.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, black is trying everything. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, black is very creative fighting, but Baku has everything under control. So yes, I'm not seeing any miracles here. We should move on. What else do we have?
And speaking of Vallejo, of Paco, as you call him, that's what he's known in the chess world, one of the great players from Spain. What comes to my mind was Ding Liren mentioning how Vallejo is one of the players that he studies and kind of looks up to in the World Championship interview, that he's sort of one of the greats according to Ding. Peter, what did you make of that?
Well, it was basically also connected to the fact that Paco is a big French expert with the black pieces. Yeah, and also for the match, yeah, Ding was ready in one game to use it. Yeah, so he was definitely studying the French defense and probably got inspired by many of Paco's great ideas there.
Absolutely, and as Ding was inspired by Vallejo and his openings, we have been inspired by a lot of chess that we've been seeing and some big results and upsets that have been coming. And there is one that might happen very soon, and that is on the Wesley So board. It might be Wesley So's last few moments, last few moves at the 2023 World Cup. He's still putting up the resistance. There we see Emre Can from Turkey, the Grandmaster, who's on the brink of eliminating Wesley. A tough moment for him. We will be back right to this game in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. The end of this one is close.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajabov. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Desperate moment here for Wesley So. He is clinging on to these final moments, hoping for a miracle. It could very well be his very last day at the 2023 Fide World Cup after a phenomenal game by Turkish Grandmaster Emre Can. And before we deep dive into whether Wesley has any chances at all to survive into this one, let's get a quick update in the Fide Women's World Cup, where there have been tremendous results and the fights are still on. And Peter, I just want everyone with the action that has concluded, Humpy did draw her game against Priyanka. She was better throughout, but the match demanded a draw. She goes through to round 3. And Ju Wenjun, Eva Repkova ended in a draw. That's their second draw, which means the women's world champion will be back in the playoffs tomorrow against Eva.
Yes, and we have a game of Irina Crush on our board, and this is some kind of a unpleasant situation for her. I don't know the match situation. I think it would be very important to get a message that did she win the first game, because if she didn't win, then I would be very worried of her. I mean, White has serious chances here.
And it's easy to see why. White has all the space in the position. Also, just compare the pieces. White's queen on 8-6, putting a lot of pressure on that g5 pawn, tying down Black's bishop on d8, not allowing it to get rid of White's key knight. Meanwhile, it's White's pieces with all the flexibility. We see the knight jumping around, the bishop on g3 looking good. A potential break in the center when it's required will appear. And Peter, the update is that Irina Crush, luckily for her, right now in a difficult situation, did win that first game. So for her opponent from Canada, Melly Jade, she needs to win this one to force a playoff.
Yes, yes, and of course she's torturing Irina. Irina is down to 6 minutes, and apparently according to computer she made a mistake with bishop e7, but I don't think that this is really a mistake. It's maybe a mistake for a computer. It just feels like Irina believes that she anyway cannot do anything in the position, and she just has to sit and wait for the opponent to come up with a plan and hope that her opponent will not be able to break through. And she sticks to this strategy. I think this strategy she had been using for quite some time already. The problem is that this knight on a5 is a monster. It targets the weakness on c6. Of course, it's very good that the black knight is on g6 so that White is unable to jump into e5 for free. So any knight e5 jumps will lead to a trade. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. Anyway, this is a very logical continuation. Now checkmate is threatened. So black is basically forced to play the move f6. And now, do you include a check or not? Okay, just to highlight the positions of something like bishop g3. And then this bishop moves back to f8 or to d8. And Irina will try to sit in this position and wait if her opponent will be able to break through.
So just passive defense is what is on the cards for the American Grandmaster. And while we are in for some mouth-watering tie-breaks playoffs in the Fide World Cup, with Hikaru taking on Karthik, Anish Giri taking on Nesterov, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave taking on Dragnev, even in the Fide Women World Cup, we will have some amazing matches, Peter. We know that Wenjun goes and plays a tiebreak against Eva Repkova. And Alexandra Kostnik, the chess queen, also lost the second game. Her opponent managed to level the score, and we'll be seeing a tiebreak in that one as well.
And I also see the results that Katerina Lachno is also in for a tiebreak. She also made 2 draws, and it's just 1-1 result against Marianne Gomez. So, yeah, no easy pairings. And Sarah Hadamasharieh got knocked out. So we have to say goodbye to Sarah. That's also heartbreaking.
There have been a lot of heartbreaking goodbyes today here, Peter. As you mentioned, Sarah, I think it's a good moment to jump back to our Wesley board, who's also staring at elimination, unless Kaisa somehow smiles at him, because what he needs is indeed a miracle. And we see our playing hall there with just a few players. And this is our live board. So the dynamics that we were talking about have happened. In fact, Black has managed to push the pawn h4, g4. The dream for Wesley is to get rid. If Black manages to trade that last remaining pawn of White, then the position is a draw. For White, you need to make sure that when Black plays g3, you have the option of advancing the f pawn, and Emre there reaching out to make his move. Comes back with the bishop. At some point, White needs to start involving the king into the activity and the game.
Yeah, but this is what Wesley very cleverly stops with the move bishop b5. This bishop simply blocks the f1 square, and all the other squares are blocked by the pawns. So it's, if the white good king somehow jump to e3, then it would be all trivial, but like this, it's very tricky, and I feel like Also looking at the clock situation that Emre is down to 4.5 minutes. The nerfs are coming into play. There are no direct lines. Black can also try to put the bishop on e2. I mean, there are some hopes for Wesley. I wouldn't rule out a miracle here.
And I just want to point out that last move of Emre, it's not a pointless move. It does have an idea. What White is also dreaming of to make progress, like you mentioned, the king is stuck on g1, can't go through the path of f1 because the light squared bishop blocks it. But what White wants to do is put pressure on that h4 pawn, provoke Black to push that pawn. Let's say if Black makes a move like king to f8 or king to f6, walks into the straight blunder. But the point that I want to make in this position is if White's bishop lands on d8, forces Black to push h4 to h3, then White's king has a clear path to victory. You step up on h2, you step up on g3, and that is big progress. So bishop c7 eyes those threats, and what he wants to combine it with is probably fall back with the light squared bishop 1 square to e4 and start combining threats of bishop f5 and bishop d8 to create progress. Peter, the idea that you pointed out, I think it's going to be key for Wesley to try to hold everything together, getting his own light squared bishop on e2, where he can stop the white king from getting to f1, but also defend his own g4 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the setup, and also, yeah, it's on the board, bishop e2, holding on. Very importantly, Black has to stay with the king on e7. It would be very natural, and we highlighted this immediately, that what happens if Black starts the journey, and Emre goes with this precise bishop g2 move. He had foreseen it that, okay, you will have to eliminate. Maybe it's also some Zugzwangish position. No, but I don't think that Zugzwang is really relevant, because I can even just play king d7 and king e7 back. Or no, king d7 then bishop f4. So hang on. I mean, just to highlight, king d7 is met by bishop f4, and then no. Then I have some g3, because I wanted
and
to...
f3, h3.
Yes. Exactly. So there are such motives when the bishop gets to, no, h3 is not check. Okay, we are carried away, but it's hanging in the air. Yeah. So Black puts the king somewhere. Okay, somewhere is tricky, but computer says that king e8 is super, and there is no way of eventually stopping h3. It just highlights that there are some real technical difficulties here.
And Wesley could set up this track, because after king d7, it looks like bishop f4 and White wins on the spot, because there's no way to stop bishop g5 provoking that pawn. But bishop f4 would be a huge blunder.
Yes. I mean, of course, the players are deep into the position. Yeah, it's Emre has already spent something like 25 minutes with this position. And Wesley also burned a lot of time. He's down to his 10 minutes. I mean, Wesley fighting for his life, and Emre is trying to fight for the win of his life.
Which would be a draw at this point. A draw at this point would be a win of his life for Wesley. And Peter, the more you show us these dynamics that exist, I'm trying to understand then how is White making progress? If it's not with the idea of bishop f4, do you want to try and trade with bishop f1? Is that a concept that White could try to get in?
Yes, that's of course it's not a very tricky strategy, yeah, because after bishop f1, you really have to calculate that the trade of bishops are guaranteeing a win for you. Yeah, it's not trivial. I mean, I don't dare to say anything unless I'm calculating seriously all the consequences of these g3, h3 lines. My intuition, this is a type of position where intuition gives absolutely nothing. Besides, after bishop f1, I might have bishop f3, and I will be threatening to go g3. That's another important moment.
I'm just wondering, have we been writing off Wesley too soon in this position?
No, ever since he got his pawn to h4, I'm saying that I kind of believe in some kind of a miracle. I mean, not like I believe, but I feel that it's possible. Yeah, in a practical game with little time on the clock, it's possible to get frustrated with White. But let's see what happens.
You make your own miracles on the chessboard, and it looks like Wesley has managed to find the only defensive resource, the only way to keep his chances at the World Cup alive. Peter, if he saves this game, that would also be a huge momentum shift. Going into the tie breaks, that's going to be a difficult situation for Emre to deal with, not being able to convert an extra piece.
Yes, definitely. But okay, we are still very far away from that because maybe there are all kinds of, this very slow kind of things that it's important to put this bishop on a different diagonal. Yeah, that for example, whenever the bishop reaches e3, like we spoke about before, after king d7 instead of bishop f4, then the move g3 will not pose any problem because we can push the pawn to f4. And then all new things are developing. So maybe Emre has already worked all these things out. I mean, the speed which he blitzed out bishop g2 indicates to me that he has a plan. Yeah, this is bad news kind of for Wesley. He's also taking his time. He's trying to understand that, do I have some special idea, or should I just have to pay attention? How do I wait?
What an endgame this is, and what a fight Wesley is putting on. And while Wesley has a think what to do, let's also update with some other results coming in. We'll also see David Howell going into playoffs. He drew his first game. The second game also ended in a draw, which means we'll be seeing David back in action and on the chessboard tomorrow in a faster time control.
Yeah, well, I think that's quite a good result for David. I mean, the position that we had, it was just the opening phase of some very sharp Ragozin. I was kind of worried for him. Yeah, from my own experience, I feel that Black's play was much easier. So reaching the tiebreak, I think, is good news for him. And what about Chucky? Do we have any info that what did he do?
I'm going to get an update for you straight away, Peter. And of course, you'll be happy to know that Vincent is through to round 3, although I have a feeling that you already knew that.
No, I didn't. I was rooting, of course, but in order to stay calm for the broadcast, I did not want to touch that game.
So that ended in a draw, which means that Vincent goes through. But of course, the players who go through do get a rest tomorrow, as we've got tie breaks. And you were asking about Vasyl Ivanchuk. Tie breaks coming up in that one as well. So lots of reasons for chess fans across the world to look forward to the big day of chess coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I also would like to give big kudos to Fide. Yeah, because I think that this time they made fantastic wildcards. I mean, Ivanchuk was a wildcard. Peter Svidler was a wildcard. I believe that Peter has also progressed. I mean, at least he definitely has won yesterday with black pieces. So I'm assuming that he qualified. Arjun Erigaishi also got a wildcard in the ladies section. Also, we had brilliant wildcards. I feel that this is the right way. By the way, Hikaru Nakamura finally qualifies for the wildcard. Yes, but I mean, the reason why it was a shocker, because according to his rating, he was qualified, right? So he kind of first declined, or he, yes.
Go on, Peter.
No, go on. I think you know more information about this.
No, you're absolutely right about what you're saying. Just some incredible players got in through the wildcards, and it's been awesome action. And that was an interesting storyline for me, because Hikaru first declined to play in the Fide World Cup. He was through his rating, but then eventually gets in through the presidential wildcard. And I think we're all very happy about that.
Definitely. I mean, I think that this number 2 spot winning Stavanger might have given Hikaru the feeling that, come on, guys, okay, I have to be there, I have to win it. Yeah, I mean, what else is in store for me?
Yeah, and as you've been mentioning, that for him, he's enjoying chess so much over the last few years since we've seen him become one of the biggest streamers in the world, that his chess rating, his chess performance, winning tournaments after tournaments, has also gone to another level. And so probably this renewed energy to play over the board, seeing his performance in classical chess throughout all of 22 and 23, I think regardless of what he might have to say about how much this matters to him, I think winning this would mean a lot for Hikaru, and he wants to really get there.
That's for sure. But we also see that how difficult it is to get there. And the reason why I was mentioning right from the start that for all the top players, I mean, just get out of your mind that who I might be facing in round 4, 5, or semifinals, whatever, because the danger is looming at every single step. Hikaru is still in there for a very big tiebreak tomorrow against Kartik, who has shown incredible play yesterday. managing to hold that difficult position against Hikaru. None other than Hikaru. I mean, also when you make a draw in a big fight against Hikaru, it's not only that you fight against Hikaru's chess skill, but there is all this kind of aura, all this mystique, his presence, the way he behaves at the board. He puts really so much energy, and and there we go. Bishop f4 g3 on the board. The line that we discussed, that it happened.
Wesley So is about to survive.
And King E8, f3. Yes, King E8. Unbelievable. I think that now Emre will fall from the chair, because this King E8 was kind of the super precise computer move. Look at the body language of Wesley, immediately different.
My goodness, Peter, we were just talking about this trap that Wesley can set up, and he does it, and Emre falls straight into it. And now the point is that White cannot anymore hang on to that f3 pawn. The h pawn is coming in. h3 was a big threat. The only way to keep the game going, White has to fall back with the bishop. But now look at the position. There is no way for White to make progress anymore.
Exactly. I mean, now it's simply White is kind of stuck. Of course, you can try to move the bishop and then push f4, but it gives Black the time to activate his king. And that's, I think, the key. Yeah? For example, bishop e5, king g6, f4 and h3 is super important, locking out White's king and using that one tempo. And that's why we kind of spoke about that. Maybe White should just waste some time to go bishop b6 in order to have the same position, the idea with bishop e3, and not to worry about this f3 pawn. But it was too delicate, and Wesley is back in the fight.
And look at Emre. He realizes it. What a golden opportunity this was. With Wesley, resourceful, and takes that big opportunity, the one opportunity that he got, manages to trap the bishop on h1, and now he is super close to saving this one. It almost feels like a swindle by Wesley, but then you know what his strengths are. One of the hardest players to beat. And the thing with these top grandmasters is, Peter, getting a winning position is only half the job done against them.
Yeah, and already that job is incredibly difficult. Yeah, that's why finally you might falter at the end. Yeah, because it takes so much effort to get there, and when you get there, it's still, as you mentioned, it's just halfway through. And now Emre goes bishop c7, but it's all about this king activating itself, king g6. And if you play king g2 first, I think this is super important. After king g2, Black has king h5, for example, also stopping king h3 because of some bishop f1 idea. Also, bishop goes back, then bishop f5. I mean, Black has activated. Look at this bishop on h1. If this bishop would be out somewhere, then it should be a win.
All right, let's get up to board with the live position that we've got. King g6 right now. A dramatic turnaround in this game. And as feature chat mentioned, Wesley So might be joining the tie-break party tomorrow.
Yeah, now it looks like it. I mean, of course, somehow on Emre's body language, I don't feel like it shocked him. So I'm not sure if he realized already that this is a draw, or it just business as usual. He thought that anyway, there is no way out of this. He has to go along this ways and then see if he can win it or not. But seeing the computer evaluation, we know exactly that this is a dramatic turnaround.
Peter, I have no doubts that for Emre, he knows that it was a game that was winning, that was in his hand throughout. Where it could have been easier, what it could have been, he'll find out later. But right now, the fact that majority of his advantages slipped and it's only become more difficult to convert this position has to be on his mind. Of course, he will continue to play on and try. And the point that's super important here is that whenever White pushes the f-pawn, disconnecting his own dark squared bishop against Black's g3 pawn, that would have allowed the h-pawn to advance, which is why the move that you've been pointing out is super important. King to g2, taking that h3 square under control. But look at White's setup. f3, king g2, bishop h1. You know that that's not the way to play for a win here.
Yes, and basically White's only idea is to get king to h3, then somehow bishop g2, and then take it from there. But there are motives. Yeah, for example, just to highlight, if Black plays now bishop a6, White plays king h3, Black goes king h5. Now, if you continue your plan with bishop g2, then it runs into checkmate with bishop c8 check. So you even have to watch out for some dangers.
Self-made, that would be an absolute disaster for Emre, but definitely concepts that White has to keep in mind, and that actually add up as Black's resources to keep the position defended, to make sure that White can't, in fact, make progress by improving the position of that light squared bishop. King G2, and Wesley continues to play confidently, moves the bishop back. I think he's played the move bishop to b5.
Yeah, it would be a super professional move. I mean, it's the same like bishop a6 or bishop b5, but bishop b5 has a little bit more squares, so why not to put it on b5? There we go. And now I'm also struggling to find the way for White to continue the game, because the other way, like king h3, king h5, and then trying to push the f pawn, runs actually into bishop d7 check, king g2, and then king g4. But probably already every single move draws probably also the trade of bishops, but Black can also just activate the king. And we see that White is super passive. What an incredible miracle here.
What a turnaround in just 1.5 minutes on the clock. And this is the final time control. There is no addition after this, just a 30-second increment that the player gets every time you press a clock. And Peter, the point is that for Black, it's easy to keep the position by simply shuffling the bishop around in this diagonal. The light squared bishop can go to a6, can go to c4, keeping the threats of checks along the c8, h3 diagonal whenever White steps up. And the Black king is ready to either jump to h5 to defend the h4 pawn when required, or to f5 if the moment comes on. But for White, it's difficult to make progress. You don't want to rush with king f5 because that runs into bishop e7, winning that h4 pawn. So keep that king on g6, keep that flexibility, and the structure, the formation that Black has is absolutely perfect. King h5 played, and now just shuffle around with the light squared bishop.
Yes, unbelievable. I mean, now it's also super easy. Yeah, before it looked like it's all over, and now one even has the feeling like Wesley can't make a mistake. And this is the worst part of the situation for Emre, that often you have a winning position, you make some mistake, but you can still try many different things. I don't really see what he can try, because everything is locked down, everything is kind of stuck. Wesley is escaping. Yeah, king g1 back. It does absolutely nothing, because whenever White pushes f4, then king g4 is coming. So White is still not threatening to make any progress at all.
The moment White goes f4, you have the option to go king g4 or to go h3. Because as long as the g3 pawn doesn't fall, you can try for these ideas. But I like the move king g4, taking away any checks in the position. And Wesley continues to blitz out the moves. It's clear to me, looking at Wesley, Peter, he knows he's gotten the job done.
Yes. I mean, this is what he was dreaming of. You remember you were speculating that, yeah, what kind of last trap he can set up. I would say that it wasn't exactly a move per move trap. Yes, finally this bishop f4 was, but it was a concept, yeah, that with this pawn on h4 and getting the pawn to g4 and the bishop to e2, and with the king on e7, he set up a fortressish position, which I was thinking meanwhile about this position, that probably it was a Zugzwang position, and all what White would have had to do in this moment, instead of going bishop f4, was to just wait. Just play a move like bishop b6, and after king e7 to wait one more move with bishop a5. And Black has to move because the king has nowhere to go. If Black goes king d7, then we go bishop d2, and we do exactly the same what Emre wanted, but without the problem of this g3 with the bishop on f4. And basically, if you don't go king d7, you have nowhere to go, because if you go king f7, we have bishop d8, and if you go king e8, we again have bishop d2, bishop g5. If you move the bishop to d3, then bishop f1 might be also a possibility. So it looked like just one patient move could have been enough, and now basically he's stuck in a position where he cannot make progress.
An amazing understanding by Wesley. These ideas and this concept that you were talking about earlier before the position appeared, that Black needs to get the h4, g4 set up, and that would be his best chance at defense to get those two pawns rolling and stop the white king trapped on g1 from coming through to f1, stopping it with the bishop diagonal. Wesley found that and then set up a trap to make it happen. And again, for Can Emre, with just minutes on the clock, he fell for it. And Peter, he's still trying. He's managed to free up the king, but with the black pawns so far down, it looks like Black should be fine, but white has a clear plan, right? You want to go king d2, king e3. h3 is still not possible because the g3 pawn is hanging. So what's the resource for Wesley?
Yeah, we have this bishop c8, bishop h3 settling g2. Yes, that's a problem.
So the moment white's king gets a little too far away, you're going to start rerouting the bishop to quite an unseeming square. Bishop h3 was not a plan that would come to my mind very easily, but a really nice idea there by you, Peter. Another resource that Wesley has in his hat that will be key in defending this position.
Yes, I think so. I mean, maybe I could have also used the different route with bishop a6 and bishop f1, but I immediately spotted this bishop c8, bishop a3, and I really got attracted to it.
Super nice. And a big update coming in from the FIDE Women World Cup. Alexandra Gorishkina is through to round 3 as she wins her game with the white pieces.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy battle. I mean, that was a very big fight. We have seen yesterday, yeah, that she was kind of happy to make a draw with black, and today finally she squeezed out a victory.
I think we're getting big fights across the boards, Peter, especially the one that we have in front of us. This has been just insane to watch. And one has got a feel for Emre. If this does end in a draw, what a fantastic game he played from the start. If you think about his advantage that he had out of the opening and then managing to get that bishop pair, that crucial bishop pair that we were talking about, he pulls that off, a strategic battle against one of the strategical masters of the chess world against Wesley So. He gets that bishop pair, then advances the b pawn down the board, wins that material, converts a strategic advantage into a material advantage, and then seems to be doing everything right until this very last moment, and Wesley finding this great saving structure. And I'm seeing Wesley for the first time to go into a bit of a think here.
Yeah, because he knows that the position is draw, and he just has to keep his focus and be super alert. He definitely does not want any new surprises, any new challenges anymore.
And at the start of round 2, had someone told Emre that he would take Wesley to the tie breaks, potentially, I think that would have been a great result, a great outcome for Emre. But he's got to be feeling the disappointment right now.
For sure. And after the game, you know, there is this scenario that you should not check your game with a computer. Yeah, but it will be so difficult not to look at it, that what happened, and then you figure out that, yeah, everything what you played was good. And just at the moment when you suddenly showed some nerve that, yeah, maybe it was a Zugzwang position, I should have just placed the bishop on b6 or on a5 and let my opponent make a move, and then everything would have worked for me perfectly. I mean, that will be a very, very super tough night for Emre to survive, and then he needs all the energy for tomorrow in the playoff against Wesley. Very difficult situation.
It's a completely different format that requires a completely different mindset to have that shift against one of the best speed chess players in the world, Wesley. The momentum will shift if this game does end in a draw, which is what it's headed towards. And Peter, you mentioned to check this game might not be a good idea, but I think Emre is already thinking in his head, it's already playing. Where was that missed opportunity? Where could he have wrapped this game up? Because as a chess player, we all know when we've had a winning game, regardless of what level you're playing at, what tournament you're playing at, and you fail to convert it, it's that question that doesn't let you sleep. Where did I miss it?
Exactly. The problem is that if you don't know, you cannot sleep. If you know it, you also. There is no good solution, but finally, I also tend to believe that it's better to know. But I know some players who, you know, have this incredible strengths, inner strengths, not to know and not to care. But I mean, how do you do that? It's not human at all.
Hikaru might be able to answer that with his, I literally don't care in those situations, but I think this one is not going to be the same. And Peter, the idea, the resource that you were talking about, it is on the board. White's king marches up the board towards h3 to start threatening g2, trapping White's bishop. And once again, if the f pawn advances, that creates weaknesses for Black's king to march in and the h pawn to move forward.
Yes, and now if I can read the body language even from behind, the way how Wesley looked on the side a bit indicates that he knows that that's it. This was kind of the last important touch. The game is kind of saved. and okay, this is basically coming back from the dead. And in this case, if he really goes through to the third round, he will be a completely different man. I mean, he will be completely ready for the tournament.
It's a big. Not that Wesley would need a confidence boost this game, but